500 euro notes, his black British knight high-tops propped up on an ottoman fashioned of like currency. Nicknamed the Bin Laden, the banknote was favored the world over by high-rolling reprobates because it packed the most punch for its weight. $1 million in $100 bills weighed nearly 22 pounds, whereas the same amount in Bin Ladens came in at a fifth the weight and size. Everything about the Leonis operation was designed for maximum efficiency. Evan entered at the tail end of a conversation. "Having some growing pains, that's all," Rondo was saying. "Complications. It's a trial-and-error process, and the chemists down south are aware of the imperfections in the product." His eyes snapped over to Evan, and he leaned forward, clasping his hands. "This is El Moreno's guy," Alce said. "I didn't catch a name," Rondo said. "No," Evan said. "You didn't. Take a seat." Evan took a spot in the circle of loosely arrayed couches and chairs and weighed their 18 beating hearts against the 47 no longer beating hearts in the park. For a moment he saw through their cocky bearings, saw their full humanity, saw them as sons and fathers and grandsons, a sacred pause he sometimes took before the kill. Alce had sauntered over to stand at Rondo's side, leaving Evan on the couch between Arturo, who tapped a pencil nervously against a ledger, and Beltran, cleaning dirt from beneath his nails with a stubby button-lock knife. Lengua Larga leaned against a pallet stack of contact tubs, tapping a crowbar in his palm. A few pieces were visible, a blinged-out .38 resting on Pancho's thigh on the far side of a footrest, and, of course, the big gun in Alce's hands, ready to spit 950 rounds per second. Rondo flared his hands. "Well?" "Quite a mess at the park," Evan said. Rondo bobbed his boyish face. Yes. Evan was unsure what he was reading from Rondo's expression. Remorse? He caught himself. The first commandment, assume nothing. "Too bad about that," Rondo said. "Yeah," Lengua Larga said. "It's a mess. A real mess, am I right? All them dead junkies and shit. Can barely believe." Rondo silenced him with a glance, returned his attention to Evan. "The product we trusted you to deliver is tainted. We are unwilling to kill any more of our consumers. Maybe there would be a way out for these sons and fathers." It struck Evan that he knew how to walk into a room filled with men and walk out with them all dead and him alive. He was less sure how to extract himself from the situation with them still breathing. "I know you bring a suggestion for what we should do with the remaining product." Rondo swept a hand to indicate the thousands of packets brimming from tubs, each one a lethal dose. "And we respect greatly the wisdom of El Moreno. We are honored to be newly pledged Leones." Evan waited and breathed and paid attention. "But," Rondo held up a finger, "I understand it will be some time for your labs to figure out the proper ratio of chemicals for the next batch, so—" "Seriously," Lengua Larga cut in. "Gotta get that figured out. Spraying the right synthetics and shit, am I right?" Rondo patiently continued. "In the meantime, we laid out 6.5 million of our own money for this. We are overextended. In order to recover our cost—" Evan felt nothing but his breath, his heartbeat, and the faintest tick-tock of the second hand on his watch fob. "We would like to dump the bad product in other cities. Wholesale if we have to. We can recover what we can while preserving our market here. And start fresh once you've squared away your end of the operation." Evan felt it then. High clarity, sensory precision, utter stillness. the whole world slowing down. Tick-tock. The curl of smoke from Rondo's cigarette, the sharpened tip of the ledger pencil 3.5 feet to Evan's side, Arturo's pupils, the tilt of Beltran's head, how Beltran's shoulders were persistently elevated, his neck foreshortened, showing diminished confidence. He'd be slow to move. Lengua Larga displayed a beta body language cluster as well, lowered eyes, forehead creased. He carried tension in his left shoulder, and his left eye had the faintest flutter, a potential flinch point Evan filed away for later. Tick-tock. With his jewel-encrusted handgun, Poncho was overconfident, facial muscles relaxed. The sight line of the horizontal barrel aimed vaguely to the side. With a shove, it could be controlled. A thumb dug through the trigger guard from above. Alcé's fluttering nostrils betrayed his nerves, as did his right trapezius raised in a partial shrug, which showed not firmness of purpose, but unease. Tick-tock. "I'm not with El Moreno," Evan said. "I'm not with anyone." Rondo's features contracted. "Then who the fuck are you?" "The Nowhere Man." Rondo gave a short stutter of a laugh, but on the tail end he made a gestural slip, lips stretching horizontally in an effort to conceal fear. He raised a finger to point at Evan, his right forearm slightly bigger in circumference than his left, showing his favored side. "Whether that's true or not, friend, you just made the last mistake of your life." Another fear micro-expression undermined his words, brows lifted and pressed together in a straight line, eyes showing upper white but not lower, the bottom lid drawn up. The discussion was over, though it was still continuing. Evan had already moved the entirety of his focus to the chessboard, noting every minuscule movement, each flash of the eyes, angles and sightlines. His body was completely relaxed. He was attuned to every last element in the room, waiting for the precise moment when they would all align. This entire time, they were still talking. Evan had already done the whole "look at me closely and ask yourself, do I look scared" bit, which they had not seemed appropriately impressed by. Now they were on to the part where they would inform him how stupid he was to come in here without a weapon, and tell him what they were going to do to him. "You're so fucking stupid to come in here without a weapon," Rondo said. "Here's what we're gonna do to you." It was almost piteous, what they couldn't see. That Evan had already won, even though it hadn't yet begun. The pencil was nearest. He would start with the pencil, and upgrade from there. The gears and cogs turned. Tick-tock. And all at once, there it was, the needle's point of an opening. Evan's hand shot out, closing around Arturo's, fist over fist, slamming the sharpened tip up through his eye. A wet exhalation across Evan's knuckles. But already he was pulling the pencil out, snapping the wrist, ripping Arturo's arm across his own body, and slamming the point down into Beltran's thigh. Tick. Beltran screamed, jerking upright, hands flaring, and Evan went for the battlefield pickup, trading pencil for blade, stripping the button-lock knife from his fingers, nicking the right carotid on the rise and uncoiling over the couchback, coming at Lengua Larga hard from the left side. Flinch, and punching the knife once through his axillary artery in his armpit, the crowbar tumbling from his grip. Tuck. Catching the crowbar as it fell, Evan whipped in a half-turn, slamming it down across Poncho's forearm just as his gun hand began to rise from his thigh. A satisfying crunch as the bone snapped, the arm jellying, Evan thrusting his hand over Poncho's at the .38 revolver, thumb through the trigger guard, 15-degree rotation and clutch, the round shattering Alcé's hip an instant before Evan jerked the barrel north and fired up through Poncho's chin. Tick. Evan was airborne now, leaving the revolver in Pancho's dead claw, rolling over the currency brick of an ottoman, the cigarette falling from Rondo's parted lips. The men at the periphery moved in slow motion to draw, but it was too late. They were all too late, and Evan grabbed the MP7 with both hands, reversing the submachine gun to fire a burst into Alcé's gut. The big man tumbling back as Evan swept the weapon in an arc, trigger depressed, rounds riddling torsos, necks, tufts of stuffing spitting from the couch, chairs tumbling, tubs rocking. He finished 270 degrees of rotation, the heated muzzle stopping inches from Rondo's face, the magazine spent. Rondo had drawn with his right hand, as Evan knew he would. Body weight shifted in his stupid-ass makeshift throne, Evan sliding 1 foot behind him as he completed the rotation so that Rondo fired in the spot he'd just vacated. One hand to Rondo's chin, the other palming the back of his head, a crisp torque of the hands, and the king sagged bonelessly over a royal armrest. Tuck. Rondo's cigarette finally struck the floor, freeing a scattering of ash. Detritus had been kicked up from the gunfire, bits of couch and dust motes sifting through the air, settling across the tableau like a fine mist of snow. Evan was untouched. No blood on him, not a spot. No bruising either, or injury of any sort. That was unanticipated. Of all the things he'd counted on for what was needed next, emerging spotless was not one of them. The hard drive and 4 of the 5 security monitors on the desk were shot to shit, but on the intact one, a movement caught his eye. A man strolling up to the front gate, pretty features, lightweight suit, lips pursed as if whistling, passing beneath a streetlight, his Sicario markings came clear. Jovencito. The dark man's right-hand man, arriving early. Chapter 29. Call Me X. Evan searched the pockets of the dead. None of them packed everyday carry knives, it seemed, and he wasn't about to use the one jammed through Lingua Larga's armpit. He made out the distant opening of the front door, the sound of a whistling approach. Moving quicker, he patted down the men, at last finding a pocket knife clipped to Arturo's keychain. It would have to do. Evan made 2 notches just back from his hairline at the front of his scalp, right through the dense grouping of blood vessels. The flow was immediate, mixing with his sweat, warm rivulets forking across his eye, running down his face. The whistling grew louder now, echoing off the hard interiors of the neighboring garage. Evan smeared blood up and through his hair and then wiped his hand across the side of his neck, leaving dabs there. Then he grabbed Pancho's embellished .38 and slumped at the side of the throne, sitting with his head nodded forward. The whistling cut off abruptly. Evan heard the creak of the door, a shoe tapping down, another footstep, another. He waited until he sensed the presence approaching the circle of seats, and then emitted a pained cough and lifted his crimson mask. Jovencito was staring down at him over the barrel of a polished chrome Desert Eagle .44. Blood was gumming up in Evan's eyebrow, and he mopped at it, his eyesight blurring. "Gulf Cartel," he rasped. Setting the revolver on the ground, he slid it over to Jovencito, then rolled heavily to a forearm and gagged a little. Jovencito kept the pistol trained on him. "Who are you?" "Xavier Francis," Evan said. "Call me X." "Rondo didn't mention you." Evan propped himself up, pressed the heel of his hand to the cuts in his scalp. "He hired me freelance when they sized up for the affiliate chapter. Wanted someone clean, outside. I'm a close protection expert." Jovencito surveyed the damage. "Didn't do a very good job." "I winged the motherfucker and put him on his heels before he could take the product," Evan said. "You spot a blood trail coming in?" "No." Evan shoved himself to his feet, pretended to get woozy. He leaned on the back of the throne. Jovencito watched him closely with brown, soulless eyes. The Desert Eagle came back up, pushed gently into the corner of Evan's jaw. He searched Evan's pockets, came out with a wallet. A bunch of hundreds and several credit cards in the name of Xavier Francis. Driver's license, too, with the address of Evan's East Side safe house. The muzzle backed off. Jovencito slapped the wallet against Evan's chest, and Evan took it with a blood-sticky hand. "We'd better bolt," he said. "Cops are probably en route already." Jovencito slid the pistol into his waistband. "Help me get the cash on the dolly first." They moved quickly, disassembling the throne and stacking shrink-wrapped bricks on the steel-end dolly. Jovencito gave a tug and it started moving. "Wait," Evan said. "What about the product?" He assumed he knew the answer, but grew nervous when Jovencito hesitated to think. "Leave it." Evan exhaled silently, and they continued pushing the wall of euros. They got through the door into the garage when Jovencito said, "Why didn't you take the money and split?" "Wasn't my job," Evan said. "Ain't my money. I was paid fair for what I did." Jovencito studied him, gave a faint nod. "What did the guy look like?" Evan glanced back at the doorway. "You think one guy could do that?" "How many?" "3. Came in loaded for bear." "They say anything before they opened up?" "They said this is their territory, that Leones don't understand L.A. tough. They said that's why you guys had to open an affiliate franchise. 'Cause El Moreno doesn't have the balls to come here himself." Jovencito's forehead pulled taut enough to crinkle above his eyebrows. "That's what they said?" "Yeah. That he's afraid to show his face here." At last something lit up in Jovencito's eyes, burning deep beneath the polished brown. He tore his focus from Evan, scanning the garage. "Any of these vans work?" "Dunno." Jovencito climbed into the nearest cargo van, let the keys fall from the visor. The engine turned over on the first go. Leaving it running, he hopped back out and swung open the rear doors. "Help me load. Let's go." They hurled the bricks in one after another, the empty dolly rolling away to kiss one of the car lifts. Jovencito knocked the first in a row of garage openers with his elbow, and on the south wall a segmented door rattled up. Sirens pierced the night air, far away but growing louder. He climbed back in, his tattooed elbow V'd from the rolled-down window. "Need a lift?" "Nah, thanks, man. My rig's that way." Evan pointed out into the dark night. The sirens grew more piercing. 4 blocks out, maybe 5. Jovencito yanked the column gearshift down into drive, looked back at Evan. "Be seeing you." As the van drove off, Evan felt himself return to his body for the first time since the episode in the park. As if it were safe to open up again, to let the world return with all its depth and contours. The sensation came with a rush of relief, followed by a hazy sense of remorse, a remembrance of everything he'd cast aside to enter this state. Empathy, grace, patience. He sensed movement in his pocket. Blinking away blood, he fished out the roam zone with a tacky hand. "Heading to my brother's for dinner in 30, Mia's text read. "Where are you?" Evan said, "Fuck." Chapter 30. A Confusion of Arcane Etiquette. Jumping into his truck, clearing the area, bloody face turned away as patrol cars screamed past him. 6 blocks out, pulling over beneath an underpass. Spare gear in the back, change of clothes, baby wipes to clear the crusted blood from his face, Los Angeles Angels hat to cover his clotted hair. Beelining across the city, closing the 75 miles to Castle Heights in 53 minutes. Lowering his head so the brim of his cap shaded his face, running the stairs, into the lobby, and smack into Ida Rosenbaum. "Excuse you," she barked. "Sorry, ma'am. I'm just late for a dinner party." Well, I hope you're not going dressed like that. No, ma'am. She squinted, nose quivering, then extracted a watered-up tissue from her sleeve, failing to get it past her chin before she sneezed in his face. It's all the goddamned animals they're letting in here. It's like a zoo. She assessed him once more, seemed underwhelmed per usual. I hope you're going to bring something. It took everything Evan had not to edge past her and make a break for the elevators. Sorry, ma'am? To the dinner party. My Herb, may he rest in peace, had a golden rule. Would you like to know what it was? Evan felt a bead of blood starting to work its way from beneath his cap down his forehead. He tilted his head back slightly to slow its pace. Yes, ma'am. She jabbed an arthritic finger at his chest, her aggressively floral perfume crowding out the oxygen. Never show up empty-handed. For once, her unsolicited advice struck home. He hadn't even begun to think about what to bring to Mia's brother. What would you suggest? Something environmentally friendly, she said. The young people today are all about climate change and whatnot. What's an environmentally friendly dinner gift? Evan asked. I don't know, she snapped, shuffling by him. I'm not your personal shopper. Evan had forgotten about the disco Velcro motif of the penthouse until he barreled in the front door. Hurrying through the great room, he halted by the empty chair where Vera 3 had sat before he'd hurled her against the wall. Something pinged in his chest. Guilt? He reversed course to the kitchen, yanked open the trash compactor. There she lay atop the other garbage in a pile of glass shards and rainbow pebbles. Crouching, he picked her up gingerly and brushed off her exposed roots. Sorry. She glowered at him. We're not having this conversation right now. He set her in a glass salad bowl on the island, hesitated, then plucked a leaf from her. Snapping it in half, he dabbed aloe on the reddened skin at the back of his neck. Thanks. Through the great room, down the brief corridor to the master, passing beneath the 17th-century katana sword that Joey had remounted on the wall. The same ping in his chest intensified as he pictured her curled up on the floor, crying, punctured by his words. No time for that either. Through the bedroom, stripping off his clothes, into the bathroom, the shower retiled and finished, 8 rain nozzles sticking out of the walls to hit the body at various heights. Another Joey embellishment. Aggravated, he stared at the confusion of nozzles for a second before turning the handle to hot and climbing in. The water ran pink at his feet, the jets washing him clean. It was different, foreign, new. Scratching at his OCD compulsion that demanded that everything be kept as it was. He hated to admit just how much he enjoyed it. Evan screeched up to the curb, grabbing the bottle on the passenger seat before it could roll into the footwell. The mailbox was ensconced in a miniature decorative recreation of the house itself, a cornflower blue old-school valley house befitting the Tarzana neighborhood. As he hopped out, Mia appeared at the door, strolling up the walkway to meet him. She smiled big. Her chestnut curls were for once tamed into a semblance of order, cascading down the right side of her face. You're usually so punctual. Hung up with the work thing. Look at you, all dressed up. Are those your fancy cargo pants? Fresh back from the dry cleaner. He touched a finger to her chin. You okay? Your coloring seems off. Proximity to family makes me blanch. She looped her arm in his, pivoting them up the walkway. He did a double take at the mailbox. Beneath the trim, a cutesy, hand-painted sign read, Wally and Janet Donkersgood. Your maiden name is... We don't talk about that, Mia said. He was grinning, so she poked at his ribs. "It's Dutch," he said. "That's a nice way of putting it." She tipped her head toward the house. "Come on now. I should warn you about my brother. He's a bit... let's just say he'll be the craziest person you've met this week." Evan said, "I doubt that very much." Wally Dunkersgood lowered a 24-ounce can of Bud Light from his mouth and gestured magnanimously at the spread of gherkins, beet stew, and rookwurst. He wore a Santa Monica Police baseball cap, a T-shirt, and, inexplicably, a piano keyboard tie. "Lord, please demonstrate your mercy by blessing this food. My wife's an awful cook, so it really needs it." From the kitchen, "I heard that." Peter was rubbing his tongue back and forth across his teeth. "I just got my braces off and everything's all slimy. Feel!" Grabbing Evan's hand, he rammed his index finger into his mouth, swiping it across his front teeth. Evan withdrew his finger, wiped it on his napkin, resisted the urge to go wash his hands with soap and water. Mia watched him, mouth brimming with amusement, keeping herself from smiling. Evan felt unmoored here, less sure of himself than when he'd walked into the Leonis affiliate headquarters with nothing more than his bare hands and a focused mind. He'd known the rules of that situation, how to engage, everything reduced to life and death, the age-old dominance hierarchy, kill or be killed. The Dunkersgood home presented a confusion of arcane etiquette and unspoken rules, and his finger was moist with a 9-year-old's spit. Evan raised the Air Company vodka he'd brought, housed in what resembled an old-fashioned milk bottle. His movements felt stiff, mechanical. "This is, a carbon-negative vodka. It's made from thin air, so it's, environmental, which people like for dinner parties, I've been told." Wally was staring at him, beer can frozen halfway to his mouth. Mia hid her lips behind a fist, but her eyes were laughing. To Evan's chagrin, he realized that he was still talking. "The conversion reactor they employ is solar-powered," he was saying, "so they managed to eliminate the agricultural process. No irrigation or crops, no greenhouse gases, and each bottle is equivalent to 8 trees in terms of daily carbon intake, so..." No one seemed engaged, Peter least of all. Evan's voice continued to fade. "It's got a bit of sweetness, so maybe pair it with a dry vermouth for a martini?" He ran out of steam. Wally blinked a few times, then produced a surprisingly good-natured smile. "A drinker!" He offered a toast with the tennis ball tube-size beer, then set it aside and reached for a Bordeaux glass. "In that case, you'll enjoy this fine vintage, I believe." He gestured to Evan's over-poured glass and then lifted his own and made a big show of swirling the wine around beneath his nose. "Good legs," he remarked, and took a sip. "Earthy finish." Janet entered from the kitchen, bearing an honest-to-God casserole between oven mitts. "Oh, honey, we were out of the good stuff, so I opened the box wine from Costco." Some of the wattage left Wally's grin. "Oh." Evan glanced at Wally's shiny face, shadowed with stubble and wearing a smile that seemed a permanent fixture. That Evan was here at Wally's of Tarzana drinking box wine, rather than at Wally's Fine Wine and Spirits in West L.A. perusing fine vodkas at the end of a night like this, seemed a particularly cruel twist. "And watch your blood sugar," Janet said. "We don't want a repeat of the Almond Joy incident." A pleasant-looking blonde, she wore neat, dated bangs and an apron that said, "Don't kiss the chef," in goofy lettering. Evan, So glad you could come for a bite. We were happy to hold dinner." She came at him with the Pyrex pan. He pivoted to protest gently. "I'm not actually that much of a casserole officiate." But her manicured hand set down on his shoulder, turning him firmly around in his chair. A spoonful glopped onto his plate, and then another. He cleared his throat. "I'm really—" His shoulder bumped her serving arm, spilling casserole down the front of his active camo cloaking shirt. "Heavens to Daisy," Janet said. "I'm so sorry. Let's get you out of that right away." Now she was pulling at his shirt, the magnetic buttons yielding with painful ease. Abruptly, he was shirtless. Evan folded his arms across his chest, going for casual. Janet's gaze lingered on him. "I'll just throw this in the wash and get you one of Wally's shirts." She vanished. Mia looked at Evan. "Nice six-pack," she said. "Do you, work out?" He scowled at her. Wally was talking at him. "So Peter here tells me you're into gear, samurai swords and whatnot. I'm a bit of a gearhead myself." He grabbed his tie and wagged it at Evan. "This was a gift from the guys at the station. It plays musical notes. Touch-sensitive polyester fabric. Plastic speaker hidden here at the knot. See?" He leaned forward. "Want to play it?" "No, thank you," Evan said. "I will." Peter popped up to his knees in his chair to face Wally. He typed furiously against his uncle's sternum, but nothing happened. "It doesn't work." Wally grimaced down at the tie, his double chin tripling as he read the back label. "Batteries not included. It takes AAAs. Janet, do we have AAA batteries?" Janet's disembodied voice floated down the hall. "Stop yelling from the table." Wally ripped off the tie and cast it aside, dejected. Peter on turbo speed. "Uncle Wally, Uncle Wally, Uncle Wally! Would you still love me if I looked like this?" Flared nostrils, buck teeth. Wally said, "Yes." "How about now?" Underbite, tongue sticking out. "Yes." Janet returned with a shirt, which Evan pulled on with relief. He stared down at the large red lettering, "Certified Bikini Pageant Judge." Mia looked away, her shoulders bouncing. He noted tears at the corners of her eyes. Janet reclaimed her seat, and the plates began to circle. "Hat off, Wally." Peter, "How about now?" Fish cheeks, crossed eyes. "Nope," Wally said. "Absolutely not. That's where I'd draw the line." Mia had caught her breath. "Peter, eat." She speared some smoked sausage segments onto his plate. Peter tentatively poked at them, his sleeve dragging through the anthill of ketchup he'd soft-served onto his plate. He considered his cough, shrugged, then sucked it clean. Mia said, "Have some stew, too." Peter leaned forward and sniffed the serving pot, crinkling up his nose. "It smells like sour feet milk." Mia face-palmed, but Janet seemed undeterred. "Wally, please take your hat off at the table." Grudgingly, Wally removed his cap, revealing a nasty red lump above his left eyebrow. "Your forehead," Mia said. "What happened?" Wally waved her off. "An on-duty incident." Mia sent down her fork, concerned. "He locked himself in a porta-potty with a wasp," Janet said, "and bunked his head trying to get out." Mia grimaced. "You're kidding." "You know I'm allergic," Wally said. "You think he got it bad," Janet said. "You should see the porta-potty." "Funny, Janet," Wally said. "A real crack-up." Mia turned to Evan. "Wally works Santa Monica. A bike cop." Evan realized a response was required of him. "Motor unit?" he offered. "No," Mia said. "Bicycle." "First of all," Wally said, "it's a mountain bike, okay? Easier for pursuits on the promenade. And it's called the Bicycle Coordination Unit." "Well then," Mia said. Listen, Wally said, jabbing at Evan with his fork. Civilians don't always understand the requirements of the job. Given the high pressure, the constant risks, you need the right tools. And a mountain bike is the right tool for maneuverability and transport in that particular area of operation. Sounds like it. Evan was having a hard time not staring down at the red lettering emblazoned across his chest. Just be grateful you have a nice, safe job pushing papers, Evan, importing cleaning supplies and whatever. That you're not out there every day, a potential target. That's why I'm always alert. See here? I'm sitting with my back to the wall, right? Facing the door. That's how I always sit. And I check reflective surfaces, right? Like I could hold up my spoon, he demonstrated, if I need to see over my shoulder. Subtle, Evan said. Cutlery tradecraft. Yep. At the academy, they taught us to read people. You have to develop a nose for it. You never know when you could be looking at a stone-cold killer. Evan poked at the casserole's spongy edge, which resumed its shape like jello when he let go. Sounds dangerous. It's a duty we bear. But we bear it proudly. Wally glugged down the rest of his wine. We're working on cracking a theft ring this week. He shot a wink at Peter. Sunglasses going missing left and right at the Lowe's Hotel. 12 pairs last week, 17 pairs this week. And that's only what's reported. His nod moved horizontally in and out, a bird-like jutting of his head. We're thinking of putting a couple of UCs in place. A glance at Evan. That's undercovers. Seeing what we can stir up. Does the hotel sell sunglasses? Evan asked. Yeah, there's a shack at the pool. Have you talked to the owner? Wally smirked a bit. Why would he need more sunglasses? Evan chewed a chunk of the sausage, which needed chewing. Oh, Wally said. Oh. He nodded a few times, then a few times more, then stood and hitched up his oversized pants. I gotta make a quick call. Keys clenched in his fist. Evan sat at the kitchen counter as Mia helped Janet clean up at the sink. They'd spurned his help, but asked for Wally's, though Wally seemed to be in a foul mood since reporting into his superior officer about the newest suspect in the sunglasses caper. He sat gloomily in the adjacent living room with a tiny eyeglasses screwdriver, fixing his piano keyboard tie with surgical intensity. At his side, Peter peered down at the failed dissection. Let's put on some music, Mia said. Wally at last lifted his head. I just downloaded the new Josh Groban Christmas album, he said. It's August, Mia said. Plus, Josh Groban. He can knock a ballad out of the park. Mia was already calling something up on her phone, and a moment later, Oscar Peterson's piano trickled out through wireless speakers. Janet passed off a wet dish to Mia, who wiped it down, starting to dance. She caught Evan looking at her and smiled, and their eyes locked. All at once, it was as though he'd passed through a threshold where he could see her at all ages. Bashful bangs and girlish cheeks, the flirty co-ed with intelligent eyes, and all her lush maturity as well, crow's feet and womanly hips. For a moment he felt like he had all of her. She was showing him all of herself. Mia and Janet were dancing together now, laughing, and they twirled over and collapsed into the kitchen chairs. Evan, Wally said. Evan, can you help with this goddamn thing? Evan walked over, plucked the screwdriver from Wally's hand, and lifted the battery cover from the back of the tie. Wally pressed in 2 slender batteries, and the tie lit up, playing a crazy polka, Peter clapping his hands with delight. Evan felt an unfamiliar warmth in his chest. But then he heard Janet calling out, Wally, Evan, it's an emergency. His first thought went to the last time he'd been called to a Mia emergency, which had turned out to be an artisanal candle party. But Janet's tone was hard and sharp, the kind of tone he was accustomed to, not from this world, but from his. He moved swiftly to the kitchen. Mia was slumped back in her chair, eyes rolled to white, face as pale as death. Chapter 31. All the Everything. 2 quick strides and Evan had Mia out of her chair, cradled in his arms, lying her flat on her back, fingers at the side of her throat, counting seconds and heartbeats, all the noise behind diminished to background fuzz. Her eyes came back online. "I got you," he said. Your name. I don't know your name." Her panicked glance moved past him. "Peter? Peter, honey? It's okay." She tried to prop herself up on an elbow, but seemed to get faint. Evan eased her back down. "Janet, call 911. Wally, get your diabetes kit and a flashlight." Wally swooned a bit. "Never mind, sit down. Peter, get your uncle's diabetes kit. Probably in the bathroom." "Nightstand," Wally said weakly, and Peter shot out of the room. As Janet spoke hurriedly into the phone, Mia blinked up at Evan. "I know I recognize you, but I can't... I don't know words." "What's it feel like?" "Like I'm light inside. Gonna pass out. Legs not working." Janet came back from the phone. "They have an ambulance in the area. They said they'll be right here." Evan squeezed Mia's thigh. "Can you feel this?" "Yes." "Good." He checked her other limbs. "This?" "Yes." "Yes." "Uh-huh." Peter flew in with a leather kit and flashlight. Evan thumbed Mia's left lid gently open, clicked the light, and watched her pupil constrict nicely. Fumbling through the pouch, he got out a test strip and a lancet, raised a bead of blood on her fingertip, and fed the sample into the glucose reader. It blinked up at 85. Peter was crying quietly, mouth ajar, cheeks flushed red. Evan said, "Janet, get a cold washcloth, put it on the back of Wally's neck. Peter, your mom's going to be fine. Let's all take it easy until—" The doorbell rang. Janet scrambled out to answer. The paramedics hustled in. Evan said, lightheaded, lost words, pulse slightly elevated at 97. Pupils reactive, sensation in all limbs, able to speak, not diabetic, blood sugar at 85. The first paramedic said, "Are you a doctor?" "No." They got the stretcher down. On my count, 1, 2, 3, and slid Mia onto it. Janet's hands were curled inward at her chest. "Can I ride with you?" The paramedic didn't look up. "No one in the ambulance, but you're welcome to follow." "We will." Janet shook Wally's shoulder gently. "We will." "Wait," Mia said faintly. "I can't go. My son—" "We've got him," Janet said. "Don't want him at the hospital. He hates it since his dad—" Mia's eyes found Evan. "Don't remember your name, Evan. But trust you. Will you watch him?" The 7th commandment fluttered at the edge of his mind, one mission at a time. Evan thought about the look Jovencito had cast back at him before driving off. "Be seeing you." The safe-house address Evan had allowed him to discover. Angelina under the thumb of El Moreno. Aragon and Belicia waiting day and night, every second passing like barbed wire pulled through a fist. He looked over at Peter. He'd backed up into a kitchen stool, gripping it behind him, cowering beneath the counter overhang. He looked again at Mia. He said, "Yes." At Peter's request, Evan transferred Peter's school stuff from Mia's car into his truck before driving them home. As they walked through the lobby, Evan carried an unwieldy model of the solar system. The planets made of tennis balls and foam spheres that bobbled around the unripened cantaloupe core of the sun and threatened to bonk him in the face. Together they shuffled onto the elevator, Evan still wearing the fucking certified bikini pageant judge shirt. He held the doors for Peter, who trudged through, shoulders slumped beneath the weight of his Batman backpack. Rotating in after the boy, he managed to dodge Saturn but almost got clocked by Neptune. "Did you see Mom's eyes?" Peter said. "They were all like—" He demonstrated. Evan said, "I did." As he fumbled to hit the button for the 12th floor, Peter grabbed his hand, pulling him off balance. Evan ducked Uranus, but Mars came around and sucker-punched him in the temple. They made it to Condo 12B without any more planetary mishaps. Peter ran into his room and slammed the door. Evan stood in the living room, unsure what to do. He set the treacherous solar system down on the kitchen counter. A yellow post-it was stuck to the bottom of the cabinet. But instead of featuring the usual life lesson in Mia's neat handwriting, there were 2 words written in Peter's sloppy scrawl. "Next time." The 2 best words in the English language. Freedom and possibility. Progress, not perfection. Just do something a little bit better than the last go-round, and your place in the world would get a little bit clearer. That's what Jack Johns had told Evan, and what Evan had shared with Peter. And now Peter had taken up the mantle, penning his own rules to live by, not Mia's or Evan's, but commandments of his choosing. Evan was entangled in something here that he did not understand, a different kind of burden and responsibility that felt ungovernable. There was a bottle of lotion near the phone. He popped the lid and sniffed it. Lemongrass. The smell of Mia. The scent hit his memory centers. Her in the sheets. Her naked back when he kissed her between the shoulder blades. Her laughing in the lobby with one hand holding up her mane of curls. Her soft mouth. Her dancing in her brother's kitchen holding eye contact. The most intimate and vulnerable look he'd ever had directed his way. His thoughts were spinning, and his chest felt tight. There was a 9-year-old in the other room. He had no idea what to do, and the person most suited to give him advice on the subject was in the emergency room, incapacitated. He stared at Peter's closed door, one of Jack's commandments tapping gently at the back of his brain. If you don't know what to do, do nothing. So he stood for a time in the mess of his emotions, watching them inundate his body, wreak havoc with his nervous system, pull him to and fro. 2-second inhale, 4-second exhale. Reluctantly, he fished out his room zone and dialed. Straight to voicemail. He called again. "What?" The word like a dagger. Joey. He felt a vein throbbing in his forehead. "About earlier. An apology's not good enough. Not right now." "I know. Then what?" "I need your help." "Finish your own mission." "It's not that." He told her what happened to Mia. For a time, Joey was silent. "What do you think it is?" "Some kind of neurological event." "Serious?" "Could be. But I don't know what to do with Peter." "The 5th commandment," Joey said. "I know. But I have to go in there, right?" "Right. But don't do anything. Just let him lead. Sometimes you have to read what other people want and not try to fix them." "Okay." "And not try to make them exactly like you so you can judge them all the time for how they come up short." "Okay." "Or not let them go on road trips because you're like super controlling and self-deceptive and won't look at your own shit. Joey. Right. Sorry. Good luck. She hung up. He walked over to Peter's door and tapped gently. No answer. Can I come in? Sure. Peter's voice, huskier than usual. Evan entered. Already in his pajamas, Peter was sitting with his back to his race car bed, legs kicked out in front of him. He was hot-gluing crayons of all different colors along the bottom border of a corrugated sheet of cardboard, points aimed inward. He'd gotten glue on his pants and the carpet. To his side lay several dismembered action figures, a lump of dried-out Play-Doh, and his mother's hairdryer. Evan sat down next to him and watched. 2 minutes passed in silence. You know, Evan said, a crayon can burn for 15 minutes. They're made from wax. You just snap the point off and light the paper wrapping at the top. The paper acts like a wick. Why would you do that? Peter said. Evan said, no reason. Another 2 minutes passed in silence, Evan pondering his failed overture. Don't do anything, Joey had said. Just let him lead. Evan considered a different approach. Can I play with you? Sure. Peter chinned at the Crayola 96-count flip-top box, all those vibrant tips poking up like warheads. You can pick the next colors. Evan slid out the white and black crayons and offered them to Peter. Not those. Those aren't even colors. Evan put them back. He stared at the array before him. There was no order to this, no design. How did one choose arbitrarily? Peter said, come on. Evan chewed his lip, selected Atomic Tangerine and Wild Blue Wonder. Peter glued them in place, completing the neat row at the cardboard's edge. Somberly, he held up the electrical cord of the hairdryer. Plug this in. Evan did. Peter popped up to his knees, clicked on the blow-dryer, and angled the hot blast of air down over the line of crayons. After a few moments, they started to melt, trickling tributaries up the cardboard. The streams blended together, forming different colors, spreading and spreading until the sheet of cardboard transformed into a ferocious piece of abstract expressionism. Peter clicked off the hairdryer. Unplug it, he said, or Mom will kill me. Evan did. They sat and stared down at the colorful mess. Makes me happy, Peter said. Why? Evan asked. 'Cause it's all the everything. The words opened a hole in Evan's chest, just the wind whistling through him, exposing the emptiness within. And yet it felt hopeful, too. So much space to be filled. What now? Peter said. Bedtime? I don't want to sleep alone. Well, I guess we could have a slumber party. Well, technically it's not a slumber party if it's only 2 of us. It'd be a sleepover. He scrambled up into his sheets and lay there, staring at the ceiling. I have a crocodile blanket that looks like it's eating you when you're in it. That sounds dangerous. It's in the closet. Evan retrieved the blanket, clicked off the light, and stretched out on the carpet, the threads marred by spills and hot glue and a mashed crayon. He set one hand on his chest and one on his stomach. No pillow? No nothing? No nothing, Evan said. 'Kay. They both stared at the ceiling. Peter's race car bed was low to the ground so Evan could see the side of his face. His blinks grew longer. Then his breathing steadied out. Evan did not move. He'd been trained for this, to sit motionless in a tree, or wedged in a crawl space, or lurking beneath a sewer grate, belly down in a sniper's perch, or frozen in a low kneeling position, face streaked with camo paint, spiders crawling across his cheek, pissing in place, barely blinking, barely breathing. All that training now in the service of not waking a traumatized 9-year-old boy. Hour 2 ticked by. Hour 3. The dead heat of August night. Midnight. 1 a.m. At 1:30, he heard a key hit the front door lock. A purse hit the kitchen counter. The soft padding of Mia's feet. Her form in the doorway. She leaned against the frame with a forearm, staring in at them. Her whisper low and husky, edged with amusement. "I see the crocodile got you." Evan sat up, kept his voice low. "It's been a ferocious struggle." "Did you brush your teeth?" "I did." "Need to go potty?" "I went before bed." "Glass of water?" "That would be lovely." He rose, and she brushed past him, leaned over her son, pushing his bangs up. She planted a soft kiss on his forehead. Back in the kitchen, she and Evan sat at the table, hands cupped around their glasses. Her eyes stayed low on her knuckles. They said it was a seizure, even though that's not how I picture a seizure. CT'd me. Deep breath. And they found something. Some kind of small mass or an aneurysm. They want to image it with contrast. I have an appointment with the neurologist tomorrow. An unconvincing laugh escaped her. Maybe it's nothing. Evan nodded. Thank you for watching, Peter. She smirked. This was all a bit more than you bargained for when you said you'd come to dinner. To be honest, nothing could shock me after the piano tie. She smiled, but it was a sad smile. Fuck, Evan. Yeah, he said. Fuck. I'm gonna fall into bed. She rose. I'll keep you posted. She embraced him. She smelled like hospital, conductive gel and disinfectant. He could sense dread and fear coming off her in waves. She saw him to the door. As it closed behind him, he turned his internal dial away from emotion, the color of the hall lights fading to an antiseptic yellow. Back on mission. Chapter 32. Come with me. A full moon glow cast the east side safe house in a spotlight, illuminating the chipped stucco. After leaving his truck in an overnight parking lot 5 blocks away, Evan strolled to the bungalow, pretending not to notice the window-tinted dark SUVs parked at intervals along the block. Not unlike the ones that had borne on Helena off into the night. These sported Hertz rental license plate frames. Someone had flown into town in a hurry, likely on a private jet. Since Evan and Jovencito had parted ways at the auto shop, there'd been no Guaridon-Los Angeles direct commercial flights, and none of the connecting flights matched the time frame either. As Evan entered the big square room, he was already picking at the scab a half-inch behind his hairline, freeing a trickle of blood. Tucked under his arm, a plastic bag held the crimson-crusted baby wipes and the blood-stained clothes he'd changed out of beneath the underpass. Moving quickly, he scattered the wipes across the bathroom counter, dropping a few on the tile for good measure. He flung the dirty clothes on the floor by his bed when he heard a faint whistling from outside. Seconds later, someone rapped on the front door. Snatching a tissue from a box, he pressed it to the cut on his forehead, braced himself, and opened the front door. Jovencito grinned that blank grin as he entered, trailed by a stream of men. A second sicario with "Darling Boy" inked across the front of his neck, I fucked Evan, before patting him down, liberating his Ares 1911 and Strider knife. He rose and put his face kissing distance from Evan's, medicinal breath leaking through meth-rotted teeth. He wore a fixed-blade combat knife in a leather sheath on his belt, angled down his hip like an old-fashioned beeper. They stared at each other unblinkingly, until Darling Boy finally moved on. The men stormtroopered through the house, opening cabinets, flinging papers from drawers, and racking back closet doors. The bungalow offered scant opportunities to search, but they left no space unexamined. Evan stood against the wall, letting the night breeze wash through the open front door. The men finished and halted, Jovencito raising a phone to his rosy cheek. "Okay, Efe." He slid the phone back into the breast pocket of his cotton blazer. His youthful features and thick head of black hair contrasted with Darling Boy's gleaming skull and sunken cheekbones. Everyone stood in silence, hands crossed at their groins, eyes lowered in respect. Out in the night, a coyote howled and a car alarm bleated twice, and someone yelled something from a passing car. Evan swiped blood from his brow before it could trickle into his eye. They all waited, and waited some more. At last the sound of footsteps tapped up the front walk, a leisurely pace. A shadow fell across the threshold, a man's form carved from the streetlight glow. El Moreno entered the house. He walked past Evan through the stone-stale flanks of his men to the neatly made bed. He hopped onto the mattress, stretching out, crossing his ostrich-skin boots on the sheets, showing Evan the soles. An impressive bit of theater. Raul Montesco took in the small room, his right cheek drawn up, crow's feet pinching the temple. Contempt, the only emotion expressed lopsided on the face. But when he looked at Evan, his features smoothed into a mask. "You didn't take my money." "No, sir." "You didn't take my product." "No, sir." "Rondo was bringing you in to be a member of his team." "Yes." "You want to be one of us? A Leon?" "Yes." The dark man rose from the bed, leaving scuff marks where his boots had been. He walked over and stood in front of Evan. They were the same height, nose to nose, eye to eye. That wide, oft-broken nose, the sharp V of his widow's peak, crazy curls cascading over his forehead. Mouth stretched too wide, square teeth spaced out, and on his forearm, a lion inked in fiery orange, predatory eyes glowing an icy blue. He smelled of cigarettes and spicy cologne. He stared right into Evan, and Evan stared back. Evan could see himself mirrored in the dark man's pupils, the shape of his head and torso like a generic paper shooting target outlined in the obsidian blackness. He wondered if Montesco was looking at the same reflection in his own eyes. "Come with me," El Moreno said, and strode for the door. Chapter 33. A Guy with a Limited Set of Skills. The after-hours club was all velvet and pumping bass, the air a liquid swirl of too sweet perfume and blended scotch. El Moreno and his men commanded a massive leather booth at the periphery. With a nod of his head, he indicated for Evan to sit at his right elbow. Bespoke drinks flew out of the bar, delivered by fetching Vietnamese waitresses, and an impressive array of food issued through the swinging kitchen doors. Filet and lobster, sea bass and roast veal. Several sturdy-legged Southeast Asian women worked poles on stage, the vibe more luxury indulgence than strip club. One of them stopped, catching Montesco's eye, and laced up a pair of hot pink heels, an across-the-room show for one. The straps crisscrossed all the way up her muscular thighs, stopping like garters just shy of the panty line. Practically vibrating, Montesco kept his eyes locked on hers. "I love yellow meat," he said. "Girlish faces, dick-sucking lips, that tan skin. Sweat beaded across his brow, a drugged blood level on the wax or wane. "What's your type?" Evan said, "I always figured men who have a type lack imagination." Big round tables and foretops rimmed the stage. Lots of men flashed cash, but there were a good number of elegantly apparelled women as well. The high-low mix felt out of place and time, a wartime haunt or a speakeasy from the roaring 20s. Montesco licked his lips, watching the dancer tie her pink ribbons into a bow at the inner thigh. "Girls, I need so many of them. 3, 4 a night. They never satiate me." "Maybe you should try dating a woman." Montesco laughed. "You're bullshitting me, right?" He lit up a Romeo y Julieta cigar, prompting the manager to scurry over. "Sir, I'm sorry. There is no smoking in here." Montesco gave the manager a dead stare, smoke lifting from the tightly rolled Cuban leaf. He made a lean-in gesture with his fingers, and the manager bent over. Montesco put his mouth to the manager's ear, whispering something Evan could not make out over the music. The manager straightened up, his round eyeglasses fogged at the bottoms. Nervously, he swept a loose lock of hair over his thinning pate. He moved swiftly away through the swinging doors, returned a moment later with a heavy glass ashtray, set it down before Montesco, nodded deferentially, and departed. Montesco blew a smoke ring and watched the dancer some more. As a waitress passed, he hoisted a hand, flagging her down. "A round of 4 cocktails." Grimacing, Evan flipped open the cocktail menu to read the description. A variation on the British bullshot, the fucking good cocktail cranks the umami up to 11 with atomized beef broth, cardamom, fish sauce, and vodka Hanoi. Evan was willing to endure all order of corporeal damage for the mission, but drinking a fucking good cocktail was one bridge too far. Evan said, "I'll have a zoo bison grass up instead, please." Montesco looked at him, brow heavy, that dark complexion growing darker. He spoke softly, but his words were pressurized. He seemed always on the verge of an explosion. "You don't approve of my order." Evan ignored him. "Actually, we'll take 2. The waitress nodded unsurely and departed. Evan turned to Montesco. "Each bottle has a single blade of grass from the fields of eastern Poland where buffalo roam. It's said to heighten stature, power, and virility. For centuries this vodka is brought out to celebrate hunting successes. I would like the honor of toasting you." Montesco's eyes took on a dangerous sparkle. "Women. Vodka. You have a lot of opinions. Are you as sure of yourself when it comes to your job?" "Yes." Farther down the table, Jovencito and Darling Boy sat motionless, watching them speak, attack dogs awaiting a command. Close protection expert, was it? Montesco sucked on the end of the cigar, making it pop moistly as he extracted it from his lips. "Do you do wet work?" "I do whatever I need to advance my employer's interests. Merc work, high-end corporate, private military, gun for hire, battlefields to boardrooms." "Un caballo oscuro," El Moreno said. "You sound usefully flexible. As long as the check clears. Like a Ronin, huh? From the old-fashioned movies. Just a guy with a limited set of skills." With the glowing tip of his cigar, Montesco gestured down the table at his men and the 2 sicarios. "I have them. Why do I need you?" The drinks arrived on a silver tray, the waitress setting down the martini glasses carefully. Another server handed out steaming beef broth cocktails to the others. "Because I'm only good at one thing," Evan said. "It's not a passion. It's a profession. I don't let myself get—" A glance at the sloppy cocktail mixtures the others were sipping. "Polluted. You have a problem here in Los Angeles, my hometown. You need to protect the name of the Leones, preserve the brand. I can see what you need to do clearly. No ego, no anger, just merciless strategy." "How do you know I'm not engaged in merciless strategy already?" "I assume you are. My job would be to support you with clarity. Rondo and his men you ordained." Montesco leaned in. "What?" "They were cheap hires, not up to your standard. That's why 3 Gulf Cartel men were able to wipe them out. You want to establish a Los Angeles affiliate that represents and honors the culture of La Familia Leon." "You seem quite clear on what I want." Everything the dark man said was couched as a threat. "I understand a leader when I see one," Evans said. "If I understood the proper way you built your organization, I could replicate that here in Los Angeles. For you." A commotion at the door drew their focus. A young Hispanic man rushing in, rubbing his hands together nervously, scanning the restaurant. He spotted Montesco and beelined over. Evans stood up, but Montesco clutched his forearm, pulling him down. "I'm expecting him." The man approached, offering a head bow to El Moreno. Montesco regarded him flatly. "I invite you to meet with me," he said. "You arrive late." He pursed his lips, dry spit a fleck of tobacco. "It's okay. I'm not insulted. I'm bigger than all that." The man was trembling. "I'm sorry, Jefe. It took a bit longer than I'd anticipated." "Relax, Martin." Montesco clicked his teeth beneath a cat-like grin. "Are the arrangements made?" "Yes." "Good. We will meet you there." Montesco waved a hand, dismissing him. He peeled a dozen hundreds from a fat bankroll, dropped them on the table, and started to rise, his men following his cue. "Wait." Evan lifted his glass. El Moreno raised his as well, and they clinked. "To what did you say? Stature, power, virility?" Evan smiled. "And good hunting." 2 men knelt before a hastily dug ditch at the edge of a partially poured foundation, towels wrapped around their heads, secured with baling wire. Their breaths were audible, groaning exhales and pained gasps, fabric sucked inward at the mouths as they tried to draw in oxygen. Their shirts were torn and soiled, collars ripped wide, jeans split at the thighs. The construction site, mere miles from the Van Nuys airport, was a demolished square of land in the middle of a patch of dark warehouses. The convoy of SUVs had pulled through a movable section of chain link and parked in 2 facing rows amid the backhoes and cement mixers. The headlight beams crisscrossed over the captives' bowed heads like a saber arch. The men shuddered and begged. Evans stood before them at El Moreno's side with the sicarios, the other men forming a somber semicircle at their backs. A tumble of gear scattered the ground at their feet. Lengths of rebar, rusty bolts, a discarded workman's glove. Wind blew Montesco's dark curls across his eyes, and he swept them aside, lighting up a cracked cigarette, fingers thrumming on his holstered Glock 19. Everyone standing still, the breeze tugging at their edges, rippling their clothes, bringing with it the scent of blood and oil. Evan took in the near-static scene before him, straining at the seams with grandeur and tension and sensuality, a snapshot magnified into something grander, something baroque. He did not know who these men were or why he was here, but the 10th commandment was parked front and center in his cerebral cortex. Never let an innocent die. Montesco said, "Unwrap them." Jovencito and Darling Boy did the honors, the men gasping for air through blood-slick faces. Their features were so battered that it was difficult to identify them as human. Gulf cartel markings had been inked across their collarbones. They were handcuffed together, each with one arm free. Private planes rumbled overhead, low enough to thrum the eardrums. Montesco said, "These are two of the Gulf cartel's favored sicarios in this region of Southern California." He looked to Evan. "Are these the men who killed Rondo and his crew?" Evan hesitated, the 10th commandment speed-looping through his thoughts. They were cartel hitmen, sure, but he knew nothing about them, certainly not enough for them to die at his hand, or his word. "Well," Montesco said impatiently. The men stared at Evan with desperate, pleading faces. "I don't know you," the one closer to them said. A subconjunctival hemorrhage had turned his eye wine red. Evan spit in the dirt to stall further, taking in the positions of Montesco's men, the distance between him and the nearest length of rebar beyond the toe of his left boot. He tried to run the scenario through, but there were too many of the men, too spread out, the weapons not within reach. He'd barely knock over the first 2 dominoes before he'd be aerated with bullets and dumped in the waiting ditch. "Not sure," Evan said. "They're all banged up. Neither one is the shooter I saw clearest." "Well," Montesco said, "they'll do, for now." Sensing their fate was near, the men rose and stood on wobbling legs. Montesco's eyes ticked to the pieces of rebar on the ground before them, jaggedly cut off, each the length of a tire iron. "Whichever one of you lives, I will hire." They stared at him disbelievingly. Then the one with the bloodied eye lunged for the rebar, ripping his compatriot off his feet. They scrambled in the mud, swinging and cursing and grunting. The wet thud of reinforced steel meeting flesh. An arm snapped. The elbow joint twisted the wrong way by the handcuff. One of them howled, their faces grimed with dirt and blood, a collarbone shattered, a shoulder, a head staved in. Both men toppled. One was dead, an eyeball half liberated from the socket. The other had landed on his knees, head angled wrong atop a fractured neck, gasping through a permanently unhinged jaw. "Oh," Montesco said with disappointment. "You're no good now." He shot the survivor through the face. The man keeled over, tumbling into the ditch, the handcuff chain yanking his friend in behind him. Turning to the dark windshield of the concrete truck, Martin rotated a finger in the air. A moment later the chute trembled, and then a torrent of concrete mix flowed forth, filling the ditch, burying the men's bodies in the foundation. Evan stared at the strip of gray taking hold in the soil, scabbing over the gash in the earth. It had been so matter-of-fact, not so much as a pause to honor the finality of 2 lives being layered into oblivion. As the other Leones huddled with Martin, Montesco withdrew to his SUV, sitting in the back. Evan joined him. Darling Boy started over, an aggressive charge in his step, but Montesco dismissed him with a wave of his hand. He sucked in an inhalation and blew crack-tinged smoke through the gaps in his teeth. An acrid smell filled the car. His wild eyes grew wilder yet. "I lied to you," Evan said. Those were 2 of the men who killed Rondo's crew. Montesco held the smoke in his open mouth, tasting it a moment before speaking around it. "Why would you do such a foolish thing?" "I'm concerned you have a mole in your organization. My men are loyal to the bone." When those shooters came into the San Bernardino headquarters, they knew exactly where to go. They were familiar with the space, who to take out first. It had been rehearsed. They'd been given the blueprint. Montesco's lips tightened, etched with fine wrinkles. His eyes darted past Evan out the window, at the conglomeration of men by the fresh-poured river of concrete. His cheek twitched twice, paranoia grinding away inside his skull. "I was waiting to see if any of your men would speak up in their defense," Evan said. "Failing that, I wanted to keep them." "Why?" to interview them. Interview them? Interrogation. Information extraction. Torture. Whichever term you prefer. Montesco took another hit, held it in his lungs, then reversed the cigarette and ground it into his tongue to put it out. You're criticizing my decision? You're impetuous, Evans said, which hurts my ability to get answers for you. Montesco unholstered his pistol, set it across his lap, finger curled through the trigger guard, aiming directly at Evans' stomach. Who the fuck said I wanted you to do anything for me? Evan kept his gaze level, giving nothing up. Montesco's shoulders and biceps were balled tight, platysmal bands popping in the strained sheet of his neck. A 1 centimeter movement of his forefinger and Evan would be gut-shot. Not a pretty way to go. Hours of agony and internal bleeding, assuming they didn't haul him over to a fresh ditch and bury him alive. El Moreno's shoulders shook. At first Evan thought he was laughing, but then it seemed he was sobbing. And then the sobs turned back into laughter. Okay, X, Montesco said. I'll give you 1 shot to figure out who my mole is. He pulled his finger from the trigger, set it straight along the frame. I'm taking you home. Chapter 34. Enemies Closer. At first light, the Gulfstream II set down on a private airfield in Guaridon. A convoy of matching SUVs waited at the edge of the airstrip. Except these had their license plates removed. Evan had little doubt that they were the ones that had carried Angelina away. Raúl Montesco took Evan with him, just the two of them in the back, a mute chauffeur behind the wheel. Friends close, enemies closer. Tattered bedsheets painted with the Leones emblem, that blue-eyed lion, flapped from the overpasses, along with various slogans praising La Familia and El Moreno himself. The point of the bedsheets wasn't in the messages written on them. The point was that the authorities did not feel safe to cut them down. A show of who ran this section of Nuevo León. Even so, Montesco's chauffeur made sure to stop 10 yards back from other vehicles at the first red light they hit, leaving room to escape in the event of a shootout. A blue Dodge Charger with a white stripe idled at the intersecting road before the just-changed traffic light. Policía Federal written in blocky letters on the side. Though the Federal had the green light, the officer gave a respectful tilt of his head to El Moreno's chauffeur, allowing him to coast ahead through the red light, along with the rest of the convoy. They wound their way through the broken city, the wreckage of brutal cartel rule on display at every turn. Men slinging bodies into the back of a pickup truck, pausing to wipe their foreheads and watch the SUVs speed by. A scrum of boys kicking a ragged soccer ball on a dirt field. A street dog jogging along the sideline with a human arm in its mouth. The boys played on. The sun rose, achingly bright, making Evan squint even through the tinted windows. They headed out of the city into the bleached light of morning, everything arid and bleak. Heat mirage wavered the potholed asphalt. Broken glass along the roadside gave off stabbing glares. A waft of sweet musk washed from the not-too-distant Chihuahuan desert, graveyard to 1,000 would-be dreamers. Across a broad valley, the tarmac washed with desert grit. The dotted center line disappeared at intervals beneath deltas of sand layering the highway into oblivion, a reminder that one day the earth would reclaim all of them and all of this. Rumbling up slope and down as the terrain dimensionalized. Veering off onto a pinched dirt road, heading through ambush-ready walls of wind-carved rock. Evan started to notice power lines and rusty storm drain grates, signs of encroaching civilization. A button-hook right fed the convoy into a path cut through limestone formations. A majestic wooden archway marked the entrance to El Moreno's estate, featuring carvings of the 3 monkeys of lore. A trio of sentries with bandido-style face coverings and MP7s manned the gate. The desert oasis was everything that Aragon's home was not, a Disney-fied sprawl of luxury and wealth. Succulents nested in quartz beds, swans bobbing in man-made rivers, hardscaping and xeriscaping and landscaping. An adobe-style mansion with ranch fixings and a number of smaller buildings trailing behind it like lesser islands of an archipelago. Solar panels, backup batteries and generators, sewer grates up the long driveway and beyond. A pool with a grotto surrounded by a scattering of bikinied women on chaise lounges, a horse corral with no horses. The now familiar Leones Leon plastered across a water tower, surveying the entire expanse with a king-of-the-jungle gaze. They arced through a circular white rock driveway and piled out, Montesco stretching his arms. "Let's get you fixed up," he said to Evan. "Mi casa, su casa." Despite its splendor, the house was designed to withstand a siege. Heavy metal doors with slits just wide enough to fit a muzzle through. Thick window shutters designed to halt sniper rounds. Guards at every entrance. Rats scurried through the shrubs. Intruders in paradise. Beside the 8-car garage was a building Evan initially took for a horse stable. A second glance confirmed it to be a jail. Women in various conditions and levels of undress were barely visible in the light slanting through the bars. Crammed 4, 5 to a cell. Buckets and mattresses. "Ah," Montesco said, "you are admiring the chicken coop. Come see." A sweaty hand on the back of Evan's neck as he steered him over. "These ones are too ugly for personal use. They're for trade. At month's end, we ship them to Vegas. I like having them here to look at." A good-natured grin. "My own personal zoo." They walked past the women, Evan doing his best to ignore the scores of eyes following them. Montesco pointed to a brass-plated skeleton key hung from a nail on a wooden pillar, just out of reach through the bars. "The key to their freedom. Just past their fingertips." A rumble of a laugh. "I like to play with my food." Moving to the end of the structure, he yanked open an unlocked cell door. A 10-by-12 space literally filled with currency straps. Euros and rubles, pesos and good old-fashioned $100 bills. "What do you want to be paid?" Montesco asked. "It doesn't matter. 20 million? 100 million? It's in there, rotting. Come, I'll show you." He escorted Evan around the side, yanking open a half-dozen other doors, each room filled with the riches of nations. He gripped both of Evan's shoulders, his sweaty face close. A drop of sweat wavered at the tip of his nose, but he didn't seem to notice, his eyes aflame. "You find the third Gulf Cartel shooter," he said. "You deliver the San Bernardino market to me and then Los Angeles. And I will make you a king." He caught himself. "No, not a king. A prince. A duke. A very rich man." Evan said, "I can do that. What would you like now?" Evan eyed a $100,000 brick of hundreds. "One of those should do." Montesco nodded. "Not too greedy. Smart." They started back to the main house. "I will have it brought to your room. Do you want women? Girls?" "No," Evan said. "Boys?" "Just some rest. I don't like distractions." A half step in the lead. Evan froze. Ambling around the side of the house no more than 50 yards away was a full-grown lion. He glided languidly with the confidence of an apex predator. At each step, muscles rose at his shoulders like plates of steel. He turned to stare at Evan, his muzzle blood-red and sopping. A moment later, a handler came into sight behind him, grasping a mosquito-nosed tranquilizer air rifle. The lion bared his teeth and roared. Evan felt the vibration at the base of his brainstem. Bored, the lion swung his head away and sauntered forward, collapsing in the shade of a palm tree to lick his massive wet paws. Evan allowed himself a breath. He understood better the rats rustling through the bushes, scavengers awaiting leftovers. The pulse in his neck made itself known. One of the girls in the cell at his back tittered at him. A flutter of movement in an upstairs window caught his eye. A feminine form shadowed at the pane, mostly lost behind the yellow glare of the day. Angelina? The proverbial captive princess in the tower? It brought back an echo of Belicia, self-quarantined in her room, alone with her grief. He blinked, and the figure was gone. Quickly, he returned his stare to the lion, who continued to eye him even as he worked his paws, his sandpapered pink tongue turning redder. Montesco watched Evan with amusement. "You're afraid of the wrong lion, muchacho." He pinched Evan's shoulder, shook him roughly yet affectionately, and steered him toward the front door. Chapter 35. No commandments for this. At first glance, the mansion's interior looked normal. But then Evan noted that the hallways were narrower than made sense, fatal funnels intended to slow any potential hostile encroachment. Metal doors at intervals formed barriers. Guards, sitting posts at random points along the labyrinthine layout rose as Evan and the dark man passed. Each sported a black nylon single grenade pouch at the belt. Speedy access to pop and roll a frag down slender corridors designed to enhance overpressure. MP7s were clearly the Leonis submachine guns of choice. Chambered for 4.6 by 30 mm cartridges designed to pierce NATO-standard titanium body armor. Compact and light, full auto capabilities, good at distance. And when the forward grip was used with the stock extended, it became a mini carbine, ideal for close-quarters combat. Like, say, if a firefight broke out inside a cartel leader's Adobe-style lair. They moved along the tile floors, passing metal steps corkscrewing up to the second floor. The tight stairwell ensured that prospective intruders could move between floors only one at a time. Ample space around the thin floating handrail ensured that plenty of critical mass was presented during the passage. The stairs led up to where Evan had spied the feminine form in the window. Darling Boy handed Evan's gun and knife to Montesco, then peeled off and descended the staircase, his boots clanking against the metal steps. "What's up there?" Evan asked. Montesco grinned a wicked grin and kept moving. "Valuable goods." Past a kitchen, a sunken conversation pit with a bar, a freestanding old-fashioned steel safe. Montesco turned the dial on the safe, swung it open. It contained phones, passports, sidearms. He placed Evan's items inside on an empty shelf. "This is where we park our guests' weapons and phones," he said, "so they can be more relaxed." A grin. "You can keep your phone, but you won't need your pistol and knife. You'll be safe here." Evan followed him down another corridor, through a large wooden door into a couch-lined study. A handsome young man whom Evan recognized as Raimundo Montesco sat behind an enormous mahogany desk, hands resting on the arms of a saddle-leather wing chair. At the sight of his father, Raimundo scrambled to his feet. "Papa." The dark man said, "Feeling comfortable in my seat?" "I was just—" "It's okay. Tell me, how does it feel, sitting there?" Raimundo moved out from behind the desk. A broad sheet of aquarium glass looked into an empty water tank, the rippling water throwing reflections around the room. It felt like I should not be there." "That's right." As Montesco stepped close to his son, A tremor tugged the skin beneath Raimundo's left eye. "It does feel that way for you. And yet I'm supposed to leave this, my life's work, in the hands of a boy who can't even sit behind a desk with confidence?" Raimundo lowered his eyes. Montesco extended a hand to Evan. "This is Xavier Francis, the only survivor to come out of the San Bernardino disaster. He was covered in blood. Do you think he made a single complaint? A single excuse?" Raimundo extended his hand. "An honor to meet you, Xavier." Evan shook. "X is fine." "Maybe you could learn from a man like him, hijo." Montesco grabbed his son's full cheeks, angled his head to Evan. "Look in his eyes. You can see he is not afraid. He is a lion like me." Montesco let go, patted Raimundo on the cheek. "Do you know what my boy's name means? King of the world. How far he has to come to live up to that name." He gestured at a heritage chart and family tree, both printed on faux-aged paper and memorialized in trying too hard ornate goldwood frames. "This lineage of Montescos I have traced back 15 generations. It ends with him. I am trying, Papa." "I grew up in a shanty room beneath a freeway underpass," Montesco told Evan. 1/4 the size of this room. Dirt floors, walls built from waste, planks and trash, some cardboard my mama painted white. No running water. A bedsheet between my brothers and where my mama and sisters slept. One open toilet in a field. 3 squat holes protected by a rusty metal sheet on one side. We would find corn cobs in the trash, pick out overlooked kernels to eat. Anyone used us. Everyone. However they pleased. Drug dealers, neighbors, older cousins. We were taught our worthlessness every day. And yet, here I am. How am I supposed to pass this on to my son, who is to carry the Montesco name? He who grew up here, eating lobster, vacationing in Zihuatanejo, sports cars and cupboards full of food. He is soft. How do I teach him to run an empire?" Evan stared at the boy and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. "Have him sit in when we discuss the plans for San Bernardino," Evan said. "I need to understand your supply and demand, what resources the cartel Gulf has in place there, and what you're willing to offer to recruit better muscle and brains into the Leones." Montesco walked around the substantial desk, settled into the wing chair with a huff, and pulled a cracked cigarette from a drawer. "Very well," he said. "Let us begin." As unhinged as the Dark Man was, he could maintain exceptional focus when discussing the intricacies of his dealings. Which chemicals came through which ports of entry, where to route product through third-world customs, how to build out low-cost infrastructure for pop-up labs. He smoked and smoked, dark pupils enlarging until they seemed to consume his eyes entirely. Evan mostly listened, asking pointed questions where he could, mentally filling in the dossier of La Familia Leon's enterprise he planned to turn over anonymously to the authorities once the mission was completed. Raimundo sat silently on the adjoining couch at the edge of the cushions, looking impatiently at the door. One thing was clear. He wasn't built for this. After a few hours, they moved poolside. Montesco continued to smoke, switching to cigars and adding mezcal to balance out the mix of stimulants. A sipping shot glass, an orange slice, worm salt with ground agave larvae and chili. Evan took a pass, keeping an eye on the guards, noting faces, movements, positions, as the third commandment demanded. From their position beneath a pergola, he could see the side window of the room in which he'd spotted a figure from the front yard earlier, but sensed no movement inside. He tried not to watch too closely. As the sun continued its path west, he caught a glimpse of a massive chandelier beyond the window, tear-shaped penduloques casting heavenly winks of light from myriad facets. Beyond that, no sign of movement, or of Angelina. As dusk came on, Montesco got stuck in a loop of his own drugged thinking. He seemed unable to escape a spiraling obsession with the third Gulf Cartel shooter, Evan's fiction taking root deep in his awareness. "I don't know how to describe him to you," Evan said, "but I'd know his face if I saw it again. I will figure it out, and when I do, you'll go back to L.A., and you'll bring me his head in a box." "I'm worried." "What?" "That they might come here first." Montesco snorted. "Good luck to them. This estate is built to repel an attack. Every hallway, every room. I have escape tunnels, a helicopter, and a fucking private army." "Those measures are worthless," Evan said, "if they have an inside man." Montesco rose, stumbled, slamming a hand on the table hard enough to make the bottle of mezcal jump. A dagger of sweat had bled through his shirt at the collar, stalactites painting the fabric beneath his armpits. He smelled bitter, smoke and body odor. "Get Darling Boy down here," he bellowed to no one in particular. "He knows the most about those Gulf motherfuckers. I want him to get me the name of the third shooter, and I want him to turn this place upside down to find them all." A few men scrambled into motion, scurrying inside the house, shouting commands. A few minutes later, Darling Boy emerged through the space where the sliding doors had been accordioned open. As El Moreno explained the problem, it became clear his body chemistry had crossed out of control, his voice rising in pitch and then falling to a whisper. His thoughts grew rambling, desultory, tempestuous. Darling Boy listened attentively with a forbearance that suggested he'd negotiated this type of storm many times over. Raimundo leaned back in his chair, away from the table and his father. When Montesco's words finally faded off into a low growl of exhaled smoke, Darling Boy spoke. "I will assemble pictures of Gulf sicarios, and I will look into our men, every last one of them." While he said this, he kept his cold eyes locked on Evan. "Now," Montesco said, Now. And bring this one with you." He shoved at the edge of his son's chair with the toe of his cowboy boot, causing Raimundo to topple over. "Yes, Jefe." Montesco glowered at them all. "And how is that bitch?" "She behaves poorly." Darling Boy unsheathed his knife, admired his reflection in the blade. "What bitch?" Evan asked. "We have a prize hen in our captivity," Montesco said. "Much too fine to be kept in the coop with the others. Isn't that right, Raimundo?" Picking himself up, Raimundo dusted off his knees. His bangs fell over his eyes, but he didn't look up at his father. "I can't trust this one to handle it either," Montesco said. "She's been giving us headaches. Doesn't know her place, always chirping at my men, the girls. We don't want to damage that perfect face. Yet." He ground his cigar into the orange slice. "She needs to be broken like a wild horse." "I've been there," Evan said, striking a sympathetic tone. "I've guarded trust fund girls and the daughters of sheikhs. There's an art to it, keeping them in line. No hassles, no friction. There's a way of making them understand, so they don't behave poorly." Montesco studied him, reptilian eyes flat and unblinking. For a moment, Evan thought he'd pushed too far too quickly. Then El Moreno waved his cigar. "Let's see how good you are, X," he said. "Why don't you go get that puta in line?" "Where is she?" He stabbed the glowing tip of the cigar at the corner bedroom on the second floor and said, "Take him." Darling Boy rose. Evan followed him into the house. Even the back of his neck was inked, blue-black flesh rippling like snakeskin. They wound their way up the metal stairs. Darling Boy stopped on the landing, waiting as Evan ascended to the second floor, keeping uncomfortably close. Evan's face drew level with his shoes, his knees, crotch, chest, chin. Then they were standing nose to nose. "I've been with him 17 years, Darling Boy said. Then you come along. Golden boy, straight teeth, pretty face, white. And he sits you at his side." "Thank you," Evan said. Those sunken eyes blinked once, twice. "For what?" "For calling me pretty. El Moreno is a great man. He has few blind spots. But you should know." Darling Boy dug the tip of his pointer finger into Evan's chest. "That I don't." He turned and led Evan down the narrow hall. They moved through a pinned-open metal door, and then he gestured to the closed door at the end and faded back toward the stairs. Thumbing through his phone, Jovencito sat outside the room on a chair tilted back so his shoulders rested against the wall. He didn't bother to look up as Evan approached. "El Moreno wants me to take next shift," Evan said. "See if I can talk some sense into her." Jovencito jogged forward, the front legs of the chair clicking against the tile. Pocketing his phone, he stood. "Don't touch the merchandise." That handsome grin, tempting as it may be. He walked past Evan, brushing his shoulder. Pulling out his roam zone, Evan called up a white noise-generating app tuned at specific frequencies to mask voices from being overheard or captured by covert surveillance. He put the phone away and then stood with his hand on the doorknob, waiting for the sound of Jovencito's footsteps to recede downstairs. A long and winding road had led to this door. There were no commandments for this, no rules or touchstones to guide him in managing whatever lay in the room behind. He took a breath, eased it out, twisted the knob silently. She was there, lying atop the covers on the bed, facing away. A tumble of thick black hair strewn across the comforter, head dipped forward, neck bent, a loose approximation of a fetal position. He entered loudly enough for her to hear his movement and shut the door behind him. "Angelina," he said softly. She turned, one arm stretching open so she could view him in a half-twist across her body. She was so beautiful that it was unsettling to look at her directly, as if he were seeing something he wasn't meant to see. For a moment he felt discomposed, voyeuristic. Then he refocused, clearing the haze of the first impression, seeing her as a girl a few years older than Joey. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm an acquaintance of your father's," he said in a low voice, inching forward. "I'm here to rescue you." "Rescue me?" She shifted further onto her back, the soft bump of her pregnant belly rising into view. "I don't want to be rescued," she said. "I ran away." Chapter 36. The Meaning of Regret. For the first time in memory, Evan found himself shell-shocked. He had a moment of pure denial, nearly sufficient to convince his brain that he'd misheard her. The first fucking commandment. He thought about the pictures from her 18th birthday party, how she'd worn a shawl so its ends dangled over her stomach, just enough to distract from the swell beneath. Angelina pushed herself up against the plush-upholstered headboard, arms protectively crossed over her rounded belly. "My father sent you?" Evan still couldn't find words. "What's your name?" Her voice was deep, not husky and not unfeminine either, but edged with soulful throatiness. "Call me X." Her face was flushed, forehead twisted with consternation.
Arnulfo, is he okay?
Who?
Arnulfo. He was catering the party. My birthday party. They hit him in the face with the butt of a gun. So much blood. They split his lip. They weren't supposed to hurt anyone. Is he okay? And Hortensia, my God, she must have been terrified.
Evan finally caught up to himself.
The caterer?
A split lip? Do you have any idea what you've done?
What I've done? I didn't have a choice. My papa, he would have killed me. And worse.
Tears sprang to her eyes instantly, glassing them over but refusing to fall.
It would have broken him.
The pieces slid into place with sudden, horrifying clarity.
Raimundo,
Evan said. She looked at him, trauma writ large upon her face. Even in grief she was luminescent, lit from within. Impossibly wide eyes, impossibly long lashes.
Zihuatanejo,
Evan said.
Both of your families happen to vacation there every year during Semana Santa.
He ran his fingers through his hair, a rare show of aggravation.
Star-crossed lovers playing games. Don't belittle us. You have no idea what Raimundo's been through. You have no idea how strong he is.
So what's your plan? Let your parents believe you're dead? Live out your days here under lock and key? Hope not to get fed to the lions?
At this, her lip trembled, but she bit down on it. This wasn't the plan. This isn't our future. Raimundo doesn't want this any more than I do. We're gonna get out of here, and we're gonna start over, and
You're not gonna anything, Angelina.
El Moreno is a psychopath. This isn't a game. This isn't a movie. They will kill you in the most painful way possible. Feed you to the lions. Cut your eyelids off.
Carve your face right off your head. You're on his land, where he tortures and kills people. Your unborn baby is here with these men.
I didn't know what to do.
She was refusing to cry, her hands clenched into fists, emotion coming up beneath her smooth skin, inflaming the rims of her eyes and nostrils.
We didn't know what to do. People have died,
Evan said.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
She pressed her knuckles to her mouth.
We didn't think it would go like this. I'm sorry. Raimundo thought it would be safe here, that his father would be proud to have a grandbaby, that he would let us leave and start a life. It didn't work out that way. We're not free here.
He keeps me watched in here, won't let me see a doctor, won't let Raimundo see me when he wants.
But I couldn't have stayed at home either.
Her tone sharpened, and she kept on vehemently, as if Evan were arguing with her. It was impossible there, too.
Me, the only Urrea child, Aragon's daughter, pregnant by a Leon. There were no options. I know who my father is. I know what he's capable of. You think he would hurt you? Not me, she said. Raimundo. My dad would have gone to war.
He has gone to war.
You don't understand. You don't know what it's like. I had nowhere to go. They put you on a pedestal, and any way you step, you fall off.
What? Who did?
I don't know. Everyone.
The whole town. My father.
You can't move. It's like...
Her hand circled helplessly.
They want you to be a portrait, but it's always their painting, you know. And for once,
she sucked in a wet breath.
I wanted to be the painter. My own painter.
Now, finally, she was sobbing.
There's so much pressure. what they think, what they want, how they'll act if you don't do the right thing in their eyes. You're exhausting. You're all so exhausting. I'm not here to exhaust you. I'm here to help you. Right. You're different. She tried for sarcastic, but only came off heartbroken, despairing. I just want to be left alone. I just want to be alone with Raimundo and the baby. Why can't we just— You can't do this right now, Evan cut in. Understand me? He shot a glance at the door. You cannot fall apart. I know. Sorry. I'm sorry. She tilted her skull back to thunk against the headboard. A moment ago she'd been crying freely, but already she was reining it in, getting herself under control. When I was first here, I used to pinch myself, like to wake up from a bad dream. She showed him the inside of her arm, the tender skin bruised yellow and purple. But then I stopped. Easier to just be numb. Be whatever you need to be right now, Evan said, but in front of them, you have to obey me. Completely. Wow. She glowered at him, face flushed and miserable. I knew it. You're not different. You're just like everyone else. If you listen to me, there's a chance Montesco will let me guard you. If you don't, you get darling boy. You choose. She pulled in another breath, locked it between clenched teeth. Speechless. Defeated. He sat on the edge of the bed, took her bare arms in his grip, held her gaze, hoping she would match her breathing to his to slow it down. I will figure out how to protect you. How? I don't know. I don't even know what you want. Behind them the door banged open and she bolted upright, startled. Jovencito entered, whistling a high, fluttering tune. Evan kept his grip on Angelina's arms, but now made it look menacing, switching modes on a dime. New posture, new bearing, new expression. He stared straight through her eyes, spoke in a cold, hard voice she recoiled from. Fuck with me again, and I will teach you the meaning of regret. She jerked her head in a terrified nod. Don't damage the goods, Jovencito said. Romeo will be upset, which means his father will be angry. No need to damage her, Evan said, sliding off the bed. Not anymore. We've reached an understanding. Isn't that right, girl? She looked at him, still breathing hard, nostrils flaring. Behind her long eyelashes, her gaze was wounded, as bruised as the dappled skin of her forearm. She lowered her eyes, gave a meek nod. Evan started out, Jovencito signaling his approval, wearing an impressed frown. Clearing the doorway, Evan couldn't bring himself to turn around and see the wreckage on Angelina's face. You continue to surprise, Caballo Oscuro, Jovencito said. Who knows what else you're capable of? Evan wondered the same thing. The bedroom suite was the picture of luxury. Marble surfaces, granite soaking tub, high thread count sheets. Somehow before this week, Evan had managed not once to play house guest to a criminal mastermind. But that drought had ended with a twofer. The room looked to have been done by an upscale designer. Generic art on the walls, a squat floor vase sprouting curling willow branches, floating shelves filled with actual books, though they were coverless, organized by color, and half were upside down. Montesco could buy everything in the world but class. Freshly showered, Evan crossed the room, bare feet sinking into the plush carpet, and stared at the array of decorative literature. An urge rose in his chest to alphabetize them. He quashed it. At the foot of the sleigh bed, a rolling suitcase rested atop a luggage rack, hard-shelled lid raised to display the brick of $100 bills he'd requested.
That certainly beat a chocolate on a pillow. To the memory foam mattress, lying down, a single deep inhalation that he drew up from the soles of his feet. Exhale. Exhaustion descended over him. A secret love affair, a pregnant girl, a faked kidnapping, one family destroyed, the other dangerous beyond compare. And the nowhere man tangled up in the middle with a skill set utterly unsuited to addressing a conflict like this. This was the stuff of families, disappointment and passion, resentment and heartbreak, dashed dreams and failed hopes, intimacy. This wasn't his arena. What had Mia told him? You fit in, sure, but that's different from belonging. He thought of her freckles, the weight of her head in the crook of his elbow, his fingertips at her neck, checking for a pulse. He tapped her number into the roam zone, sent her a text. How did it go with the neurologist? A pause. Now she was typing, the 3 dots taking their time. Finally, can you talk? He felt the weight of the question in his chest. He texted, no. A moment after the fact, it occurred to him how she might take that, so he added, out of country for work. No privacy. When are you back? I don't know. The screen was blank. Still blank. Then, ... He waited, impatiently. I need a consult with a neurosurgeon now. Evan stared at the phone. Tiny digital words rendered from 1s and 0s. Just 8 of them. But they packed an awful lot of punch. Day after tomorrow, 10 a.m., she texted. The doctors were in a hurry. Time-sensitive matters were rarely ideal when it came to neurosurgeons. He typed, fuck. Yeah, fuck. Another bubble popped up. Good night, Mr. Danger. Good night. He stared at his phone. The urge to get home to Mia was as alien as any he'd ever felt. The oval tray ceiling was rimmed with ornate molding and embedded lighting, the drop-down borders in a soothing off-white to accent the scene painted above. Wispy clouds across a cerulean sky, Michelangelo's dome with the day players removed. It was empty, forlorn, a beautiful mural of heavenly nothingness. Everything beneath this roof was grand and showy, dangerous and cold, so different from Aragon and Belicia's home. Eden felt impossibly remote. Evan wondered what the hell he'd gotten himself into, and how he would possibly get out. He thought about how, when he needed to execute a mission, he flattened the world into 2 dimensions. But how people like Joey, Mia, and Peter demanded 3. This mess, with Angelina and Raimundo, Aragon and Belicia, would require him to occupy both perspectives at the same time. Something he'd never attempted. Not a safe operational space. All he knew was that he knew nothing, and that this nothing was deeper and blacker than the nothing he thought he'd known before. It was time to shut down. He told himself to go to sleep, and he listened. Chapter 37. Fetch the Lion. El Moreno showed his face a bit past noon, and from the look of it, he needed longer yet to sleep off what he'd been trying to sleep off. As he stepped out onto the back patio to where Evan sat beneath the pergola, his terry bathrobe flapped extravagantly, showing off maroon briefs, hairy legs, and ostrich-skin cowboy boots. A cigar hung crookedly from his mouth, adhered to his bottom lip, free of the clamp of his upper jaw. It wobbled as he spoke. Caballo Oscuro. Enjoying the view. His face held pressure lines from whatever he'd fallen asleep on. A pillow, a swirl of sheets, the ergonomic front grip of an MP7. Evan had spent the morning clocking Montesco's men, watching the guard station switches, noting which vehicles rolled through the front gate and how often. The side of the house provided a superb vantage to the workings of the estate. Since his arrival, Evan had kept a running tally of Montesco's men. On top of the 2 sicarios, his count had reached 41. Topless girls in string bikini bottoms lounged on poolside boulders or splash-slid into the water like aquarium turtles. A half-dozen workers were up the palm trees with razor-toothed saws, thinning out the crowns. Jovencita was guarding Angelina's room, and Darling Boy had positioned himself at a downstairs window, his ugly face aimed at Evan. Raimundo scurried out of the house. It was clear he'd been waiting nervously for his father to make an appearance. "Papa, I'd like to see my girlfriend." Montesco took his time with the cigar, savoring a puff. "Your girlfriend? Nothing here is yours, hijo. Everything here is ours. Father and son is the most important relationship on this planet. For years the Montesco name meant nothing. Until me. Now, it is all that matters." He paced in showy fashion, waving his cigar, walking beneath the hum of the workers overhead. "You will inherit everything. All that is mine will be yours. Which means that all that is yours is mine. Do you understand?" Raimundo's head was tilted down, but the muscles of his neck had tightened, as if he were girding himself, and Evan saw something rising in the young man he had not seen before. "What if I don't want that?" Raimundo's voice trembled, but there was a thread of steel in it. The dark man's face literally darkened, the inner blackness pushed to the surface like toxins fighting their way out. His stare held a cold enmity that Evan had seen on only a few occasions in the entirety of his time as Orphan X. It verged on inhuman, tainted with something preternatural, a kind of evil summoned up, channeled from another place. Raimundo literally withered before his father's glare. When Montesco spoke, his voice held an uncharacteristic calm. "I will line up 50 of my best men and rape her until she falls to pieces, until her body comes apart." Raimundo was breathless. "You wouldn't do that. Even you." "Why not? My life's work. My sweat and blood clawing myself up out of the gutter an inch at a time. It's in you, my son." Montesco's tone was gentle, even loving, but the sadistic gleam had not left his eyes. "You want to walk away from everything I've built? Everything I am? When I'm gone, you will turn my legacy into dust, destroy me. You'd exterminate my name, the name of my father. If you're willing to do that to me, don't question what I will do to her." And now he leaned closer, his shadow falling across his son's face. "What will be left? If you betray all that I've done, all that I am, what will remain of me?" "What if I'm something better?" Raimundo looked stunned that the words had escaped him. Immediately his posture changed, crumpling inward. "Papa, forgive me. I didn't mean—" Montesco backhanded him, knocking him to the ground, then started kicking him in the ribs, face contorted with rage. His hair tumbled across his eyes, and for a moment it seemed like he'd unleashed something that could never be contained, that he would literally kick his son to death. As Montesco wound up once more, Evan tensed to intervene. But before he could, a cry came from overhead. A dead palm frond fell weightily from the sky, striking Montesco at the back of his neck. He staggered and dropped his cigar, embers cascading along the concrete. knocked down onto a knee, hair thrown forward across his face, his maroon ass hanging out of the bathrobe. It was as though someone had pressed pause on the world. Girls frozen in the grotto, mouths ajar. Darling boy on his feet inside, one hand pressed to the window pane. The guards standing rigidly, as if afraid to breathe. Montesco rose, dusted off his knee, spit a bit of tobacco from his tongue. There was a hum coming off him, a low vibration of rage. That too wide mouth quivered. The eyes, offset by that broad nose, had an animal intensity, fire and wounded pride. It was as though he'd been punctured, unveiled as a mere human who could get struck on the head and knocked down like anyone else. Time and time again, Evan had learned that nothing in the world was more dangerous than a weak man who felt humiliated. The worker was rappelling down the trunk of the palm tree, pulley rope literally smoking in his hands. He hit the ground unevenly, stumbling over to the dark man and throwing himself prostrate on the concrete. An older man, quite short, long-sleeved shirt drenched with sweat, missing his front teeth. His name patch read, Venustiano. "Perdóname, jefe, perdóname." Venustiano was too scared to sob, but his chest heaved as though he were. Raimundo crawled away, finding his feet, keeping his distance from his father and the newest distraction. Darling boy had emerged from the house. He stood across the pool, arms loose at his sides. Montesco looked not at the tree trimmer, but at Darling boy. He swept his sweat-slick locks back over his head, restoring himself to his full height. "Fetch the lion," he said. Chapter 38. What It Means to Be Ruthless. Time seemed to stand still for another few minutes, Venustiano sobbing quietly at Montesco's feet, while Montesco smoked his cigar, the breeze riffling his hair. Raimundo reached a trembling hand to the patio chair and lowered himself into it. Evan sat as well, his mind spinning. He had no weapon, armed guards every which way. If he tried to save the tree trimmer, he'd be outed and likely killed, which meant Angelina would not be saved. The seventh commandment decreed one mission at a time, which was all well and good until it collided with the 10th commandment. Never let an innocent die. Now 6 of Montesco's men were wheeling an enormous contraption across the park-like lawn beyond the pool. It was a massive cage, not unlike 2 soccer goals set mouth to mouth with a dividing wall rigged to a handle. Evan had sworn to help Angelina. He'd earned the trust of her father and the hope of her mother, and trust and hope were not responsibilities he could jettison lightly. Now a roar vibrated the bones in Evan's spine. The lion ambled into sight at the back of the house, the handler appearing a moment later, 5 feet back, trank rifle in hand. The lion swung his mighty head to glower at them across the backyard. The handler shouted a command, and the lion lumbered forward into the massive cage. The door slid shut behind him. Salivating profusely, he stared hungrily over at El Moreno. Montesco prodded Venustiano with the sharp toe of his cowboy boot. "Go." The old man was sobbing. "Go." One of the guards came over, the skinny guy with protruding teeth whom the others called Nacho. He grabbed the tree trimmer by the arms and hauled him across the lawn to the cage. He was boneless, legs dragging limply behind him. Nacho threw him in the back of the cage. Only the partition separated him from the lion. Montesco smiled at Evan and Raimundo. "Come, let's have some fun." They walked over, Raimundo trailing like a beaten dog, wiping blood from his nose and clutching his ribs. Darling boy joined them along with a dozen of the guards. The women hoisted themselves out of the pool, sitting on the edge, shivering and watching. The lion pranced and roared, ropes of drool dangling from his jowls. He swatted the metal partition with a paw, the impact like a thunderclap. Venustiano balled himself up in the far corner, knees to chin, head lowered, shoulders shaking. Something drew Evan's focus to the house. Angelina at her window, staring down, hand clasped over her mouth, in the blush of youth, pregnant, stunning. The toothless man, skin leathered from a lifetime of hard work, not much tread left on the tires. Her whole life in front of her, his mostly in the rear view. Evan felt Darling Boy's sunken eyes picking across his face, watching him distrustfully, waiting for a tell. Montesco stepped forward, gripped the handle. Venustiano was muttering the Lord's Prayer in Spanish, "En la tierra como en el cielo," and the breeze carried the stink of his panic sweat and the lion's musk, nearly overpowering at this proximity. Darling Boy's unremitting stare, Angelina watching from afar, feral heat radiating off the lion, guards encircling the cage, MP7s at the ready, the 7th commandment and the 10th at war inside Evan's chest. Veins stood out in Montesco's arm. He tensed, ready to throw the handle and lift the partition. Venustiano's words blurring together. "Y perdónanos nuestras deudas." The creak of the ratchet engaging, the partition shuddering and lifting an inch off the ground, now a foot, the lion shoving his snout eagerly at the gap. "Wait," Evan said. Montesco's head snapped over to him. Darling Boy's lips peeled back from his cracked yellow teeth in something darker than a smile, something like lustful anticipation. Montesco released the handle, and the partition slammed back down. Evan's mind churned for any plausible explanation. The words left his mouth before he had time to consider them. "Let me have this one." Montesco stepped aside, gestured for Evan to take his place at the handle. "No," Evan said. "Not now. It needs to happen later." Darling Boy practically hummed with excitement. "Why is that? Why does the Gabacho want us to delay?" "Yes," Montesco said. "Why the change of heart?" Venustiano lifted his head from the ledge of his forearms. Darling Boy's pistol was drawn, aiming down the side of his leg. He stared at Evan through baggy eyes, pencil mustache rimming his bunched mouth. Raimundo doubled over, hands on his knees, breathing hard. The dark man sidled closer to Evan, brow twisted with confusion. "I asked you a question." "You told your boy he could learn from a man like me," Evan said. "You're his father. You can't see him clearly, even his weakness. You smell it, but you don't understand the way in." Raimundo straightened up, legs trembling. Montesco scowled. He could take it as a challenge or an opportunity. Evan's breath burned in his chest. He had no idea which way it would go. Then Montesco gave a slight nod. "He has to carry on your name," Evan pressed forward, "which means he has to toughen up." "You want him to do it?" Montesco said. Evan shook his head. "There's no lesson in impulsiveness. Anyone can be scared into doing something." He pointed at Venustiano. "Throw him in the chicken coop. Make him wait. Make him know it's coming. At the end of the month, before the women ship out. Gather them all around and make them watch too. Day and night. He will think about what's waiting for him, marinating in the panic with those women. Every minute, every hour. Him and your son. Let Raimundo carry the burden of it. Let him learn what it means to be ruthless. The way you learned as a boy. The way I learned." Raimundo was quivering, standing askew, 1 foot a half step back as if he feared toppling over. Darling Boy eased forward to Montesco's side, Jefe. Montesco held up a hand, dismissing him without so much as a glance. I like that, Caballo Oscuro. A snap of his fingers. Release him. The guards opened the rear door and dragged Venustiano out. Now, Montesco said, cinching his sash and moving for the house. Who's ready for lunch? Chapter 39. Virulent Heat. The study was clouded with smoke from the cracked cigarettes. The lights were off, the only glow filtering through the aquarium water from above as the day bled into night. Montesco's energy filled the mansion, the entire estate. Even when he was out of sight, yanking mistresses from the pool, drinking in the kitchen, napping in his bedroom. A kind of virulent heat emanated from him, tangible through the walls. During the course of the day, Evan had made a few gentle insinuations about checking in on the girl, but Montesco either didn't register them or chose to ignore them, leaving Angelina in the hands of his sicarios. After banging around the mansion for most of the afternoon, disappearing at intervals to fuck and smoke, Montesco had summoned Evan to discuss his plans for expansion into Los Angeles. Evan spoke thoroughly and extensively about the criminal networks he'd become familiar with over the past years, where they laced together in cooperation, and where friction had reached a dangerous temperature. Once again, Montesco found surprising clarity when it came to business, poking at the picture Evan painted, searching out vulnerabilities and opportunities. Now he paused, toking deeply before grinding out the butt in a vintage cut crystal ashtray centered on his spotless leather blotter. In the penwell, ridiculously, rested a Mont Blanc fountain pen that had likely never been uncapped. Your plan for Raimundo. It's smart. Evan nodded. Why do you think I keep that girl here? Why do you think I sent my men to take her from her cabron father? So I could have something. Something for my boy to care about. So he could learn. Leverage. That's right. A man like you understands. Montesco steepled his hands, stared at Evan over his fingertips. You should pray you never have a son as useless as mine. His weak heart, coming here with that useless bitch. Well, Evan said, maybe she's not entirely useless. What do you mean? The baby can carry on your name. Montesco pondered. If it's a boy. Yes, if it's a boy. And what? Maybe Raimundo can become a man. For this. When you became a father, I'd imagine that changed you. Montesco leaned back in the oversized chair, dark eyes shining, that burnt orange lion peering out from his inner forearm. It did. It altered the meaning of the world for me. And it can for him. If it's a boy. Yes, if it's a boy. A male baby could teach Raimundo the awesomeness of this responsibility to carry on your name. Unless... What? The girl's health, Evan mused. She doesn't come from strong stock like Raimundo does. What if the baby is born all fucked up? Do you know that it's good? Has she seen a doctor? No. I haven't let her leave the estate. She has food and space to rest and whatever else she wants. She doesn't need a fucking doctor. Evan waited, watched Montesco's eyes flicker about the room, pondering. She doesn't need a fucking doctor, he repeated. Right? Evan shrugged. How should I know? I don't know anything about babies. Montesco inhaled deeply, nostrils flaring. But you know how to keep girls like her in line. That I do. It's settled. You will take her. Take her where?
The hospital in the city. I will have it all arranged. You'll have a convoy at your disposal. I'm not a babysitter. If I tell you you're a babysitter, Caballo Oscuro, then you're a fucking babysitter. Evan let the words land on him, gritted his teeth, pretended to work something out inside himself. Yes, Jefe, he said. Tomorrow morning. Montesco stood up. Find out if there's a boy in her belly. If there's not, she'll have an abortion. And I'll put a boy in there myself. Chapter 40. Who Are You? They stood in the circular driveway just past the portico, the morning light blinding on the quartz stone, everyone lined up as if seeing off newlyweds. Montesco, Raimundo, and Angelina, both sicarios and a host of Montesco's strongmen, armed and awaiting instructions. 3 dark SUVs idled before them, freshly cleaned, spotless windows, chauffeurs ready to go. In the gardens around them, Evan could hear rats scuttling. Shade fell across the makeshift jail of the chicken coop, the women inside barely visible. Just body parts glimpsed in stray bands of sunlight and the occasional flash of eyes. Humans chopped to pieces by light and darkness. The tree trimmer sat in the nearest cell, head lowered, the dim outline of a statue. The brass-plated skeleton key glinted in the sunlight, tauntingly out of reach, winking at the captives. The swans floated on the man-made river beside the driveway, oblivious to human suffering. Montesco opened the rear door of the middle vehicle for Evan, but Evan shook his head. I can drive myself. If there's an ambush, I want to be behind the wheel. Darling Boy started forward, boots crunching rocks. Jefe, why would you trust this gabacho? He could drive off with her and we'd never see her again. Why would he do that? Montesco said. Who knows what Aragon Urrea would pay for her return? Not as much as I can pay. Montesco stared at Darling Boy and Evan in turn. Remember that. He snapped his fingers and called out, Raudel! The chauffeur emerged and tossed the keys to hit El Moreno's raised hand. Montesco dropped them into Evan's palm, but then seized Evan's fist, squeezing it firmly around the keys so metal pinched skin. Bring her back to me. Of course, Jefe. Watch her closely. She is precious cargo. At least Romeo here thinks so. El Moreno grabbed his son's shoulder and jogged it roughly. Back to Evan. My men will flank you on the drive. They'll be with you every step of the way. I understand. Evan leaned in, lowered his voice. Watch your back while I'm gone. Montesco's eye twitched, a first sign of paranoia yielding to stress. Darling Boy will help me flush out this snake. Despite his quiet voice, a vein popped in his throat. He was feeling the strain. Until then, I will keep an eye on everyone. That was good. The more Darling Boy put the screws to Montesco's men to find the mole, the more it would undermine Montesco's confidence and his men's faith in him. As Montesco started to turn, Evan gently grasped his arm. Can I have my gun back? Montesco grinned. Not yet, Caballo Oscuro. Only once he headed back to the house did Raimundo step forward and embrace Angelina. First ultrasound. She nodded into his shoulder. I can't believe I'll see our baby. I'm sorry I can't go with you, he whispered into her hair, his words just loud enough for Evan to register. His voice trembled, and there were tears in his eyes. But I know you'll do great. Be strong. Te amo. Te amo. Evan held open the passenger door for Angelina, and she climbed in. As he shut it and turned, Darling Boy was standing right there. I don't know what play you're running, Gaba, he hissed through wrecked teeth, but I will figure it out. Evan sidestepped him and walked to the driver's door. Jovencita was waiting there, whistling.
It was like a Sicario partner swap. Jovencito's smile was dazzling, as bright as the gleaming quartz. I will be in the front car. This is my number in case we hit any turbulence. He turned a shitty Kyocera flip phone over, showed Evan the digits printed on a label adhered to the back. Follow my lead, and we will have no problems. Evan jerked his chin down in a nod. Darling boy had retreated to the mansion, offering a final glare from the front door before disappearing. I'm not threatened by you like he is, Jovencito said. Why should I be? I'm younger, stronger, better looking. Haven't lost a step. So, you and I are good. As long as you remember I'm the best, we will be okay. Affable tone, joking twinkle in his eye. He was playing an alpha game, but he wanted Evan's approval, too. I remember when I was a young bull like you, Evan said. I wouldn't want to fight me at that age either. Jovencito said, Then let us hope we never have to. Walking to the lead car, he twirled a cattle roundup finger over his head. Let's go, Nacho. As Nacho followed Jovencito dutifully to the front vehicle, Evan climbed into the middle SUV. Angelina started to say something, but he sliced a hand low over the console to quiet her until he got up the white noise-generating app on his roam zone. He set it in the cup holder, clenched the wheel, stared at Jovencito's SUV ahead, the rear vehicle in his side mirror. He summoned the third commandment, master your surroundings, and scanned the area with hyperfocus. A few storm drains were visible down the long driveway, rusty and weather-beaten save for one in the garden, which looked newly installed and well-maintained. Curious? A moment later they rolled forward, guards shoving open the front gate. They passed beneath the giant wooden archway, 2 of the 3 carved monkeys peering down at them. Limestone formations flashed by on either side, and then they were out onto the dirt road carved through towering walls of rock. He studied the power lines, noted the conditions of additional storm drains and sewer grates, gauged the topography and distance between turns, and plugged them all into the internal map he'd been building since he'd first arrived. They popped out into the low valley, dunes rolling past like waves of sand, wind sending grit skittering across the windshield. The truck thrummed along the ragged asphalt, the buildings of Guaridon visible in the distance, ugly rectangular slabs thrusting up like a row of tombstones. Angelina had remained silent, curled into herself, her face aimed out the window so all he could make out was one smooth cheek. The sight of her triggered a memory of a similar ride decades ago. 12-year-old Evan in the passenger seat of Jack Johns's dark sedan, his first trip out of the Baltimore projects. He'd been no more than a scrawny kid, dried blood crusted on his neck, wrists raw from handcuffs, the somber mood thick enough to choke on. And yet, there had been trust there somehow, even before Jack had pulled out his white handkerchief and offered it for Evan to blot his bloodied cheek. I saw what El Moreno tried to do to that poor man yesterday, she said. The tree trimmer guy. My lord. She crossed herself. What will happen to him? Evan pictured the man balled up in terror, quivering against the lion's roars. I have 2 weeks to figure that out. What happens in 2 weeks? The chicken coop gets emptied, the women sent to Vegas. The tree trimmer fed to the lion. The words seemed to move straight through her, those soulful brown eyes holding something deeper than hurt, something like trauma incarnate. She blinked a few times, reining herself back in, and then blew out a breath. Raimundo and I were allowed to see each other for a few minutes this morning, she said. I told him about you. I told him you were good. Good is an overstatement, Evans said. Then added, sharply, Can he be trusted? She looked at him and coughed out a laugh. Clearly, I think he can be trusted. I trusted him with my whole life. Your judgment hasn't exactly been exemplary, She turned away again, light playing across her face.
You're all like that, ready to criticize,
waiting to tell me every little thing I got wrong. You think this is a little thing? She clenched her hand and pressed it to her mouth. After a moment, Evan noticed her shoulders shake almost imperceptibly.
You're right, she said. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You apologize too much. She appraised him over her shoulder.
That's what my father tells me.
He's complicated, Evan said, but he's right about some things. The tires hammered over a pothole, causing them to bounce in their soft leather seats. The air conditioner blew cool and steady in their faces. Sealed inside a bubble of luxury, they moved through the wretched outskirts of the city. A dead body lay in a dirt lot, 2 dogs yanking at the pant leg. It felt like they were manning a submersible, moving through deep waters, scanning an underworld vista from a scientific remove. Angelina cupped her hand on the window, fingernails pressed to the glass.
It's easy for me to think how awful it is to be me,
that I'm the only one who could possibly feel this way. She took a breath greedily, as if oxygen were hard to find. I mean, I'm the daughter of a sort of cartel leader who's also a wonderful father who's also cut people's throats, or had them cut.
Who's also the most decent man I know.
And here I am with all this money and power and really none at all, feeling like I'm so different.
But maybe that's how everybody feels. Maybe that's why we're all so lonely.
Another breath, the words strangled, like she was forcing them out.
And the way I look.
It's like this curse I'm supposed to pretend is a blessing. I walk in a room and every set of eyes moves to me. And they all want something from me. It's like envy, or lust, or jealousy. They want to see me naked. They want to see me demeaned. They want to see me fill some role for them.
Everyone I've ever met except
Raimundo. A quick jerk of a nod.
Have you ever really been seen?
I don't mean the way we act every day. I mean like someone really gets you.
The real part of you?
Evan gripped the wheel. Didn't answer. The direction in which the conversation was headed was out of his comfort zone, into an overgrown tangle of softer emotions he could not afford now or ever.
You fit in, sure. But that's different from belonging.
He thought of Mia's bare shoulders, the warmth of her body curled into his, way in the distant past before seizures and neurosurgeons and tyrant rulers with lions primed for the taste of human flesh. Angelina seemed to take his silence as an answer.
Imagine what you'd be willing to do, she said, to have that.
To be with the one person who ever really saw you. He debated turning on the radio just to shut her up, but then remembered that this mission existed in that space between 2 and 3 dimensions, that in order to save her and be true to Aragon and Belicia, he might have to forge into that overgrown tangle, make room to endure it long enough to see a way out.
And I know,
Angelina added quickly. Boo-hoo, poor little rich girl. And yes, it would be worse if I were crippled or sick or begging for cigarette butts in Calcutta. But I hate it. I hate what I look like. Her gaze lifted to the small mirror in the visor, and she glared at her flawless face with tangible loathing. Everyone thinks I have all this value because of who I am. Who are you? She glanced at him, confused and rattled, and once again her beauty struck Evan like a revelation. It was unsettling, preternatural, a curse just as she'd said, testing her and everyone around her all the time.
How many conversations have you had about me? She asked.
Since you were busy getting fake kidnapped and being held hostage? Quite a few. Okay, fine. Those women in that chicken coop. How many conversations are being had about them? Or are they just lost, like all those girls in Ciudad Juarez, because they're not Aragon Urrea's daughter? And I mean, what? Would you be fighting so hard to save me if I weren't his daughter? Yes? Fine. If I had Down syndrome? Yes. If I were, I don't know, ugly? Would you really help me if I didn't look this way? Yes. Well, great, she said. That makes one of you. Two, Evan said. That makes two of us. If what you said about Raimundo is true. She was silent for a long time, and when she spoke, her voice was even throatier than normal. It is. Then don't forget that. What he's risking for you. It's not just you now. She nodded, tears spilling, and her hands moved to the swell of her belly. The lead SUV threw on its signal and banked right into the hospital's drop-off area. Evan pulled to the curb, sandwiched between the two SUVs filled with the Dark Man's acolytes. And, to be fair, he said, the tree trimmer did look a bit like you. She halted with her hand on the door handle, looking back at him with a surprised expression on her face. Then she smiled. A sad smile that quickly faded. I've never done this before, she said. Evan waited. Will you stay with me? In there? Evan hesitated. Found his answer. Yes. She reached for his hand. Her skin was cool, impossibly soft. The skin of a child. Evan looked away, uncomfortable. She squeezed his hand once, took a sharp inhale, and climbed out. Chapter 41. A Little Pressure. A fussy man with a comb-over, the chief of staff met them in the lobby, shaking hands and offering praise for Raul Montesco that sounded strained. They filed past the ER, Evan, Angelina, Jovencito, and 3 armed men, bulling their way through the other departments. Doctors, nurses, and patients parted like the Red Sea. The remaining 6 henchmen waited back with the SUVs, an early alarm system for would-be attackers. Without his gun, Evan felt naked, and he clocked the passing surroundings for makeshift weapons, metal tray, syringe, clipboard. The chief of staff apologized for the state of the hospital. Lack of funds have made things difficult, he said in Spanish. We've had to make do with what we have, but we cleaned up our biggest room, one of the surgical suites, and made sure it has everything needed for an OB/GYN examination of this importance. In the lead, Jovencito said nothing, his forearm ushering his jacket aside to show off the polished chrome Desert Eagle 44 at his waist. Angelina quickly stepped in to thank the doctor. I'm sorry for any inconvenience. He waved her off. No inconvenience at all. And this, a gesture to a white-coated woman, handsome and strong of jaw, is our finest obstetrician. He grinned. She did not. She didn't look a day over 30, and yet she wore a skunk streak of white in her thick black hair. The name tag on her scrubs read Dr. Ortega. She said, "Put your guns away." The men hesitated a moment and then complied, Nacho obeying last. Jovencito stepped forward to Ortega. The protocol for this visit will be... Dr. Ortega extended a flat hand, placed her knuckles on the side of Jovencito's arm, and pressed him aside, clearing her sightline to Angelina and Evan. Are you the father? Ortega asked. What? Evan said. No. Ortega cast a gaze past her alarmed chief of staff to Jovencito and the other henchmen. All you men will wait outside. The chief of staff grinned nervously at Jovencito. Of course. We're not giving any orders here. That's fine, Jovencito said, as if Ortega's demand were something he needed to approve. Ortega extended a hand to Angelina. I'm Maya, she said as they shook. Let's get you taken care of. She started to lead Angelina away, but Angelina turned back to Evan. "Wait. Can he come with me?" Jovencito said, "Absolutely not." Angelina blanched, shoulders folding inward. She lifted her gaze to find Evan's, a split second of eye contact. He tried to convey something to her without words. Sure enough, she straightened back up, squared her shoulders, looked to the doctor. "I want him with me," she said, switching from Spanish. "Then he will be with you," Ortega replied in perfect English. She reached past Jovencito, gripped Evan's arm, and steered her charges through the thick metal door into the surgical suite. As Angelina changed into a hospital gown, Evan turned his back. Ortega set her up on a padded table with a sheet of paper pulled over it. Stirrups were attached, but lowered to the sides. After a quick initial checkup, Ortega said, "You wait here. I need to search out an ultrasound cart. We had a slew of gunshot wounds roll into emergency an hour ago, so they pulled all our imaging gear to place central venous catheters and look for bleeding." She vanished behind the heavy door, which sealed with an airtight thud. The suite was cold, all sharp edges and surgical gear, a perfect rectangle. Angelina shivered beneath her gown. "I'm cold." Evan realized he was standing 5 feet away, told himself to move forward, and made his legs work. At her side now, staring down. Hair pulled back in a ponytail, not a trace of makeup. She looked exceedingly young, not a day older than 14. For an instant, Evan felt the weight of the awesome responsibility on his shoulders. This child, and her child, 2 lives in his hands. She took a shaky breath. For so long. She trailed off. Evan waited. "I feel like I've been stuck in my head and can't come out. You know? I can't make what it feels like inside match the outside world. It's like, you remember osmosis? From bio? Sure. It's like that. This constant pressure. And now I've just made a mess of everything. And I don't know how to clean it up. I don't even feel strong enough to find out about this baby I'm responsible for. All alone here in this room. Without Raimundo. And then I go back there to those armed men. To that place. It's all so much." She was trembling, on the verge of coming apart. Evan said, "Bend your knees. Put the soles of your feet on the table and let your knees knock gently together." She looked at him, a rustle of paper as she obeyed. "Now point your arms straight up at the ceiling. Good. And then cross them so you hug yourself. Either arm on top, don't think about it." She did. "How does that feel?" "Better," she said. "Like dunno, supported." "Right. You're supporting yourself." "Like talking to my body?" "No," he said. "Letting your body talk to you. It's smarter than you. It's showing your nervous system that you're okay right now. In this moment. That you're safe." Her big eyes looked even bigger. She mouthed, "Thank you," and then closed them. For a time she just breathed, the hospital sounds forming a kind of white noise. When Dr. Ortega returned pushing a trolley, Angelina seemed calmer. "Got one early," Ortega said. "Patient died." A wink to Angelina. "Lucky us." As soon as the stirrups came up, Evan backed away, giving them a wide berth, but Angelina said, Can you hold my hand?" Evan gritted his teeth, moved closer to her. As Ortega snapped on latex gloves, he stood facing the other way, holding Angelina's hand, his back to the proceedings. "A little pressure now," the doc said, and Angelina's hand tensed in Evan's. He had never been in a situation like this in his life. Angelina bucked now and again with discomfort, and then Evan heard Ortega snap off the gloves and stretch on new ones. The stirrups clanked back down, and Angelina lowered her legs. "Everything looks good," Ortega said. "No abnormalities. Some shortening of the cervix, but that's normal. Should we take a peek at the baby now?" Holding her breath, Angelina gave a nod. Her palm was sweaty in Evan's, the seal tight. He risked a glance back as Ortega readied the conductive gel, warming it in her palm as she reached for the transducer. Back to Angelina, sweat sparkling at her hairline, face drawn with emotion. "Okay," Ortega said behind Evan. "Looking good. See, that's the head there, and... oh, an ear. And that's the heartbeat." Tears were streaming down Angelina's temples, dotting the paper. "You can look, you know," Angelina told Evan in that smooth, low voice. "It's just my belly and a monitor." He turned cautiously. The lower part of her abdomen was exposed, the transducer gliding across it through translucent gel. The monitor, swung to face Angelina, showed a shifting charcoal cone of blobby shadows. Her fingers, still interlaced with his, tightened. The moment was elevated out of normal life somehow, imbued with a surreal glow that bordered on celestial. It was like being inside a Renaissance painting. "We can't always tell the gender at 12 weeks, Ortega said. "Depends on the angle of the genital tubercle, but... oh, there it is. Do you want to know?" A male heir was what the dark man desired. A baby boy would make him more likely to be lenient to Angelina and his own son. A baby boy would add a tactical advantage to the mission, and gaining tactical advantage was all Evan cared about. And yet, if Ortega confirmed the gender, the chief of staff would no doubt inform Montesco's men. If it was a girl, Angelina's plight would worsen. It would be better not to know than to risk the wrong outcome. And yet he couldn't bring himself to object. It seemed profane to interfere with this moment. Angelina hesitated. Tears kept streaming down the sides of her face. Wiping her nose, she nodded a few times quickly, like a little kid. "Yeah." Dr. Ortega set down the transducer and did something Evan had thought her incapable of. She gave Angelina a soft, warm smile. Everything about her had transformed. All that steely confidence turned soft, maternal. Evan braced himself. Ortega said, "You're having a girl." He felt the answer in his spine, the shuddering backstep after a landed punch. Angelina held a loose hand over her face and began to sob. And he understood that the news had hit her just as hard. Then she curled forward, still sobbing, and said in a hoarse whisper, "I never thought it could be so beautiful." And Evan understood that he understood nothing at all. He stood stiffly and held her hand, and Ortega rested a loving hand on her leg. Then the phone at the doctor's hip vibrated. She glanced at a text and said, "They need me in the ER. I'll give you a moment alone and be back to check you out." "The gender," Evan said. "Can we keep it between us?" Hesitating on her way out, Ortega glanced at the ultrasound unit. "I can't alter medical files, but I don't have to volunteer anything." The door thunked shut behind her. They heard her muffled exchange with Jovencito, demanding to know when they could leave, and then silence reasserted itself. Angelina smiled through her tears. "Listen," Evan said, pressing buttons on the computer to try to erase the imaging. "We have to tell Montesco it's a boy." "Wait, I don't understand. Montesco only cares about a boy. You're just an incubator to him." "But I'm having a girl. I saw her." He tugged at the cords connected to the monitor. "Keep your voice down."
"Everything's different now," she said, squirming upright. "A baby girl. I saw her. She's real." She was still crying, just tears, no sobbing. "X, you have to get me and Raimundo away from him. You have to get us out of there." He sensed it before he heard it, the click of the door opening. He turned to see Jovencito in the room, staring at them, revelation writ large upon his face. Jovencito grabbed for his gun. Chapter 42. The Fist of God. Evan kicked the trolley, which scooted across the floor, ramming into Jovencito's knees as he raised the Desert Eagle 44. The first shot shattered the computer, conveniently obliterating Angelina's medical files. The second trailed close enough to Evan's right cheek that he felt the heat from the round as he charged. Shoulder into Jovencito's solar plexus, driving him up into the door to slam it shut, knock the wind out of him, and maybe crack a floating rib. The pistol skittered off, disappearing beneath a cabinet. As Evan and the Sicario tumbled away, Evan slapped the lever lock on the door an instant before one of the henchmen hit the other side. Jovencito grabbed Evan around the midsection and hurled him across the nearest counter. He shattered through glass jars holding swabs and cotton balls, plowing into the far wall. Wedged at the end of the counter, he felt something pinch into his hip. A defibrillator. Lucky day. He swatted the bright orange button to charge it, the electronic whine increasing in intensity, not loud enough to drown out Angelina's cries from the bed. Jovencito snatched up a graduated syringe rolling on the countertop and came at Evan. Evan caught the base of Jovencito's hand, stopping the needle tip inches from his eye, and smashed Jovencito's fist into the wall. The syringe shattered inside Jovencito's palm, and he howled. He opened his fist, his palm studded with shards, and drew it back to swipe across Evan's face. Evan kicked him off just in time, heel to his chest to knock him over. Evan rolled off the counter, bringing a rainfall of wreckage with him and catching a Dutch-angle glance at a panicky Angelina yanking on her clothes. The defibrillator slid off the counter after him, knocking his shoulder and falling to the tile between him and Jovencito. Charged and ready, it emitted a steady tone. They lunged for it at the same time. They grabbed it from opposite sides and tumbled apart again, Evan coming away with the paddles, Jovencito with the toaster-sized base. They stared at each other, connected by two thick spiral cords suited to old-fashioned telephones. Both parts of the unit had their own set of controls. Evan lunged forward to crash the paddles onto either side of Jovencito's head, but Jovencito caught his forearms, keeping them barely at bay. Evan reared back, ready to shove them forward, but Jovencito kicked the base, discharging it. A spark crackled between the paddles, spending the charge an instant before Evan got them to Jovencito's face. Straining, nose to nose, sprawled out on the floor, kicking for purchase among the shards of glass. The henchman's pounding at the solid door was joined by the shouts of doctors. Sweat popping on his face, Jovencito found time to smile at Evan before flinging him into a cabinet beneath the window. Younger and stronger indeed. Behind Jovencito, Angelina detached one of the metal stirrups from the exam table, but Evan shook his head at her. The last thing he needed was a pregnant woman entering the fray. Rolling onto his side, Jovencito smacked the button on the defib base to charge again. Evan fumbled open the cabinet door behind him, implements clattering down over his shoulder. Scalpels. He snatched one up. Jovencito got a foot beneath him in a low crouch and dove at Evan with the paddles. His body stretched horizontal a few feet above the floor. Evan brought his fist around in time for Jovencito to impale himself on the scalpel. But Jovencito had aimed well at Evan's exposed flesh. One paddle shoved into the side of Evan's neck, the other high on his biceps beneath a hiked-up sleeve. Jovencito's thumb clamped down over the orange button. The shock was unlike anything Evan had felt before. A massive blow going straight through him, like the fist of God driving a clean channel through his torso.
The force knocked him across the floor, racking him into the wall, his entire left side seized up, muscles contracted excruciatingly. An acrid reek of burned flesh, a black wisp curling past the edge of his eye, the skin sizzling at the side of his neck as if someone had pressed an iron into it. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move, his lungs locked up. Jovencito was on his knees, staring down. The scalpel had embedded itself in his side at the base of his torso, likely between the 8th and 9th ribs, right through the intersection of the tattooed pendant cross. Too low for the heart, too shallow to puncture a lung. The cutting edge had gone in only an inch or so, the handle dangling out like a dart sunk poorly into a corkboard. He stared down at it in disbelief, his injured hand hovering over it, too stunned to yank it out. Evan needed the intermission himself. He opened a channel of air, a screeching sip of oxygen working through the contorted muscles of his left side, and then he managed to heave himself forward on the floor to kick the bottom of Jovencito's hand. The glass-crusted palm flew up, smacking into Jovencito's right eye, and he bellowed, finding his feet. For an instant he swayed above Evan and then tumbled backward, his shoulders crashing against the base of the wall across the suite. They lay there, panting, recovering strength. Aside from their heaving chests, they barely moved, but their eyes remained locked on each other. Jovencito's right socket was lost beneath a wash of blood, a glittering crimson eye patch. The scorched flesh of Evan's neck stung, and his elbows simmered from tile burn. The room stank, a haze of rubbing alcohol, conductive gel, and blood hanging in the air. More commotion from outside the door. A shout, and then a round cracked off the sturdy surgical door, followed by the whine of a ricochet. Evan tried to unkink his left side, but the muscles weren't listening, fibers and tendons kneading tighter. On the plus side, he was getting some air into his lungs, and his right arm mostly worked. Angelina had backed behind the exam table, wielding the metal stirrup before her like a baseball bat. She'd managed to pull on her jeans, and her shirt was half on, her belly exposed. Using his legs and the muscles of his right side, Evan rolled himself up into a sitting position. Across the room, Jovencito did the same. Like boxers trying to find their feet, they moved to all fours, straining to stand. They crawled toward each other. Jovencito stood first, kicking out Evan's arm. Evan's chest slapped the floor. With his right hand, he reached into the mound of scalpels next to him, miraculously not catching an edge. Jovencito stooped, picking up the base unit of the defibrillator and hoisting it overhead, readying to bring it down on Evan's skull. Angelina hurled the stirrup, but it flew wide over Jovencito's shoulder, spinning end over end before crashing into the wall, giving Evan the split-second opening he needed to jab a scalpel through the bottom of Jovencito's calf. Jovencito grunted, dropping the unit, which glanced off his cheek as it fell, knocking him down. Evan pressed the advantage, dragging himself atop Jovencito and pounding his face with his right fist. No Hapkido, no Muay Thai, no Shotokan, just wailing away with what little he had left. That scalpel still drooped from between Jovencito's ribs, out of reach, and Evan didn't dare stop swinging to go for it. Jovencito managed a throat strike, Evan reeling away from the pressure, choking, the younger man atop him now, fingers digging for his eyes. Evan bucked, and they slammed over into a skein of glass shards, smearing a confusion of blood on the floor beneath them. Jovencito's Kyocera phone had spilled out of his pocket and gotten smashed to pieces in the fray. Jovencito punched Evan's left ribs once, twice, the already contracted muscles screaming. Evan moved with the next blow, Jovencito tumbling, Evan on top of him once more, fastening his hands around his throat, choking him out. Losing oxygen, Jovencito slapped at Evan's face, weaker, weaker. But Evan's left hand was cramping, a line of fire intensifying down that whole flank. The knotting came up from his ribcage, claiming his shoulder, his biceps, forearm. Jovencito was purpling, fatiguing, but so was Evan. His left hand was aflame, cramped into uselessness, and he had to let go, fingers clawing. He collapsed onto Jovencito, the men lying spent, chest to chest, face to face. Jovencito coughed himself back to life as Evan tried to shake feeling back into his left side. Jovencito slid his forearm beneath Evan's throat, grabbed Evan's hair, and ripped his head forward and down, grinding Evan's windpipe into the hard edge of his ulna, cutting off oxygen. Evan could feel the younger man's breath on the top of his head. He could sense Angelina in his peripheral vision, terrified, gathering her nerve to come forward. Given what Jovencito had overheard, Evan had to gain the upper hand and get her out of here, or Montesco would slice her to pieces. No air in or out. Jovencito overpowering him, cinching off his breath. Evan's vision tunneled, crowding in at the edges, face on fire. If he died, she'd die. It seemed headed that way. Evan groped for anything on the floor, but came up empty. His vision compressing, a shrinking point of light. Their bodies were too close for Evan to get at Jovencito's groin, his stomach. His right hand slid up Jovencito's side, grasping for anything. Struck metal. The protruding scalpel. With the last of his strength, Evan fastened his hand around it and drove it inward. Jovencito screamed, an ungodly high wail. Evan dug it farther inward, then upward, felt a lung pop. Jovencito let go of the chokehold, flinging them onto their sides, grabbing Evan's wrist with both his hands to stop the scalpel's progress. Evan's fist, wrapped around the end of the scalpel, froze in place, trapped in the push-pull. Willing life into his clawed left hand, Evan forced it open into an insensate slab of flesh and drew it back. For a moment, his flattened palm hovered high over the union of their three hands. Then he hammered it down, striking the butt of his own fist, driving the scalpel into Jovencito. The point slid up and through the thoracic cage. Jovencito arched back onto heels and shoulders as if struck by lightning and shuddered violently with equine vigor. Evan's muscles gave out with fatigue, and he slumped down on Jovencito's body. His cheek rested on the Sicario's chest, vibrating with each labored thump of the dying heart. Evan's head rose and fell with Jovencito's last heaving breaths. The sound of the heartbeat against Evan's ear grew slower. 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 A last whistle leaked through Jovencito's teeth as he deflated, and then his head rolled up and sideways. Evan lay on the body in exhausted stillness. Then he drew himself up. There was a horrible screech, and it took a moment for him to realize it had escaped his own mouth. Angelina stared at him, lips agape, then rushed to him and caught him as he stumbled. "The window," he said. "Need to break the window and go." "No," she said. "We can't. We have to go. We can get out. I can protect you." "He'll kill him. He'll kill Raimundo." "It doesn't matter. We can't," she said. "I can't. I won't." The horde at the door banged away, the reinforced metal thundering in its frame. Her shirt was still stuck up above her belly, the slope of brown skin protruding. He could barely breathe, the left half of his torso in full spasm from his armpit to his waist. His left hand was still cramped beyond comprehension, and he straightened the fingers, flexing it, pins and needles creeping beneath the skin. "Please," she said. "I don't know what I'd do without him." She took Evan's trembling hand and placed it on her belly. Her skin, so smooth, so warm, and then the faintest pulse of movement beneath. He looked up into her face, limped across to the door, and unlocked it. Chapter 43. A Special Relationship with Pain. Before Evan could cross the threshold, he was greeted with a faceful of muzzles. 44s and MP7s rammed at his head like a bouquet of microphones from a clamoring press. "Get El Moreno on the phone," he barked. "Now!" Nacho jabbed the MP7 at his chin. "Who the fuck do you think—" Evan swatted the barrel aside. "I found the mole. Call him now." "Where's Jovencito? Another of Montesco's men shouted out. "You guys are a slow study," Evan said, shouldering through them, keeping Angelina at his back. There was a throng of onlookers, doctors, nurses, the chief of staff, and a smattering of patients. Some of the men moved into the surgical suite, exclamations and swear words ringing out. The remaining men hesitated but didn't lower their guns. They stayed shoulder to shoulder, blocking Evan's way out. The chief of staff rubbed his hands nervously. "Perhaps you could resume this conversation out." "No one's going anywhere," Nacho said. "We have to move," Evans said. "If Jovencito knew we were here, there's probably a team of Gulf Cartel assassins en route already." The men exchanged glances. With Jovencito gone, they weren't sure who to listen to. Grimacing against the pain, Evans started forward, but Nacho stepped in front of him. "I've known Jovencito for years. Why the fuck would we believe you?" He raised the slung MP7 once more, aiming at Evan's chest. "Step away from the girl." The others stirred, encircling Evan and Angelina. He couldn't push the ruse any further. It was hard for him to project strength when half his body was barely functioning. He'd hit a dead end, and was in no condition to fight his way out. A feminine voice broke through the periphery. "I heard him." They pivoted to face Dr. Ortega. "The Sicario," she said, "when I came out to get the ultrasound cart. He was up the hall there." She pointed to a brief hall leading to the bathrooms. "I heard him calling in the location here to someone. His back turned, voice low. I remember thinking it was odd he was telling someone you were all here, when it was made clear to us to keep this visit confidential." Montesco's men shifted on their feet, studied Evan. Ortega's lie had set them on edge, injecting the right amount of doubt at the right time. Suddenly their eyes looked wider, their expressions worried. What reason would a doctor have to cover for Evan? And yet the muzzle of Nacho's MP7 stayed where it was, aimed at Evan's heart. One of the henchmen shouldered to the front, lowering a phone from his ashen face. "The forest lab's been raided," he said. "Burned to the ground." Wordless agitation circled the men. A freighted pause. And then the MP7 lowered. Evan let out his breath slowly through clenched teeth. Nacho turned, rushing for the exit. "Let's go." Evan limped after them, Angelina looping an arm around his waist to hold him upright. As they passed by, Dr. Ortega gave the faintest dip of a parting nod. The chauffeur drove Nacho, Evan, and Angelina back to the estate, Evan doing his best to breathe through his seized-up left side. In the back seat, he and Angelina stared out opposite windows. Not a word exchanged. His neck burned, hands sore from the failed strangulation, his chest tight and pinched as from a tension pneumothorax, of which he'd had 3, including one he'd had to self-puncture with a bicycle pump needle in a mechanic shop outside Ankara. In the passenger seat, Nacho made a series of calls but was unable to reach Montesco, who was evidently somewhere dealing with the aftermath of the assault on the forest lab. From this end of Nacho's conversations, Evan gleaned that the lab had been taken down by a DEA Policía Federal Ministerial joint raid, which meant that Aragon had delivered on his promise to forward intel about the contact supply chain to the authorities. The pieces were there for Evan to stitch this all together into a narrative he could sell to Montesco. But the pain was intense enough to prevent him from figuring it out now. He'd have to unstick his body first. And in the meantime, keep respirating. Back at the estate, Darling Boy greeted them at the front door, twirling his combat knife around the back of his hand and catching it again like a baton. Given the look of unmitigated hatred he leveled at Evan, it was clear that news of Jovencito's demise had reached the grounds. It would be up to the Dark Man to decide whether to believe Evan or not. Raimundo rushed into the foyer and embraced Angelina. "You're okay?" "Yes," she said. "Thanks to him." Raimundo took in Evan. Ripped clothes, bloodstains, painfully contorted posture, and said,
"Thank you."
2 simple words, but there was a universe of gratitude behind them. Evan gave a nod. When Raimundo helped Angelina off to her room, Darling Boy moved to stop him. "I'll take her. She's bearing El Moreno's grandson," Evan said. "You'd best let her do what she wants." Darling Boy's lips twisted in disdain. But he didn't object. He stuck out an arm, letting the couple lead the way, and then followed them tightly. Angelina was smart enough not to look back at Evan. Wobbling on his feet, Evan took a moment to set his balance. The left side of his torso was locked up badly enough that he had trouble walking. His foot dragged as he passed down the narrow hallways, guards watching him impassively, grenade pouches at their belts. He barely made it to his bedroom suite, heeled the door shut behind him, stood on the lush carpet, breathed the still, private air. Now, finally, he allowed the pain all the way in. It came in a rush, robbing his breath, the entire side of his body stitched up from hip to shoulder, knotted with Charlie horse intensity. Certain people, victims, athletes, the terminally ill, find a special relationship with pain. Evan had been taught by Jack Johns and subject matter experts how to understand it intimately. Some injuries have to be identified early, others ignored. There are those that can be put off for a while, and the ones that announce in real time that you will carry them to the end of your days. This was none of them. An excruciating but non-permanent impairment brought on by a vicious beating and 1,000 volts passed through the major muscle groups of half his torso. He did not have time to let it heal slowly, to coax the muscles into relaxing over the course of a few days. Locating the thermostat, he clicked the heat to high, the vents firing immediately overhead. He searched for an appropriately heavy book on the shelves, found a Spanish translation of Crime and Punishment, jacketless and upside down. Nice and sturdy, the size of a yoga block. As he plucked it out, he noticed his torn knuckles, Jovencito's dried blood speckling the back of his hand. He lowered himself to the carpet, groaning as his weight tugged him down the last few inches. For a moment, he lay flat on his back, gathering his nerve. Then he planted his feet and lifted his hips, sliding the book beneath his sacrum. Grimacing, he lowered his pelvis again. The supported bridge was the best position for him to check the infrastructure of his spine, assess what was going on and what he needed to do. Right now, he couldn't do anything except breathe. If he could slow the breath down, that would tell his body it was safe. Time after time the pain objected, but time after time he rerouted it to a different corner of his mind. Despite a stubborn hitch at the bottom of his exhalations, he made headway. He held his breath for a 10 count to reset his nervous system again, and when he exhaled, the air moved smoothly all the way out. Removing the block, lowering his hips, he gave himself a 30-second reward of stillness. Rolling to his stomach caused more pain than seemed humanly bearable, a cattle prod jolt up to his brain. The heat of Nuevo Leon, augmented by the HVAC unit, felt infernal. Perspiration sprang up in beads on his arms, drained off his flanks. Face down, toes touching, heels falling to the sides, palms stacked beneath his forehead. He told himself that this pain was nothing more than the space between needing to release and actually releasing. He'd been trained to close that gap a millimeter at a time. Right now, his training didn't mean a fucking thing. Right now, the pain needed to have its say. He let it. There was no choice. For a time, it ravaged him. He kept trying for the breath, and finally found a version of it that wasn't so ragged as to be unrecognizable. Loosening. 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 Pressing his right cheek to the carpet, He cactused his arms and slid his left knee up beside him, keeping the inner seam of the leg pressed flat to the floor. Half-frog pose, like a chalk outline prone on the floor. He was making noises he didn't recognize, panting, spent. But now, he was here. This was the pose he needed to loosen his left side. As he was taught years ago, he visualized each bundle of fibrous tissue, picturing each tendon and ligament so he could breathe into them and restore them to laxity. He started with the superficial layers. The tightened muscle resisted, and finally yielded, a sensation like interlaced fingers pulling slowly apart. Then he moved to the deeper layers, opening them up slowly, one at a time. Sweat dripped onto his lashes. He blinked it away. He was panting, his mouth cotton. He tried to relax everything, toes, jaws, the space between his eyes. Detaching muscle from fascia, bone from ligament, letting them sag weightlessly, his body nothing more than a sack of skin and fluid. He let his bones settle to the bottom and held the pose for 5 minutes. 7. Felt a hip flexor roll across the iliac crest and pop over the bone, a tug he felt all the way up in his ear canal. He was sobbing soundlessly, and it wasn't grief. It was the pain shuddering through the channel of his body as it exited, striking ancient chords. Backhanded by the mystery man, laid out on a handball court at the age of 12, fished out of a pool during drown-proofing training in his early teens, lungs filled with water. Writhing in shards of broken glass in a lampshade shop in Gaza, twisting beneath a Syrian rebel, his hands aching around the handles of a garrote. He was in all ages of himself all at once, the pain compounding through his muscle memory like an echo, a Russian nesting doll, a hall of mirrors. When the pains past and present aligned, they reached an unsustainable altitude, knocking him clear out of his body. Jack was there, squinting his baseball catcher's squint, arms folded, staring down at him. He looked unimpressed. But that was just Jack's face. "We don't rise to the level of our aspirations," Jack said. "We fall to the level of our training." Through gritted teeth, Evan forced out words. "Who's that?" "I think Archilochus, Greek poet." "He the fox and hedgehog guy?" "The very one." Jack eyed him. "You look like a monkey trying to hump a football." "The pain's pretty good." "We have to heal ourselves, every day, or else we're just dying." "Helpful," Evan grunted. "You just show up to lend the moral support of ancient thinkers?" "Modern ones, too." "What you got in that category?" Jack pondered a moment. "What we resist pursues us. What we accept transforms us." "Who said that?" "Aren't you listening, son?" That almost smile, the one that crinkled his eyes at the edges. "I just did." Evan came back into himself. He had perspective on the pain, could see it for what it was, even feel gratitude for how it was trying to protect him. His hip opened wider, his heart melted into the carpet. It was like he was hugging the floor and it was hugging him back. He felt good, strong. Sliding himself up to all fours, he took Balasana, a knees-together version of child's pose, third eye to the earth, arms stretched behind him, palms facing up. Puddled over the curled stack of his body as if he'd been poured into the shape. Thighs pressing into his chest, his back bowed, spread wide beneath the painted heaven above. The muscles slackened around his vertebrae, a freeing sensation like pulling a shoelace through the eyelets of his spine. Loose on the bone, braised meat ready to slough free. He drew in a diaphragmatic breath that filled his entire body, and released it with a single sharp exhalation. As his body sank, it folded vertically around the center line of his thighs and spine, and his back cracked all the way from sacrum to shoulders. He stood up. Fresh blood rushed into the points of compression. No pain anywhere, just a soft, lovely ache that reminded him he was alive. He shook out his neck, let his hands snap back and forth on his wrists. Everything realigned. He was ready, his sixth sense humming to life again. His gaze tracked to the door a moment before it opened. El Moreno entered. Chapter 44. What I Do. Before Montesco could enter the room, Evan said, "Congratulations." Montesco halted, his hair jumbled across his eyes. He stank of body odor and cigarette smoke, his skin shiny with sweat. From the look of it, he'd had a longer day than Evan had. He mopped at his forehead but did not comment on the roasting room temperature. "My sicario is dead," he said, "and the Federal a la Verga took out my biggest production facility. So what are you congratulating me about?" "You're having a boy." At this, the dark man paused, rolled his lips over his teeth, released them with a popping sound. "Your name will continue on," Evan said, well after the noise of any given day. "That's why Raimundo is with her now? Without my approval?" "You can do whatever you want," Evan said, "but that baby needs to grow healthy and strong. He will need his father there just as Raimundo needed you." Montesco took this in for a moment solemnly, weighing it in his mind. Then he padded across the carpet, snapped off the thermostat, and sat on the bed, pulling the sheets out of alignment. "Jovencito, talk." He placed a call in the hallway, then came in, pulled his pistol to shoot the girl. I did what I do. At this, Montesco grinned a wolfish grin. "The Gulf Cartel doesn't just want you dead," Evan said. "They want your lineage snuffed out." Montesco looked haggard, dark skin sagging beneath his eyes. "Darling boy found irregularities in the bank accounts of 3 of my men here." "Payments from the Gulf Cartel?" "That was unclear." "What did you do?" "Gave them to the lion." Evan said, "Oh." From 2 sicarios and 41 men to 1 sicario and 38 men. Progress. The more Evan could manipulate Montesco into killing his own men, the fewer Evan would have to contend with on his way out. "There might be more," Evan said. "Sleep with your door locked, gun under the pillow. Only your most trusted men at your side. Have Darling Boy keep prying into every employee. If Jovencito was a snake in the grass, that means anyone else could be too." Montesco rubbed his eyes, screamed "fuck" into his palm as loudly as he could, the cords of his neck standing out. His voice was hoarse, desiccated. "This is my paradise. If I can't relax here, where can I?" "I'll get this taken care of for you," Evan said. "How?" "Jovencito's phone shattered in our fight, but I have a colleague who can trace any call after the fact." "It's a piece of shit, Kyocera. We prepay so there's no call history, no nothing." "She is a technological wizard." "She?" "A woman," Evan said, "but competent. A man like El Moreno would not be able to imagine how competent a 16-year-old girl like Joey Morales could be." Montesco nodded. "She's already tracked it to a number with a 909 area code," Evan lied. "San Bernardino." Montesco said, "The third shooter." "That's right. As we speak, she's charting the cell phone towers it last pinged." "So you can triangulate location?" "Advanced forward link trilateration," Evan said. "Joey would have been proud." Montesco frowned, impressed. "Find him. Put him in the ground."
That is what I plan to do. But... What? It's nothing. Speak. Just something I noticed Jovencito doing before we left this morning. What? He was eyeing the sewer grates, Evans said, and I noticed his vehicle slowed as we passed certain storm drains heading out to the freeway. Montesco's face tightened. Those aren't all storm drains. Those are disguised hatches for your escape tunnels, Evans said. I think he was charting them to help plan a raid. An inside man, like they had in San Bernardino, Evans said. I will have my men check all routes and tunnels in and out of here. How can you know who to trust? Montesco rose, paced a tight circle. He opened his mouth again, head shaking, teeth bared, as if he were screaming. But he made no noise. The effect was unsettling. Evan waited. At last those wide eyes lifted to him through the curtain of fallen hair arcing from that severe widow's peak. What do I do then? There's specific technology I want to use to scan the escape tunnels. Countermeasures I'd like to get in place. I'm talking the real shit they use in Gaza, not knock-off toy soldier garbage from Mexico City. Fine, Montesco said. How much? One more of those should do. Evan jerked a chin at the rolling suitcase on the luggage rack, packed with $100,000. My procurement guy is in South Texas. I'll drive there to put in an order, then fly to L.A. to take care of business. You'll have your pick of my vehicles. No, Evans said. Not with the Gulf Cartel waiting out there. Going in one of your cars is too conspicuous. I saw a Hurwitz at the edge of the city. Have one of your men drop me there. I'll handle the rest of my arrangements. Fine. When will you leave? As soon as I've showered off Jovencito's blood. At this, Montesco smiled that wide, loose smile. You and me, we are carnales. He offered Evan a hand to clasp and yanked him in for a one-arm embrace. The stench coming off him was powerful, but Evan, covered with dried sweat and blood, wasn't one to talk. As they pulled apart, Evan said, Can I have my gun now? Montesco considered this a moment. I thought you might ask. He reached into the back of his waistband, held out the Ares 1911 to Evan. As Evan took it, the muzzle swept across Montesco's chest for a moment. Short-term temptation, long-term disaster. He knew his pistol like it was a part of his body. He felt its heft and understood right away. Pretended to check and notice for the first time. No bullets, he said. Montesco tapped Evan's temple a few times, hard enough that his fingernail pinched the skin. You just said I can't know who to trust. He reached out and took the gun back. I trust you, Caballo Oscuro, because you are like me. This is also why I don't trust you. You see? Fair enough. Bring me the head of the third shooter. Then we will see about allowing you a weapon under my roof. He slapped Evan not so gently on the cheek and withdrew. The sun was setting as Evan stepped out onto the portico. He wheeled a hard-shelled carry-on suitcase with each hand, the most valuable luggage he'd possessed in some time. The chauffeur named Raudel waited in one of the SUVs. Spotting Evan, he hopped out and loaded the suitcases into the cargo hold, then held the rear door for Evan. He climbed in, gazed across at the jailed row of human beings, another commodity waiting to be shipped out. Soulful eyes, gaunt cheeks, bruised arms from rough handling. They had a few more days of captivity before being moved along the assembly line. At the next stop, they'd be treated like product, like possessions, like meat, used once all the way through, or thousands of times until they wore out. He had to wrap this mission up before the shipping date that would consign them to an unknown fate. As the chauffeur walked around the SUV, a voice called out from the blind spot. "Hold on."
A form flashed past the tinted window, and then Raimundo got into the driver's seat. "Mind if I drive you?" Evan shrugged. Radel tapped the driver's window with a knuckle, and Raimundo rolled it down. The chauffeur took Evan's measure. He was a squat, barrel-chested man with a manicured beard. Even from here his breath smelled of chewing tobacco. He spoke in heavily accented English. "I don't think you should be alone with these, Gabacho. I'll keep an eye out." Raimundo drove off, leaving the chauffeur standing in the quartz stones, head tilted, looking befuddled. Evan called up the white noise app on his phone, placed it on his thigh. Raimundo took note, his eyes flashing in the rear view. "Gabacho," Evan repeated. "He's one of Darling Boy's buddies?" "Most of them are," Raimundo said. "My father has relied on Darling Boy for many years." "Why are you driving me?" "I wanted to tell you—" Raimundo hesitated. "I'm grateful. To you. For what you are doing for Angelina. She told me about the hospital. Not just that you protected her, but that you comforted her. I haven't—" His voice wavered, and he paused to regain his composure. "I haven't been able to protect her. Not like I should." "How about the other women? In the chicken coop?" Raimundo's voice came low, like a little boy's. "I haven't been able to protect them either." For a time, they drove in silence. Wind howled through the rock walls, an ungodly sound, the force strong enough to blow the SUV around on the road. At last they sped out onto the valley, the highway stretching ahead like an arrow pointing to the broken city of Guaridon. The air conditioning blew cool and steady against Evan's face. He tasted stale cigar smoke seeping up through the leather upholstery. Everything the dark man touched carried his scent. "For as long as I can remember," Raimundo said, "I prayed to God to take him away. Not kill him, but just take him away. My hands sweat every time he walks into the room. My heart rate jumps when I hear his voice. Even when he's not there, I hear it thundering in my head. To fear the person who was supposed to protect you most, the person who brought you into the world." His voice was rising, but he caught himself. "Now I no longer pray to God to take him away. I pray to God that he will die. If I can figure out how to give you a fresh start, are you ready to do anything you need to do to protect Angelina?" "Yes." "Even if that means leaving and never coming back?" "Especially if it means that." But the tires rolled across the gritty asphalt, and then the SUV bounced off the exit, burrowing beneath an overpass, the cavernous space crammed with homeless encampments. "What if I screw this up? She loves me now, but she's giving everything up. Everything." "You are too," Evans said. "What if she decides it wasn't worth it? That I'm not worth it?" "Make it worth it. Every day." "How do I do that?" "Pay attention." "To what?" "Everything." The city was desolate. Decrepit high-rises, few cars on the street, sporadic packs of roving boys. They stopped at a red light, the Hurwitz rental place waiting across the intersection. Chain link and barbed wire protected the collection of shabby vehicles. Evan would refuse the first two they offered in case El Moreno had made arrangements to bug them, and then he would choose the ugliest vehicle on the lot. An elderly blind man stood at the sidewalk, tapping his walking stick along the edge of the curb. He tentatively stepped down into the crosswalk, brown polyester pants tugging up at the ankles to show black socks and strips of dry, cracked skin. "No one ever taught me," Raimundo said, "how to be a good man. I grew up with killers and whores." When the light changed, he didn't roll off the line, though there was plenty of time for him to clear the intersection. Instead, he waited for the old man. In slow motion, the elderly man tapped along in front of them, feeling his way with the walking stick, avoiding a pothole and then a spill of shattered glass. He wore dark shades, his skin sun-burnished the color of walnut. Evan couldn't help but think of Belicia, all those wrong turns that led to her sights being robbed, and how she and Aragon, despite all their suffering, or because of it, seemed to have discovered deeper places within themselves. Evan leaned forward, pointing past Raimundo's shoulder at the blind man. "What's he doing?" Raimundo watched a moment. Seeing where to walk? No. Seeing where he shouldn't walk. From the other side of the crosswalk, the blind man turned his face back to them, doffed an imaginary hat, and kept on his instinctive way. "That's where to start," Evan said. "Sometimes. That's all we have." Chapter 45. Up in Smoke. After 2 days inside the torture palace, a lethal brawl in a surgical suite, and the 3.5-hour drive back to Eden, Evan was in no mood for security theater. Special Ed and Kiki, manning the front gate of Aragon's compound with a few PMCs, alerted as Evan pulled up in an overheated Chevrolet Matiz. He'd hidden the suitcases of cash in the spare tire compartment, crossing the border tensely but without incident. Slinging their AR-15s, the two men ambled up on either side of the cramped hatchback. "Ah, look who came crawling home," said Eduardo. "Thanks to you. Patron is burning more product at the northeast end of the compound. Day and night he destroys his business. Un chingo de lana up in smoke. Wait here while we—" Evan said, "Open the gate." Something in his face made clear he needed to see Aragon immediately. The men stared at him a moment, and then Kiki lifted a radio to his face and mumbled into it. The gate retracted behind the concrete block wall, and Evan accelerated into the compound. A few shouts behind him as the two lieutenants hopped into a jeep to follow. The sky was a confusion of dark and light, the fallen sun throwing a cold gray glow from below the horizon, illuminating the firmament. After the tacky extravagance of Montesco's estate, Aragon's land seemed downright homey. Dirt and generators and a normal suburban residence plopped down in the center. As Evan blazed to the house, a number of other vehicles came visible, raising trails of dust in the gloaming. They vectored toward him from the perimeter, spokes of a wheel converging. Clearly the alarm had been raised. The nowhere man returning with news of the imperiled daughter, and all the manpower of the compound was assembling for the update. Evan reached the front of the house, the other vehicles irising in on him and parked by the driveway. A jeep careened up, Aragon hopping out while it was still moving, nearly stumbling as he ran for Evan. "Where is she? Is she alive?" Aragon's shirt was unbuttoned at the top, showing off the sunburned skin of his chest. "She's alive," Evan said, "but there's more. And you're not going to like it." Aragon stormed to Evan even as the other vehicles slanted into place, headlights skewering them, the front of the house. Men unpacked, doors slamming, breath huffing in the semi-darkness. Across the manicured front lawn, the door clicked open, Latia visible behind the screen. The air carried a tinge of acrid smoke, probably from whatever haul Aragon was incinerating at the periphery. Aragon charged as if to barrel straight through Evan, but he halted just in time, chest heaving. "What? What is it? Tell me where she is." "She is with Raimundo, El Moreno's son. She went there by choice. She is being held captive now. And—" Aragon looked confused, the meaty flanges of his nose flaring. That thick shock of black hair looked grayer, though it had been less than 72 hours since Evan had seen him. "What?" Aragon snarled. "What?" "She's pregnant." Aragon staggered as if shot, one hand clamped to the spot where his shoulder met chest. The screen door banged, and then Latia drifted across the lawn, nightgown fluttering about her ankles, not walking toward them so much as gliding.
Aragon's voice came low now, little more than a growl. "What did you say? What the fuck did you just say?" "Angelina is pregnant with Raimundo's child." "No. No!" Fury cut with disbelief, even a hint of pleading. "It's not true." Headlights stabbed Evan's eyes, but he did not look away. Aragon's gaze was feral, murderous. Baring his teeth, he doubled over as if heaving, and a bellow escaped him. More a roar than a yell. His cheeks trembled. The others had gathered around them in a loose circle, giving them space. Special Ed and Kiki were a half-step in front, but frozen in their boots, locked to the ground, stunned by the sight of their boss in this state. Aragon straightened back up. "She lied to me? She staged this? That ungrateful—" His face looked to be tearing itself apart. "With them. The Leones. El Moreno's son. She has his bastard seed in her belly." He flung a hand toward the rise of black smoke to the northeast. "For her, I am burning down my kingdom." "For your daughter, yes." Aragon thundered at him, teeth clenched, veins popping in his neck. "This is worse than if she was dead." "You don't mean that." "Don't you dare tell me what I mean right now. Your daughter, she can be anything she wants to be. Anything. Except this." "You'd rather she were dead?" "Yes. Yes. I'd rather my daughter was dead than a fucking whore." Evan cuffed him. Open-handed, but hard, a thunderclap to Aragon's left cheek. It caught him off guard, toppling him. He landed on one knee, head lowered, hair shielding his eyes. His shoulders heaved with his breath. For a moment there was no sound save Aragon's labored breathing. The men around them were paralyzed, in absolute shock. For once, Special Ed and Kiki held their tongues. Their eyes were shiny, and beneath the facial hair and acne scars and cover-up and raw-boned glares of killers, Evan could see the boys they had been, and for a single bright moment none of them were killers and cartel leaders and private military contractors and ex-government assassins, but just men beneath an open sky, enacting an ancient ritual they could comprehend, but scarcely understand. Eduardo reached for his pistol and started to step forward, but Kiki caught his eye and gave him a slight shake of the head. This was not for them. Aragon rose with dignity, wiped his mouth. He walked quietly out of the ring of men. They parted, and he passed his aunt, standing barefoot in the grass. He opened the door, closed it gently behind him, and the night was still. Chapter 46. Another arrogant gringo pendejo. Latia stood glowering at Evan, her nightgown rippling around her in the breeze. Then she turned and followed Aragon inside. The instant the door closed, the sound of their shouting carried outside. Rapid-fire Spanish, too fast for Evan to understand. The others looked at him, unsure what to do. After a few minutes, the door hinged open. Latia skewered Evan with a glare. "Get in here." Not a request. He went. Slack-jawed and stupefied, the men parted for him as well. The house smelled of onion and cilantro, a pot simmering on the stove. Aragon was pacing around the ground floor like a raging bull, heat emanating off him, muttering low to himself, sweeping his shiny black curls off his forehead again and again. Latia's arms were crossed, head drawn back. Somehow, miraculously, she was wearing makeup. With her nut-brown skin and white hair, she was as imposing a figure as any Evan had encountered. "You disrespect my sobrino," she said, "on his land, in front of his men." "He disrespects himself." You know nothing of our family, nothing of our culture. Another arrogant gringo pendejo sticking your nose into something you scarcely understand. I understand that right now his image of his daughter is more important to him than she is. In the kitchen, Aragon cursed and swept his arm, knocking the cast-iron pot off the burner, caldo de res splattering the wall. He slammed the heels of his hands onto the counter, shoulders pinching up into his neck, a pained, guttural noise escaping him. His daughter, my granddaughter, has standards to live up to. A family name. This decision she made, it's unconscionable. Those people, the leones, are animales. And she chose to go to them, to be unsafe, to have relations before marriage, and above all, the lying to us, putting lives at risk, inviting them here, into Eden, to raid our very own community. I don't disagree. And yet you dare to lay hands on her father? Latia came at Evan, jabbing a manicured finger. He has every right to put you 6 feet in the earth. He should stop. A low feminine voice from the top of the stairs, clear as glass, sharp as a scalpel. Latia halted. Belicia stood at the landing, top-lit by a recessed overhead. Despite the hour, she was fully dressed. Evan imagined her up there hearing the commotion, pulling on her jeans, buttoning her blouse, brushing her hair by feel alone. Her bearing was erect, shoulders pulled back and down, the picture-perfect posture of a gymnast or a drill sergeant. She reached for the railing, her fingers wavering over the wood before her palm cupped the top. She descended. In the full light, she was radiant. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, she halted, hand on the newel post. Her ghostly eyes took the measure of the room. She turned to Latia, her angle only barely wrong. Enough. Latia said, If you'd heard the tone this man took with— I heard everything, Belicia said. Then you have to know. I don't have to know anything. This is between me and my husband. Those sightless eyes turned to Evan, and he could have sworn she saw him as well as anyone ever had, if not better. And the nowhere man. Latia's mouth pursed, etched lines contracting. Then she dipped her chin deferentially and walked past Belicia and up the stairs. All this time, in violation of the first commandment, Evan had assumed that Latia was the materfamilias. He'd assumed wrong. Belicia drifted into the living room and sat in the leather armchair Aragon had commanded a few nights before. She nodded at the couch, and Evan crossed the small room and sat. Aragon stayed in the kitchen, out of sight, his fuming palpable. Aragon, she said quietly, and then, a touch louder, Mi vida. Aragon flew into sight. Don't you dare try to talk me into accepting this. That child, your daughter, she had everything. Everything. She lived a perfect life. In the face of Aragon's fury, Belicia's calm demeanor was even more pronounced. Behind these gates, she had everything she could possibly want. Every freedom in the world, every luxury. Wake up in the morning in a soft bed, turn on a tap and fresh water pours out. Come downstairs, drink coffee with beans picked where? Kenya? The shaded Pinche slopes of Guatemala. Shipped here, to our house. Our normal, fancy house. Aragon paced before her on the carpet, reminding Evan of Montesco's caged lion. How many bars of soap do we have under the sink? How many boxes of pasta in the pantry? You don't know, do you? Neither do I. Because we don't have to. Because we are living the actual dream. Those are things, Belicia said soothingly, as if to a child. Okay. What were her responsibilities? Her only job to better herself with school. To learn. To paint. Or or to play piano, to flourish, to be loved. No, not just loved. Adored. Adored by us. It's not about her chores. What? She took out the trash once a week just so we could think of something for her to do. Eragon was shouting at his wife, Evan to the side, forgotten. Think of the slums of Nezachalcoitza, 45 minutes by car from where you grew up. 80,000 people per square kilometer. Disease, starvation, drugs, no fresh water. 7-year-old children raising their younger siblings. Dirt floors, living in sheds. Cages no bigger than dog kennels. Belicia said, "Walk to school both ways in the snow. Don't you dare patronize me right now." At this moment, words, 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 Belicia said, and talk. So much talk, and not about anything that matters. That's what men do, yes? I am warning you, Belicia. Eragon's voice trembled with rage, and in the set of his features, Evan could see the fearsome man who'd built a worldwide criminal enterprise. But Belicia continued, undeterred. Eragon, mi vida, if you are half the man you tell everyone you are, you would close your mouth and listen to what you don't know. But he blew right past her, resuming his tirade. She could travel anywhere, pick a man she loved. How many people, how many girls in the history of the world have been allowed such freedom? It was perfect here. She had paradise. Evan said, maybe that's why she did it. Eragon stared at him, his mouth literally agape. I grew up like you, Evan said. We ground our way out. Maybe she had nowhere to grind, to learn about herself, the world. Maybe this is what she had to do, to find her way to herself. You don't even know her. Maybe not. But I've met her. And I've met Raimundo. Don't you speak that fucking name under my roof. And he's a decent kid, which says a lot, given where he came from. You're not a father. If you were, you'd understand that you have to be merciless in this world to be good. You think I don't know about being merciless? Evan said quietly. Eragon's hands, clenched loosely at his sides, swayed. He stared at Evan, stooped, one shoulder higher, his complexion ruddy. He looked punch-drunk, unmoored. You also have to know when to be kind, Belicia said to Eragon. It's the hardest thing a man can ever learn. And most of them never do. Eragon swung his head to his wife. Some of the heat had bled out of him, but his tone was still bitter. What would you have me do? Everything you need to know. You know already, Belicia said. It just comes down to if you're going to listen. I am listening, Belicia. No, she said. You are shouting, so you don't have to. Eragon's eyes were flared, lots of white, his face flushed as if he'd just finished a sprint. He looked on the verge of losing control, but his words came softly now, even gently. Tell me then, he said. What do you want me to understand? You love that child more than anything on this earth, Belicia said. Including me. His face quavered. And she has broken your heart, she continued. A father's love for a daughter. How strong is it? What's she worth to you? Not as a thing to preserve, but as your daughter. Our Angelina. Beyond it all. Beneath her foolish choices and our reputation and what she has risked so blindly and callously. Do you love her down to the marrow? His mouth bunched. He moved his head very faintly. Up, down. Somehow, Belicia noted this. then should God grant us the blessing of being with our girl again. The only thing to say to her is what you just said to me."
Belicia paused, wet her lips.
"What do you want me to understand?" Aragon exhaled, truly exhaled, for what seemed the first time since Evan had entered the house. His muscles came loose, shoulders melting away from his ears, neck untensing, a landslide of movement. And yet he had barely budged. And then he was sobbing. Great, wet, gasping sobs, shuddering his frame. Evan had the sudden sense that he was observing something intimate, something he was not meant to see. And yet neither husband nor wife seemed embarrassed by his presence, and they did not ask him to leave. Hand over his eyes, Aragon staggered forward like a blind bear. "I know, mi vida." Belicia held out her arms. "I know." He fell to his knees before her, collapsing into her, clutching around her midsection, face buried in her stomach. And he wept.
Chapter 47. Far from fucking okay. Aragon's Jeep Wrangler blazed across the craggy terrain of the compound, the sash of the passenger seatbelt locking across Evan's torso. Evan found something soothing in the rough drive, bouncing him along across the earth, rocking him soporifically. Aragon presided over the wheel with a confidence just shy of reckless. They'd endured the drive thus far in silence. They passed between burning pyres, black smoke wafting through the open cabin. It looked like the aftermath of a battle, which in a sense it was. Hundreds of millions of dollars of drugs aflame, an empire in ruin. It remained to be seen what would rise from the ashes. 20 minutes prior, Evan had retreated upstairs for a shower and a change of clothes, leaving Aragon and Belicia to regroup. When he'd returned, bags packed and ready to go, the energy between the couple was different, softer, more vulnerable, like flesh freshly healed. "You hit like a girl," Aragon finally said. Evan smirked. "That was a slap. If I'd punched you, you'd still be lying in your front yard. Between my aunt and my wife. It's like getting pecked to death by ducks," Aragon said. "Sounds like you got where you needed to get." "With Belicia, yes. She is like a divining rod for bullshit. The best women are. And what can we say in the face of that? I'm sorry that my deficiencies have caused you pain. I'm grateful that the pain you were willing to endure led me to a greater awareness for myself." Aragon laughed, shook his head. "That is the awful, beautiful, sacrificial power of love. We sharpen ourselves against those we love in order to cut ourselves open and see what's inside. Sometimes I wonder if wisdom is nothing more than shortening the time before you realize how ignorant you are about something." They rocked up a rise, the Wrangler jogging severely, the plane of the east end of the compound coming into view. It boasted a private runway with a Cirrus Vision jet. At a hair under $2 million, it was the cheapest private jet. But it sure as hell beat commercial, and allowed Evan to skip subjecting $200,000 of carry-on to a security check. "Humility," Evan said. "Yes. And the thing about humility is, you never have it. You have to earn it every day. And every single time you embody it, you're tempted away from it. Just take a little more credit. Feel a little bit superior. Angle that light you're shining a tiny bit more on yourself and a tiny bit less on the truth you're searching for." "You're okay with Angelina?" Evan asked. "No," Aragon said. "I am far from fucking okay. But I am connected with her again. In my heart. If I can manage to bring her here," Evan said. if I can convince her to come. You'll let her make her own choices."
"No," Aragon said. "But Belicia will convince me, and I will reluctantly listen."
"And Raimundo?" Aragon's jaw set.
"Get them here. And I won't castrate him. That's as far as I'm willing to go right now."
"No castration," Evan said. "I'll see what I can do."
"How are you going to get her out?"
"I'm not sure yet," Evan said, "but I need a wide array of weaponry and top-shelf gear."
"I can get you whatever you need here."
"No," Evan said. "Even you can't do that." They drove parallel to the runway now, the ground at last smooth and flat beneath the rugged tires. "I can't take a run at Montesco's estate," Evan said. "Not directly. I'll need to get back inside and see about getting her out." Getting them out. I'll have to get them clear of the area, and then I'll need someone standing by for extraction.
"You'll have my best men."
A team of trained private military contractors should be sufficient if Evan could escape the estate and surrounding area. The dangerous part would be starting at the heart of Montesco's realm and fighting his way out. "I'll send you coordinates once I'm close," Evan said. Aragon skidded to a halt, the river of dust from their wake mingling with smoke, blowing past the windows. The landscape turned apocalyptic. Evan started to climb out, but Aragon rested a hand on his leg, halting him.
"As she grew up..."
Aragon hesitated, cleared his throat.
"I loved that child so much.
Like an ache." It was odd to see him so hesitant, working out his words in advance.
"I got so afraid for what the world might do to her that I pushed her toward the very thing I feared most. I didn't realize it, but now I do.
My part in her asinine, self-destructive decisions.
And for me to get here, for me to see, she needed to break me the way she did. It's all so jodido."
"You can't see unless you let go of everything you think you know," Evan said.
"Maybe that's all faith is," Aragon said. "Whatever you tell yourself to not be controlling."
Evan climbed out and headed for the plane. "Hey!" He turned back. Aragon rested his elbow on the ledge of the windowsill, looking across the V of his elbow.
"Bring my daughter home to me."
He drove off before Evan could reply. The dedicated pilot waited at the top of the rolling set of steps, framed by the clamshell door next to the fuselage. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Nowhere Man." Evan ducked to climb aboard. No flight plan, nothing in the logbook, fake tail numbers only. As discussed. The pilot eased into the cockpit, clicking a few of the overhead switches. "Where to?" Evan settled into the bolstered executive seat in the front row. "I need to visit an old friend in Vegas." Chapter 48. One Unsanctioned Individual. When Evan rambled up to the ostensible auto repair shop at the edge of a desolate desert road on the outskirts of Vegas, he was greeted with the sound of gunfire. That was generally the sound around here, though Evan had never shown up at 6 a.m. before. He parked his third rental car of the week in front of the low-slung building and climbed out. Aragon's pilot was standing by back at the Henderson Executive Airport. Evan knew to show up here alone. Wheeling his carry-ons on either side of him, he picked his way through the engine blocks, tires, and car bodies that formed an automotive garden of sorts in the scrubby brush that passed for a front yard. The gunfire was coming from the rear, so he moved past the heavy metal door, dodging the sightlines of the surveillance cameras and easing along the side of the building. Behind the auto repair shop facade, There were no lifts or oil pans or vehicles requiring new brake pads. Instead, there were crates of mortars and select fires, specialized drill presses, lathes, mills, Dremels, welders, CNC machines, and threading dies to make customized weaponry. And all stripes of ammunition, from armor-piercing to wad cutters. It was an old-fashioned armorer's lair, part lab, part dungeon, where one of Evan's most trusted contacts developed ghost weapons for numerous sanctioned Black Ops groups, and for one unsanctioned individual known by code and letter. As Evan neared the corner, he caught a whiff of cigarette smoke, then heard a few more snaps of gunfire, the sound of shattering glass, and a 3-pack-a-day voice singing surprisingly on key. "Stand, Navy, out to sea, fight our battle cry. We'll never change our course, so vicious foes steer shy." Tommy Stojak reclined in a retro aluminum lawn chair with fraying multicolored straps, sun-faded to varying shades of bleached yellow. Roaring the Navy's march song, he used what looked like a ray gun from a 1950s science fiction movie to fire at a half-dozen empty Jack Daniels bottles lined on a flat rock about 15 yards away. "Roll out the TNT, anchors away." 6 bottles of the Tennessee sour mash had already met their maker, reduced to puddles of glass. A nearly empty bottle rested at Tommy's side, and he picked it up, snugging it beneath his bulbous nose to lips framed with a biker's horseshoe mustache. The movement brought Evan into his peripheral vision, and Tommy lowered the bottle, grinning wetly. "Tommy," Evan said, "got started early this morning?"
"It ain't early, brother. It's just past late."
When Tommy spoke, the camel-wide bobbed in his mouth as if stapled to his lower lip. "Been a while."
"Yeah, well, time flies when you're in a coma."
Evan drew nearer. "Is that a Borchardt C-93?
"Look at you, knowing a thing or two. Not bad for a mouth-breathing trigger-puller."
Tommy raised the pistol to the incipient sunlight, admiring it.
"First commercially successful 9mm semi-auto. Saw light of day in 1893. Every last one hand-built and hand-fitted. Rough as a corncob, but hell, if you know what you're doing, you can make it go bang. Took me all day to refurb this pea shooter for a fancy-pants collector who needs every piece in his collection to be functional, 'cause rich people. That's why I figured me and Mr. Daniel here would have a celebration. Suck down a couple of bottles of loudmouth and see what shakes loose."
Visibility was low, daybreak threatening, but Tommy lifted the bizarre gun, sighted, and knocked off the next bottle. The 2-piece arm of the toggle lock flexed on the recoil, flinging an empty cartridge from the breech. The pistol and ammo were not made for accuracy, but no one had told Tommy Stojak that. "Been shooting all night?" Evan asked.
"Yep. Had a lady drop by in the wee hours. Needed a tire changed. Found me out here. Poor gal looked like she'd stumbled in on Caligula in the boudoir."
"It would be shocking, finding a Roman emperor in an 18th century French bedroom."
"Don't annoy me with your book learning."
"What did you do?"
"Changed her damn tire. I ain't gonna leave no damsel in distress."
Evan lowered himself into the rusting lawn chair beside Tommy. The webbing had frayed, vinyl points poking into him like needles. Tommy slung the bottle Evan's way, brown liquid sloshing inside.
"Want a nip?"
"No, thanks."
"Let me guess. Nothing but that fancy fruity vodka can touch your pristine lips."
"Yep. Fancy fruity vodka."
"What is it you drink again?"
"I'm tired of talking about alcohol this week."
"Ain't that a first?"
Tommy sucked another lungful of smoke, shot it out through the gap in his front teeth, and then spit tobacco juice between his boots. He had a nicotine patch on his neck, 2 on his arm, and 1 on the back of his shooting hand. His other hand, the left, was missing a finger, or more precisely, half a finger. One of many arcane injuries he'd accrued sometime in his early Spec Ops days. After Evan's penthouse had blown up, he'd stayed with Tommy for a few nights as they arranged the early stages of the rebuild. They'd been the oddest of odd couples, the worst of roommates. Tommy washed dishes only before using them, stored clean laundry in the dryer, and used the bathtub for making moonshine. By the 3rd night, Evan was sleeping outside, where at least the dirt was where it was supposed to be. By the 4th, his OCD drove him to a hotel on the Strip. "How's Sugar Britches doing?" Tommy said. "That girl. Frankie?" Tommy knew her name. He was immensely fond of Joey, but refused to admit it. "Joey," Evan said. "She wants to go on a road trip. By herself. Dangerous world out there. That's what I'm trying to tell her. I mean dangerous world for everyone else if a girl like her gets turned loose. Give me a heads up if that one makes it out in the wild." Tommy smirked. "I'll retreat to my bomb shelter." He raised the gun once more and knocked off the next bottle. "So I assume you didn't swing by for parental advice or whatever the hell you'd call it?" "No." "Drove down from L.A.? "Private jet." "Whose?" "Cartel guy." "Oh," Tommy said. "Mission?" "To knock off a different cartel guy." "You are one complicated former whatever the fuck." "I contain multitudes." "What's the drill?" "Gear for an exfil. I'm undercover. With the different cartel guy." "Which cartel?" "Leonis." "Undercover in the Leonis?" Tommy whistled. "Could you be more eager to punch yourself in the dick?" "After this mission, I'm swearing off self-dick punching." "Tell me some about this Mongolian cluster fornication you've got yourself up into." Evan sketched the details of the mission, leaving out particulars. When he finished, Tommy scowled, mustache bristling. "I hate those cartel sadists with their thug armies and private castles, all flash and bling and cry-bully cruelty. Uday Hussein gold-plated toilets, holding their chrome-plated guns sideways like kids in one of them rap videos." "A rap video, huh?" "You know what I mean." "So yeah, I'll help you give that motherfucker a habanero enema." "That's touching in a racist kind of way." "What do you need?" "Tunnel security. The good shit." Tommy looked offended. "I only deal in the good shit. This look like a Radio Shack?" "No. It looks like a junkyard for disused Radio Shack gear." "Well, hell. You want a pretty face? Talk to an L.A. waiter." Tommy aimed and squeezed, and another Jack Daniels bit the dust. An alertness had returned to his hound dog eyes. Over the years, Evan had learned that no matter how much Tommy drank, he was always one serious conversation away from sober. "No," Tommy said. "I got me some micro-surveillance tech out of Haifa. Waterproof, high-res, impossible to spot, lens the size of the head of a pin. Hide 'em in a real pebble, hollowed out. Sales guy paraded out a sample at SHOT Show, buried one in a real quarter, sliced in half and put back together. The camera was George Washington's eye. Dude was so excited to show it off, he should have been tripod-mounted." "Vivid imagery." "We aim to please. I also got fusion sensors with traditional IR night vision and thermal, both technologies in the same tube. Cool thing about those puppies is they can scan a pitch-black area with 0 ambient IR, let you see inside the devil's asshole. Small, too. 4 inches by 1.5 inches. Weight? Real light. About the same as 1.5 loaded 1911 magazines." Tommy measured most items in munition units. "Okay. But all that stuff? It's a ploy. For what I really need to smuggle in." Which is? Evan pulled a crumpled cocktail napkin from a cargo pocket. On the flight in, he'd jotted down his wish list and then taken a quick nap. I need these delivered in a utility van to this address. Evan tapped the napkin, where he'd written the location of the Hurwitz rental lot in Guaridon. Stored beneath a false bottom in the cargo hold. All the tunnel tech goes above on full display. They're just props. Tommy reviewed the list of weaponry, tugging at his mustache, a devious smile edging his lips. Now you're lighting candles in my church. Van's gotta be lifted, but not so much to be noticeable. Oversized tires will be less obvious than giant shock absorbers. When do you need to get your dick skinners on all this gear? Tomorrow noon. Tommy laughed. He finger-scooped the wedge of tobacco from his lower lip and flung it into the dirt. That's a hard no fucking way. I can't lasso all that gear, custom up the van, and have it waiting in the dead center of Cartelsville, and... He shot his wrist clear of a non-existent cuff, glanced at a non-existent watch. 30 hours? I'll give you until end of day. Another 5 whole hours? You're the picture of charity. Tommy cocked his head, chewed a lip, considering. Friday, 5 o'clock, Guaridon. That's a big ask on top of a big ask. How are you going to pay for it? I'm not. Evan nodded at the 2 carry-ons. He is. Tommy sucked down another half-inch of cigarette and flicked it into the sand. Making a man pay for his own execution. Tell you what, I'll make that cargo van black. Match the color of your heart. Thanks, Tommy. Hell, there's a pregnant broad riding on it. Who am I to stand in the way of your redemption story? Evan let that one go. Can you trust him? Tommy asked. Her old man. The first cartel guy. Not really a cartel guy, Evan said. More like an unconventional businessman. Well, doesn't that sound like a load of shit? Tommy shrugged. Answers the question, though. He's not all the way right, Evan said, but he's right in the right ways. Tommy nodded soberly. Ain't that all of us? Tuned to different frequencies. This one's gotta have 2.3 drinks a night to get right, and that one's gonna heist an armored car 'cause he needs to learn or die from the punishment. He works 120 hours a week on the stock exchange. She takes meds, pumps out crumb snatchers, and waits for that 5 o'clock Chardonnay. Whether we shoot up or fuck up, we're all in the same bathtub. But it's nice now and again when you find someone hums the same tune as you and rows the same direction. He hoisted the bottle and tipped it to Evan in a toast. That's the only shelter in this wondrous, nasty world. The only thing that matters. Everything else is just wainscoting. Evan made a noise of affirmation in his throat. Tommy offered him the gun. Want to take a shot? I'm good. Look at that. There. See that sun coming up? Is there anything makes your heart ache more than a desert sunrise? Evan took in the sight. Glorious purples and oranges shaded with pastels. The kinds of hues he forgot nature could make, until he remembered that nature made everything. It called to mind Peter's crayon colors, atomic tangerine and wild blue wonder, all the everything. Which led to thoughts of Mia and her neurosurgery consult mere hours away. Another outcome that could turn a family's world upside down in a hot second. So much beauty out there, and so much pain. The 2 men soaked it in, each with his private thoughts. Man, Tommy said, what I'd give to be sitting here with a chunky, round-faced brunette with bangs right now instead of your skinny ass. Skinny? And here I've been doing power squats and everything. Tommy admired the slender barrel of the pistol, that cerebellum bulge of the recoil spring housing. Know what sin means? I mean, the root or etymology or whatever the fuck? Evan thought back to his lessons with Jack in the study, flickering orange light from the fireplace, smell of peat wafting off Jack's old-fashioned glass. It's Greek, isn't it? Hamartia. That's the one. From hamartano. Now, why would a knuckle-dragger like me know a $10 word like that? Because it's an archery term. That's right. Tommy smiled big. Means to miss the mark. That's what we do when we sin. We miss the mark. And I've been thinking out here alone these past few nights. Just me and the mosquitoes. Then maybe that's why I do what I do all these years. Why I became a marksman. To aim right. Aim true. And maybe that's why you do what you do. These bleeding heart missions of yours. Trying to hit the mark. Trying to get one goddamn thing right for once. It may all be foobarred out there, but a bullet flies straight if you treat it right. And with all the mess and mayhem in this goddamn world, even you, Orphan X, can fly straight once in a blood moon. It was the first time Tommy had ever used Evan's code name. They'd always dodged direct questions about their respective pasts, Tommy allowing Evan the fiction that he didn't really know who he was. But something about the early morning light and the sour mash allowed a loosening of the screws, a sense that what was spoken here, in the pale blue glow of real Vegas, would stay in Vegas. Tommy brought the Borchardt up and squeezed off 3 quick shots, all of them bullseyes. He eyed the last bottle standing, then let his gaze lift to the horizon. Then he tapped the barrel against Evan's forearm. When's the last time you held history in your hands? Come on, give it a go. Evan took the Borchardt C-93 and lined the iron sights at the lonely bottle of Jack. He eased out an exhale, waited for the space between heartbeats. Fired. And missed. Tommy took another glug from the bottle, patted Evan's knee. Maybe next time, instead of power squats, young Padawan, you should get your damn eyes checked. Chapter 49. Blech. Evan sat on the floor with his back to door 12B of Castle Heights. He didn't know how long a neurosurgeon's consultation should take, but Mia's appointment was at 10 and it was already past 1 o'clock. A long time in a neurosurgeon's office didn't make for optimism. He was drifting off when the elevator dinged and a cacophony of voices spilled out. Here came the family, lumbering toward him, Mia's face tight and stoic, Peter glazed, Wally red-eyed from crying, and Janet looking meek and defeated. Evan popped to his feet as they descended on him. Mia moved past him, fumbled her keys into the deadbolt. "I thought you were out of the country." She scarcely looked at him, but he could tell she wasn't upset with him. She was barely holding it together. "I'm back." The door opened, and Peter bounded into his room and slammed the door behind him. They'd all sort of tumbled into the condo, and the adults now stood awkwardly around the wooden kitchen table, Mia leaning on a chair back as if for support, arms locked. Wally and Janet looked stricken. Janet said, "It'll all be okay, Mia." "Janet? No. Okay, just... no." Mia was shaking her head. Wally scratched his nose, looking down. "We, should give you and Peter some space. Rest up and, His voice was wavering. "Is there anything we can do?" Janet pleaded. "Give us something to do." "You don't need to do anything, sweetie," Mia said. Janet's lips were trembling. "Just, please, tell me something to do." "Okay," Mia said. "After the surgery, everyone from the office is going to be overly helpful and bring too much food by. And I don't want Peter eating a bunch of frozen casseroles. She emphasized the noun like it was a curse word. "Okay, I want him to eat healthy, and not all leftovers, you know. When Roger and I got married, we drove to Niagara Falls for a kind of ironic throwback honeymoon, and his mom sent us off with a honey-baked ham. I've always thought that's the definition of eternity. 2 people and a ham. So if you can make sure he's eating well, that will give me one less thing to worry about. Okay?" Janet bunched a fist over her mouth, nodded rapidly. Wally looked on the verge of collapse. "I really think we should give you some space, sis." "Okay, Wally. I'd like that." They embraced, and Wally sobbed into her shoulder a minute and said, "Sorry. It's okay. Sorry. It's okay. Sorry." Enough. Mia pulled back and managed a tremulous smile, and then Wally and Janet were gone, and it was just Evan and Mia in the sudden silence of the condo. Emotions were still swirling in the air, tangible enough to grab. Grief and fear, thick like a scent. Evan did what he often did, throwing up a filter, compressing the situation into boundaries that could be contended with, a set of challenges to be confronted. He needed facts and figures, and from them he would determine a battle plan. He said, "I'm going to assume the news wasn't good." That is a fair assessment. Mia took a breath, held it. Big exhale that puffed out her cheeks. "Could be worse, though," Evan said. "Diagnosis?" "Cavernous hemangioma. A bleed. It's not so much what it is as where it is. Dead center of the corpus callosum, millimeters from the fornices, which is the memory center." She seemed relieved to be talking facts. Evan knew it, too. The comfort of hard numbers, of staring a threat in the teeth unblinkingly. "Requires a craniotomy," she said. "Cut a hatch in the skull and drill right down through my brain." "Prognosis?" 15% or so I die on the table. 30 I suffer permanent short-term memory loss. Like, in 2 years I'll wake up every morning and still think Peter's 9. And in 10 years. And 20. Maybe even every hour. Every 15 minutes. I'll have to rediscover his real age and then figure out how to catch up to it. Not to mention what he'll have to figure out. So I'd prefer the 15% to the 30, actually. But I don't get to choose. Her eyebrows hoisted. There you have it, punctuation. So yeah, it sucks. Like ham and casserole. A hint of a smile. Like ham and casserole. Date? Monday. My mom had heart stuff, so I take a baby aspirin a day. I stopped today because anticoagulant. They can't wait for it to clear my bloodstream entirely. Too pressing, but wanted to give it at least 4 days. Assuming I don't get all gorked out by then. Are you... What? She bit her lower lip, rolled it between her teeth. I don't know if you're out of the country again. I think it might be good for Peter if... Shit, I don't know. I will try to be back. You'll try to be back? Yes. What you're into? It's life or death? It is. Right. Right. It always is. But so is this. Yes, she said. So is this. She kept her hands clenched on the chair back, the table between them like she was walling herself off from him, the world. A tilt of her chin toward Peter's closed door. Would you like to see him? He had to be back in Guaridon, but it was clear she needed him here. What was more important? A pregnant young woman in the hands of the Leones? Or a terrified single mother and her 9-year-old boy? This was the kind of math he did not do. How was he supposed to balance these scales? He reached for the seventh commandment for guidance. One mission at a time. Evan said, "No." She stared at him. "Okay." She started to say something else, hesitated, caught herself. There was a fragility in the air between them, as if they were both aware that they were embarking on the type of conversation that was outside the purview of their relationship, and that they'd have to tread lightly in case they broke something that couldn't be put back together. "Here we go." Mia took a deep breath. "All the things I like you for aren't the things you think I like you for." My matinee idol looks? Another near smile. "No, and not your 2% body fat, which is nice sometimes, but mostly annoying. Like, eat a cheeseburger. The thing is, I know what you're made of. I know what you're capable of. I've caught a glimpse of it. But you have no idea what I'm capable of. And I am going to get through this alive. For Peter. I believe you. But all my rah-rah, go me, I'm gonna beat this thing energy, I can't afford to indulge it when it comes to Peter. So I have to steel myself to make sure I get through while making plans for that little boy." The first quiver in her voice. "In the event that I don't. Do you understand?" "Perfectly." "Right. You're good at this, because it involves danger and menace." "Yes," he said, "I am." "Wally and Janet get custody of Peter if, you've met my brother. He has a great heart, and I love him to the bone. But he's a dipshit." "Dipshit might be harsh. Dipshit is charitable. And I'm worried Wally might not have everything Peter needs." "I have money," Evan said. "I will make sure Peter never ends up in a foster home." The words came out in a burst, with an intensity he scarcely recognized as something he possessed. Mia was staring at him, surprised and, it seemed, moved. She knew nothing of his past, and he realized he'd just opened a window into the core of himself. "I have money, Evan," she said gently. "It's not about money." "Okay." He was trying to recover, backpedaling within himself. What's it about, then?" "You're a gentleman. And there aren't a lot of places young boys can look and see gentlemen these days." "I'm not a gentleman." "You prove my point. And I'd like you to be there for Peter. Emotionally." The sound went out. For a moment, Evan only heard white noise and the thump, thump, thump of his heart. He knew that words were required, but they were out of reach. He had no idea what he was feeling or how to direct those sensations into sentences. Mia watched him with patience and what looked like kindness. "You have to raise a kid to have trust that the world will treat him fairly," she said. "Then maybe he'll have enough trust to get through when it doesn't." "And I don't want—" She tilted her head back, eyes pulling to the ceiling, holding the brimming tears in. "I don't want him to ever need comfort and not find it." "That's not what I do," Evan said. "What?" "Comfort." "You do. More than you think. This is too big a responsibility for you to risk being wrong." "I'm taking that risk," she said. "I'm playing the odds as is, letting them, cut my head open." "If I promise to do something," he said, "I do it. Every time. I don't know that I can do this, so I can't promise it.
I'm not asking for a promise. I'm laying my potentially last wish on you and leaving it up to your sense of duty, which means you at least have to try. How does someone try something like that? She thought about it. A lot of people have good intentions, but the wrong words. And you can fight them on the wrong words all day without seeing through to their intentions. Like you. If I just paid attention to your words, I never would have let you into my bedroom. And my... shit. I guess my heart. Ugh. She stuck out her tongue. I'm shockingly not good at this. Another breath. But what I mean is, with kids, with Peter, he has the wrong words sometimes. What he says he needs, what he thinks he wants. You have to see beneath that, to what his intentions are. Because that boy, another quiver. He's got the purest intentions of anyone I know. Evan nodded. She said, And when there's a kid around, you have to try to be the best version of yourself. Me. But you too, now. Of myself. Yes. Like, you suck at asking for help. I can't be mad at you for that, but I sure want to be sometimes. And I don't want Peter to grow up like that, not asking for help. Don't put that on him. He's a boy. He'll get that enough. I want him to be healthier. She wasn't crying, but there was a deep sadness in her words, and great respect for Evan as well in her stating boldly what needed to be boldly stated. I want him to be better than you. Evan said, Me too. She nodded. Don't hug me, please. A hug would wreck me right now. She glanced to Peter's closed bedroom door. I need to go talk with him. And then just be with him. As much as I can. I understand. Evan started out, hesitated, looked back at her. I'll do everything I can to be here for your surgery. She summoned a sad smile that crinkled the edges of her eyes. Thank you, Mr. Danger. She started toward Peter's room. Pausing halfway out the front door, Evan watched her walk across the living room. She set her hand on the doorknob, head lowered, paused. 2 seconds. 3. 4. Her hunched shoulders rose as she took a deep breath, settled back lower than they'd been. He watched her enter her son's room, then eased out of her condo. Halfway down the hall, the door to the trash room was ajar. The soporific voice of Hugh Walters echoed inside the walls. Need to ensure that the chute width is up to code, as specified in Section 82 of the NFPA's waste and linen handling systems. At the sound of the HOA president's voice, Evan clenched his teeth hard enough to engender an ache in his molars. Assessing the open-door threat, he made a threshold evaluation, moving to a tactical stride. Light on his original SWAT boots, he hugged the near wall to minimize exposure. He zipped by silently, padding to the elevator, finger extended to punch the up button when... Mr. Smoke! Evan stared at the elevator doors. Freedom, mere inches away. He turned to see Hugh striding toward him, clipboard in hand. There was nothing in the world Evan wanted to see less right now than Hugh Walters with a clipboard. Farther down the hall, a repairman stared after Hugh with exhausted dismay before withdrawing his turtle head into the trash room. Hugh closed in on Evan like a self-guided missile. I'm glad I caught you, Mr. Smoke. I feel that you and I got off on the wrong foot and never really found, well, I suppose the right foot. I don't actually have any issues I need to. The thing is, here at Castle Heights, the buck stops with me. when the trash chute is 2 inches too narrow, when there's a cricket infestation in the garage, when there are service animal provisions that must be updated. About that. I don't really require well, this really isn't very kind to say, but sometimes I get quite frustrated with our fellow tenants. I can't imagine what that's like. I know I'm considered a bit of a hard-ass around these parts, a self-satisfied chuckle. But every time I'm tempted to judge someone for wanting environmentally friendly coffee filters in the lobby, or asking to replace our perfectly suitable social room chairs, or having goddamned allergies. Hugh paused, breathing hard, his face shiny, eyes huge behind the Coke bottle lenses. I stop and ask myself, I wonder what they're feeling that I'm not. I wonder what vulnerabilities or worries they're dealing with that I know nothing about. Hugh tapped the clipboard against his thigh, a show of emotional agitation. He was pushing himself here, getting out of his comfort zone. Evan couldn't help but have a shred of admiration for that. Hugh continued, well, I want to tell you that I've waived the pre-registration requirements for service animals. Because, well, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know what worries you might have that I don't know about, Mr. Smoke. Evan stared at him, dumbfounded. I appreciate that. Hugh tipped his head in a nod. Evan saw him for the first time as an actual person, rather than a self-created caricature. Hugh had always seemed one of those people who'd decided on a persona early in life and worn it so long and so rigidly that he'd forgotten he was anything else. But now Evan found himself wondering at Hugh's inner life. What did he think about before he fell asleep at night? Did he need his clipboards and regulations, the way Evan needed his missions and commandments, because they gave him a sense of order, of purpose? I know I'm not as interesting as some of the folks who live here, Hugh said. You probably feel that way too. Evan matched his confiding look. But, well, I'm reliable, Hugh said. And reliability might be considered unsexy out there these days. But when someone is struggling with their allergies or anxiety, when they've lost faith that the rules will hold, that they can count on what to expect from the world, that they'll be dealt a fair hand, I guess what I'm saying is that when they've lost trust, I want to be the one who can restore that for them. He lowered his eyes and nodded a few times, as if only now agreeing with what he'd just said. Do you understand? For the first time, Evan dropped any pretense of his cover. He felt like himself, his true self, answering an honest question with an honest answer. I do. Hugh offered his hand. Evan shook it. Chapter 50. Human Eye Juice. Inside the vault, Evan parked himself behind his sheet metal desk and called up the OLED screens covering the walls. Various windows had been left open, providing a history of Joey's latest searches. Countless crime reports, articles, and internal DEA documents on Raul Montesco. Even more on the tentacles of the Leones operation, and a number of failed inquiries for Jacob Baradon, Evan's biological father. Joey had continued looking into this even after their altercation, despite the fact that he didn't want to pursue finding out more about his father. He took a moment to think beneath her words to her intentions, and was momentarily undone. He called up an encrypted video telephony app that she had installed for him. Her fingerprints were all over his life, and dialed her. After 2 rings, the screens wallpapering the front wall rendered her life-size before him. In her pod of a hacking station, camo pants,
bare feet up by the keyboard, sleeveless tank top showing off the defined muscles of her arms. No smile. On the circular ledge of the desk encompassing her were various keyboards, a number of speed-hacking cubes, a big gulp, and a half-eaten hot dog with an excess of mustard. She crossed her arms, glared at him. "Hear that?" she said. "What?" "That's the sound of me not talking to you." I apologized. "Yes, you did. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get back to enjoying what little freedom my overlord allows." "Is there a version where we what?" "I don't know. Talk this out?" "You? Talk something out emotionally?" She stiffened up and gave him robot arms and robot voice, one of her many preferred means of impersonating him. "Me am Orphan X. Me want to have conversation about feeling states of living organism. But me Cylon programming is not enabled to compute human eye juice." "What's a Cylon?" Robot voice continued, "I lack knowledge of all things pop cultural. This is another infuriating trait that makes me feel superior to my human counterparts. Josephine?" At the sound of his voice, Dog the dog padded over into Joey's workstation and stuck his snout up into the frame. His big tail was wagging, audibly thwacking the curve of desk behind him. Joey scratched his scruff, her voice softening. "Who's a sweet boy? You want a bite?" She offered him the remaining half of her hot dog, which he scarfed down. "You know," Evans said, "you don't have to feed him every time you eat." She pinned him with a bruised expression. "See? That's so you. Not thinking about it from his perspective." "The dog's perspective?" "Yes! Think how friggin' pissed you'd be if someone ate all kinds of food in front of you and you had to eat the same canned crap over and over. Like, you have no opposable thumbs and can't get, your own food for yourself because you've been taken out of nature into a world of opposable thumb privilege. And this selfish a-hole buys whatever she wants and opens it up with, her superior digits, and it smells all delicious and she can't even spare a scrap. Oh, and by the way, you bred me to be, super loving and loyal. I mean, I'm literally evolutionarily designed to have to be nice to you. It's in my DNA to not kill you and take your food, but hey, tough shit and just sit there and watch me eat 'cause screw you, right? You want to raise a dog with dignity, not just to obey. See, that's what you still don't get, X. Sometimes you have to take care of people the way they want to be taken care of. Dogs. Huh? You mean dogs? Sometimes you have to take care of dogs the way they want to be taken care of. That's what I said. Click. Once again, he was alone in the vault, but Joey's hostile absence made alone feel lonelier. Just him and the history of her digital meanderings, including a search for the father he'd never known and didn't care to know. He thought again of his half-brother out there, whom he still hadn't reconnected with since the last mission, and his half-brother's daughter, which would make her Evan's... what? His niece? I have a niece, he thought. He'd never met her in person. He had a not really significant other heading into a life-threatening surgery. Her 9-year-old son, whom he not really mentored. Aragon and Belicia Urea, who were not really friends. Their daughter, not really a client. And Joey, his not really niece person, who was really angry with him. It wasn't hard to see that he was the common denominator of all this not-realiness. He looked to the side of his mousepad where Vera, too, used to sit. Her vacancy was disconcerting. He shoved back from the desk and walked pointedly to the kitchen, doing his best to ignore the Velcro wall and the mirrored globe dangling overhead. He'd deal with them later. No signs of life yet from the living wall, but Vera 3 was there on the island in the glass salad bowl where he'd left her. She lay on her side, roots splayed, bereft of pebbles to take hold of. He straightened her up to restore for her a bit of dignity. Fed her an ice cube. To meet Tommy's shipment, he had to be at the Hertz office in Guaridon by tomorrow at 5 p.m. Aragon's pilot would meet him at the Santa Monica airport at dark 100, which would give him plenty of time to get back to Eden, and from there across the border in the rented Chevrolet Matiz. That gave him one night at home. Instinctively, his gaze moved to the freezer room. Joey'd had the armored sunscreen shades installed, though they were drawn up beneath their inset housing, leaving a breathtaking view of Los Angeles at night. The city lights shone through the armored glass and the panes of the freezer room, silhouetting the bottles of vodka with their sultry curves. But with everything going on here, in Eden, in Guaridon, he had to stay sharp. Back to the master suite, averting his eyes once more so as not to let in the Velcro rise to his side and the disco ball above. Out of his clothes, into the shower. He used Dr. Bronner's magic soap to scour his body, the peppermint variety that made his skin tingle. Back to the bedroom, into a pair of boxer briefs, up onto the floating mattress. Wait. His bed. He stared down past the edge of the levitating slab of metal at the floor 3 feet below. Neodymium rare earth magnets and steel cables created a push-pull effect that held his bed suspended in thin air. He'd climbed right onto the hovering unit without noticing that it had been restored. Another task accomplished by Joey in a wholly implausible time frame. Everywhere he looked, it seemed he was being confronted with evidence of her competence and self-sufficiency. But still, an unchaperoned road trip? No way. He had one night to sleep before his return to the baking heat of Guaridon, with its caged victims and human-eating lions, and men unshackled from the laws of civilization. In a few hours' time, he'd start his journey into the heart of darkness. Already he'd rehearsed the exfiltration in his mind's eye dozens of times, making adjustments, running iterations, each wrong turn or hesitation leading to a bullet in the head, his skin flayed from his body, the air choked from his lungs in a concrete-filled oil drum. Every last scenario ended in death. His death, Angelina's death, Raimundo's, the unborn babies. Every last scenario. Except one. To pull this off, Evan couldn't merely be excellent. He'd have to be perfect. He had to find the place within himself where he ceased to exist, where he yielded to instinct and muscle memory and neural pathways, where he had run the mission so many times that it was rote, grounded not in thinking but in habit, where he could slow it down to a snail's pace or manage it on fast forward, where he could conduct it blind or see it through despite a fatal injury. The second commandment, how you do anything is how you do everything. He veiled his eyes, not quite open, not quite closed, until the world turned to a gauzy fog of half-light. It took a solid 10 minutes for him to find his breath properly, to feel where it expanded the floor of his stomach, his ribs, until it rose up to press out the space beneath his clavicles. In the single inhalation filling his body, there were more air molecules than there were grains of sand on every beach on Earth. A miracle and a wonder in every mundane instant. Just a man suspended 21 stories above the ground and 3 feet above that, breathing in until he became the air and the air became him, until he was merely a respiring organism in the whole of the universe, which itself was fire and gas and blackness pricked by points of light, the entire weightless mass expanding and contracting like the walls of his own lungs. He narrowed his focus to the hazy band of the Milky Way, zoomed in on the solar system, flew past the Sun, Mercury, Venus, to the blue mossy ball tinged with white, zeroed in on North America, vectored to the west coast, the hanging Chad of California, closed in on the southern half of the state, Los Angeles flying up at him, down into West L.A., the Wilshire Corridor, through the roof of Castle Heights, his penthouse, the walls of the master bedroom, the four corners of his mattress, his body, all of it, the shape and sound and feel of 30 trillion cells, structured and harmonized, breathed into life by the air moving through them. He was here and there. He was omnipresent and impalpable, everywhere and nowhere. The Nowhere Man. And he was ready for the horrors that tomorrow promised to hold. Chapter 51. Professional Courtesy. At 4:57 p.m., Evan picked up the cargo van. Black, as promised, from the curb adjacent to Hurwitz. A homeless guy stinking of tequila lay slumped against the oversized front tire, tattered cowboy hat pulled over his eyes. Evan roused him, a gentle tap of his boot against the guy's sandaled foot. Before the soft kick connected, the guy rolled onto his feet with surprising grace and stared at Evan with clear brown eyes. "Tommy said to tell you, don't miss the mark," he said, then dropped a single car key into Evan's palm and shuffled away. Evan climbed into the cargo hold, which was grubby, a few oil spills, grime at the seams, an amoeba of hardened chewing gum on the floor in the corner. He took a moment to change into the clothes he'd requested. They looked like what he'd worn for the bulk of the mission. Facial recognition thwarting pattern on the button-up, tactically discreet cargo pants with streamlined inner pockets. A number of Pelican crates held the surveillance gear he'd ordered. But the clothes and the security equipment weren't what mattered. What mattered was what was hidden beneath the false bottom of the cargo hold. 45 minutes later, he pulled beneath the giant carved monkeys of the grand archway. The chicken coop looked empty, each cell showing only a band of late-day sunlight near the bars, the invisible inhabitants pulled back into the shade like overheated zoo animals. He double-checked the position of the decoy sewer grates and storm drains along the driveway and gardens, as he had those leading into the estate, then noted the positions of the guards. Sure enough, his favorite Sicario was waiting at the portico, arms crossed. Evan edged off the driveway and parked half over a disused flower bed. Rolling down the passenger window, he caught a waft of jasmine and could hear rats scurrying in the gardens, awaiting their next feast. "The hell kind of parking job is this, Gabacho?" Darling Boy asked, approaching. "Lot of valuable gear in here," Evan said, climbing out. "I don't want one of you idiots clipping the van on your way in." "Don't move." Darling Boy stopped Evan with a spread hand, spun him around less gently than was warranted, and frisked him from the ankles up, groping at his crotch with brisk, pragmatic intent. "Jefe is smart enough to forbid you having weapons in the house." Evan turned around, holding his arms wide. "He made that clear to me." "Well, I'm making it clear, too. Open the back." Evan unlocked the rear door and Darling Boy climbed up and in. He examined the interior carefully, his sunken eyes picking across every crack and fissure, his foot tapping beside the blackened disc of gum. Then he opened and studied the gear in every last Pelican case. Finally, he climbed through to the front and searched the seats, the glove box, the center console. He wormed back out to where Evan leaned against the side of the van, face tilted to the sun, soaking in some vitamin D. "Find anything interesting?" "Not yet," Darling Boy said, and headed into the mansion. Evan locked up the van and entered. The lean, jittery guard named Nacho greeted Evan in the foyer with a lowered MP7 and a hot glare. "Jefe wants to see you," Nacho said, "in his bedroom." Evan started back.
You should know, Nacho called after him, that you are hated here. He had hungry, sullen features, gold-framed sunglasses pushed up into his glossy hair, hand loose at his belt, thumb tucked behind the grenade pouch, and those fucking teeth, like a mole rat's. You been whispering poison in Jefe's ear, making him paranoid about us. But he should not be paranoid about us. He should be paranoid about you. Ah, Evans said, one of Darling Boy's men. Darling Boy has been with Jefe for 17 years. Darling Boy recruited most of us. We are all Darling Boy's men. And we will wait for you to stumble. Careful that you don't get hurt first, Evans said, while you're waiting. He padded down the corridor, passing the first set of spiraling stairs and descending the second. Montesco's suite was at the end of the corridor, double doors thrown wide, the sounds of vigorous sex issuing out. Evans stood in the doorway. A giant picture window overlooked the pool and cabana. The bed was enormous. 2 king-size mattresses set side by side, the furniture modern and overly sleek, lacquered woods and shiny chrome fittings. Montesco was entangled with 5 or so women, a confusing, squirming mass of limbs and flesh. Evan tried to do the math in his head and failed. A burly guard stood against the far wall, hand gripping opposite wrist by his waist, classic bodyguard position. His MP7 was slung, his eyes averted, expression impassive. Evan cleared his throat. Montesco's head popped up from the scrum. It took some effort for him to extricate himself, and then he shooed the women out. They gathered their clothes on the way, brushing past Evan. Their cheeks were flushed, but their manner was bored, businesslike, a construction crew leaving for lunch break. The guard didn't move. He might as well have been painted on the wall. Montesco came at Evan, glistening and naked, his left nostril powdered with white, tattooed lion gazing out from his inner arm. "Did you find the third shooter?" "No, but I have a bead on him. My associate is still working to track him down. In the meantime, I want her to get back here to safe the estate." "I told you to bring me his head." Montesco slid a flat hand beneath his nose, wiping the excess. The room smelled of sweat and sex. "I want him dead." "And he will be. I'm prioritizing your safety." "You have the gear you promised?" "I do." "Has Darling Boy checked it all?" "Proctologically." At this the dark man cracked a smile. "You told me to trust no one. I am taking your advice seriously. I may like you, Caballo Oscuro, but you are still new to me. And my men, they are not taking to you." "It's not my job to be liked." It took some effort for Evan not to acknowledge Montesco's nakedness. "It's my job to protect you, even against your own men, like Jovencito." "What do you need of me now?" "I want to check the escape tunnels and hatches for hostile surveillance gear and explosives. Vehicles, too. I want to sweep them, make sure that there are no tracking devices or explosives. Then I want to install additional security measures." Montesco nodded a few times rapidly, rooting in the heap of pillows on the floor and blessedly coming up with a bathrobe. Yanking open a drawer on the Hollywood Regency mirrored nightstand, he withdrew a lighter and a cracked cigarette. "Darling Boy will oversee you." Evan felt his body heat tick up a half degree. The first hitch in the plan he'd mentally rehearsed a few hundred times. "We don't like each other," Evan said, obviously. "It's close quarters work. I move fast, I move efficiently, and I move alone." Montesco swung his head around, freshly lit stick between his lips. "I don't give a fuck what you want. This is how it will go. Tomorrow morning you can start." That too-wide mouth stretched into an off-kilter smile. "Try and relax for once.
Take a woman to your suite. Take two." "I'm good," Evan said. "I want to interview the girl again. See if she remembers anything about Jovencito she didn't mention before. Maybe she saw something I didn't. Could help lead to the third shooter." Montesco held an inhale as he spoke, the words an airless screech. "You said you were closing in on the third shooter." "I'd like to close in quicker." Evan hesitated, for the first time unsure of his status here. Montesco's bloodshot eyes moved to his guard. The burly man returned the look, a flicker of shared suspicion. "It's fine," Evan said. "I'm tired anyway. I'm happy to deal with it when I get back to L.A. "Now," Montesco smiled, let the smoke leak through his teeth. "If you can squeeze more information out of her, do it." As Evan withdrew, his sense of unease intensified. His absence had left room for Darling Boy to sow distrust, for paranoia to swell. He could only hope he had enough time before the wave broke. He'd be watched every step of the way now, a feeling compounded by how the guards watched him as he headed to Angelina's room. Darling Boy sat in the chair outside her door, using his combat knife to shave the fingernail of his pinky into a point. He spoke without looking up. "She is sleeping." "Then I'll wake her," Evan said, barging in. Angelina shot up in the sheets with a yelp, startled by his entrance. "Shut up," he said loudly as the door swung closed behind him. "I have a few more questions for you." The door sealed, and he thumbed on his white noise app and eased to her side. "Listen to me carefully," he said quietly. "Do not leave this room for any reason until I come for you. Do not give anyone an excuse to get upset. Anything asked of you, obey. No complaining, no conflicts, no throwing off sparks. Tension is mounting, and until I can initiate extraction, I need you to stay as removed from Montesco's mind as possible." She crossed her arms atop the bulge of her belly. "What tension?" "I don't have time to explain. I just need you to listen. Understand?" Okay. She planted her feet on the mattress, pulled her thighs up against her belly. "Did you see my father?" "Yes." "What did he say?" "He won't kill Raimundo." "What else did he say?" "I don't have time to explain." "Did Mama talk to him?" "Yes." "Did he listen?" "Yes." There were tears in her eyes instantly. "Then everything will be okay." "I need to know that Raimundo won't get in the way of anything I need to do here." "What do you need to do?" The question surprised him. Despite what she had been through, what she had seen, she was still an innocent. "Kill everyone," he said. She blinked at him. "Why would you do that?" "Because it's the only way I can get you out. And it's the only way you won't be looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. I'll ask you again. Will Montesco's son try to interfere?" She shook her head. "I don't think so." "Talk to him. Make sure. This is the last you'll see of me. Before it's time." He started out. "Wait," she said in a whispered rush. He halted, picturing Darling Boy outside, that shared look between El Moreno and his guard in the bedroom. Evan's impatience intensified, a simmer in his stomach. "What?" "My papa." "I didn't want to disappoint him." Evan said, "I don't care." "The pressure of it," she said. "In his eyes, I was perfect. I tried to be for so long, and then I just couldn't." He understood that she was terrified, but he couldn't bring himself to empathize with her. "The more I did right, the more proud of me he was," she said, "and the more I could disappoint him. This is something that can be dealt with later." "I know," she said in a diminutive voice that sounded much younger than her 18 years. "But I had to say it before I went home." Her enormous brown eyes pulled to him. "I needed someone to hear it.
I heard it, Evan said. Now stay in the room. Before going to sleep, Evan emerged from his bedroom and walked the mansion at night, guards watching him with glittering eyes, cologne and cigarette smoke wafting off them. The place was desolate, abandoned. Just the armed men there in every room like staging props, as unnatural as the rest of the decor. He took a pass through the front yard, breathing the scent of night-blooming jasmine. The guards at the front gate kept him in view, shadowing him from afar. He gauged the distance from the front door to the van, from the van to the gates, from the gates to the limestone formations beyond, and he wondered if his planning had been sufficient. The margin for error was 0. He drifted close enough to the chicken coop to see someone's breath huffing out from between the cell bars. He moved closer. The captives were asleep, save for a young lady in her 20s with ratty hair and a pronounced nose. She hacked a few times, an unforgiving dry cough, and then glared out at him with discerning eyes. "You should be ashamed of yourself," she said in passable English. "You have a mother, sisters, a daughter maybe. You see us, but you pretend you don't. All those pretty girls come and go in the big house, and you keep us out here like cattle, voiceless, faceless, nameless." Behind her, her cellmates slumbered, buckets on the floor, filthy plates crusted with residue, slots in the bottoms of the doors sized for trays to be passed through, body odor and human waste, a barnyard reek. Evan stared at her through the bars. "What is your name?" "Aurora," she said. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. "God is watching you," she said. "Everything you have done, everything you will do." Evan thought, "I hope not," and walked back inside. The foyer guard rose as he passed. He drifted through the kitchen under the watchful eyes of 2 more men positioned at the bar in the adjoining conversation pit. The knives were missing from the wooden block, put away since Evan had left. Interesting. He walked past the antique steel safe, his 1911 and Strider knife held captive inside, along with a collection of other visitors' phones and weapons. Grabbing a bottled water from the refrigerator, he headed back through the ground floor. Behind him in the dark house, boots scuffed floorboards, doors opened and closed, the men tracking him as he made his quiet rounds under the guise of a nighttime stroll. A surfeit of lights illuminated the yard. Through the windows he confirmed guard positions, tallied the manpower, noted familiar gaits and postures and faces. His running count showed 1 Sicario and 38 men, and nothing he saw now indicated an update was in order. The morning would hold a lot of killing. As he walked down a tight hallway, he spotted the rustic oak door of the study. It was ajar, its rounded top casting a skewed tombstone shadow across the tile floor. A bluish glow emanated through the threshold. Evan moved to the doorway and froze. A spa-like blue from the aquarium glass irradiated the dark walls and bookshelves, the rolling ladder and imposing mahogany desk. But none of the furnishings held Evan's attention. The figure floating inside the tank did. Slow-motion twists, like a synchronized swimmer who'd lost his partner. Bare-chested, tattered pants, claw marks pronounced across the back of the torso from a leonine mauling. Half the head gnawed off, one leg missing at the knee, an arm ending in ribboned streamers of flesh. In the bisected jaw, a row of exposed molars glimmered like pearls, hunks of flesh taken from the right flank, the left buttock, the meat of the thigh. Bubbles clung to what remained of the nose, the eyelashes, the spaces between the remaining toes. Venustiano, the tree trimmer. Evan sensed movement in his peripheral vision. Way down at the ends of the hall, figures moved into view, faces barely lit. Darling boy to the left.
Nacho to the right. Darling Boy smiled at him. Even from this distance, his teeth looked like stumps inserted at random into his caving gums. We figured this mono needed to be taught a lesson more than Romeo did. I convinced Jefe not to wait till the end of the month. Evan shrugged. You don't have patience for the long-term plan. What long-term plan is that? Evan looked back at the corpse, spinning slowly in the ethereal light, sea-changed and gruesomely bewitching with pallid skin and purpled viscera. Faint whiff of chlorine and formaldehyde. The study itself was like a theater set. All those unread books, the empty blotter, the disused Mont Blanc. To men like El Moreno and Darling Boy, little in this world was authentic. Other humans weren't real. Their suffering wasn't real. The families they left behind weren't real. Evan pulled back, walking toward Nacho, but turned right down the next corridor, leaving the men momentarily behind. A dark stone corridor, thick with the scent of animal musk. He heard it then. A low, ticking growl. No, not a growl. A contented snore. Floor-to-ceiling bars set in the stone near the end, light falling through, broken into slats. He neared. Sure enough, the king slumbered, lying on his side, spine pressed to the cold rock of the rear wall, muzzle stained from the day's feast, massive paws like spiked boxing gloves, twitching with a remembered pursuit. Evan put his shoulder blades to the wall opposite and slid down to sit on the floor. The lion hoisted his massive head and regarded him, orange-brown eyes burning bright. He curled his top lip and tasted the air, tasted Evan's scent, the ridiculous brown pom-pom at the end of his tail shushing across the floor. The tuft was used for balance and to lead other lions through the long grass. Spined tongue sharp enough to slough the skin off your hand with a few licks. Incisors spaced to slide between the vertebrae of prey and sever the spine surgically. Everything by design, cruel and majestic. The lion didn't care about lost daughters and damaged sons, didn't know how to engage in small talk or what to bring to a dinner party, didn't understand how to talk to a frustrated 16-year-old hacker, a woman on the verge of a life-ending surgery, a 9-year-old boy terrified of being left motherless. He was built for one thing and one thing only. They shared the air for a time. The mansion was so quiet it could almost be mistaken for peaceful. Finally, Evan rose, one knee cracking. The lion's head lifted to track his movement. They regarded each other through the bars with something approaching professional courtesy. Evan gave him a nod. "You and me, pal," he said, and headed out. Chapter 52. Scared of him all the way down. Evan was awakened by screaming, tumbling out of bed already dressed, banging into the stupid floor vase as he yanked on his boots, laces untied, stumbling to the door. El Moreno bellowing somewhere in the mansion, and then the sound of a gunshot, amplified inside interior walls. Evan sprinted down the hall toward the commotion, heart pounding. The guards were standing by the chairs, heads cocked like dogs alerting to a threat. As Evan passed them, they sprang into action, following his lead. Evan was weaponless, running into the unknown. Another gunshot. Montesco was juiced up on crack and cocaine. Had he just ended the mission with a bullet to Angelina's head? Evan flew down the floating spiral stairs, clearing the final twist to see that it wasn't Angelina at the end of the gun. It was Raimundo. On his knees in the sunken conversation pit by the bar, cheeks smashed in the grip of his father's hand, Montesco placed the gun parallel to his son's temple. "Tell me, Papa, I swear—" Bang! Raimundo fell over, clutching his ear. Another hole opened up on the couch cushion behind him.
tufted white foam appearing next to the other ruptures, a trio of eyeballs. Darling Boy stood down in the pit with them, the heel of his hand resting on the pommel of his sheathed knife. A few other guards rimmed the top of the space, looking on awkwardly, other men running toward the sound of gunfire, pouring into the mansion from all directions. What the fuck is this? Now El Moreno was shaking something in his son's face. What do you need an untraceable phone for? It was to call Angelina. Before you knew about us, I swear, why did Darling Boy find this beneath your mattress now? Why? I forgot about it. Did you set me up in San Bernardino? Montesco shouted, saliva flying from his lips. Were you working with Jovencito? Did you know who the shooters were? The gun now in his son's mouth. No. Barrel to the temple. What are these fucking numbers? Why were you calling America? I was calling... Bang! This shot, close enough to nick the edge of Raimundo's ear. He clamped a hand over the side of his head, trickles of blood forking around his index finger. We are searching for traitors under my roof, and we find this? From you? I don't care if you're my blood. I will kill you. Understand? I will end you. The situation was redlining, and Evan's position fraught, his cover one false move from being blown. And he had to do something fast before Raimundo's gray matter wound up spattered all over the couches. Evan stepped down into the conversation pit and opened his mouth to speak, when a voice from behind him shouted, "Stop!" He could not bring himself to believe it. Not even when he turned and saw her racing down the spiral staircase, bare feet fluttering, Nacho tearing along the catwalk above in pursuit. Angelina clutched her stomach with one hand, her hair swept back, cheeks aflame. In her stubbornness and outrage, Evan saw an echo of her father, the fervor that would get her killed. The one order he'd given her. After everything he'd put on hold and put at risk, after all the blood and sweat the past 2 weeks had brought, after the meticulous planning, risks taken, injuries accrued, dangers outstanding, she'd had one task and one task only. Stay in her room until he could save her. And despite everything at stake, she'd been unable to listen. At the worst possible time, she'd barreled into the powder keg, sparks flying. His anger strained toward the breaking point, found alignment with his cover, true emotion undergirding his fictitious role. A lifetime spent holding back that fury, channeling it into calm action. But now, he felt it bucking at the reins, his grip starting to slip. She reached the bottom of the stairs, Nacho at her heels. Guards were already moving to intercept her when Evan blew his top. He arrowed at her, leading with a diamond tip of cold rage. God damn it, girl! She stopped flat-footed, recoiling from the sight of him, confused terror flashing in her eyes. She was scared of him all the way down. She had every reason to be. I told you to stay in your fucking room. He drew back his hand to strike her. Beneath his boiling temper, he sensed the terrible alignment of interests, felt the dark streak within himself that was thinner, but no less deep than Aragon's or El Moreno's, the fathomless malevolence no one on the planet was above or beyond. Wait! Evan stopped his hand back by his ear, freezing the wind-up. El Moreno walked over to him, his expression resembling surprise. Evan's overreaction had jarred Montesco out of his own frenzy. Calm down, Caballo Oscuro. Calm down. Evan felt the spell break, felt the rage he'd summoned drain out of him. The ploy had worked. He lowered his hand to his side. Montesco moved to him. Funny, I know. Me telling you to calm down. But you can't hurt this vaca. She holds my future here. Montesco peeled up Angelina's shirt. Trembling,
She let him. He placed his hand on her bare stomach. Her face was contorted with disgust, anger yielding to shame. So many guards in the room, all of them looking on, spellbound. Nothing she could do but allow him to touch this most intimate part of her. "Since my son is a traitorous culero," Montesco said, rubbing her skin, "the boy in her belly is all I have left." "Let me see the phone." Evan held out his hand. Montesco looked at Darling Boy, then placed the throwaway in Evan's hand. Evan thumbed up the call history, several dozen listings. "These are all to one number," Evan said. "With an American area code," Darling Boy said. Evan thumbed redial. A 2-second delay, followed shortly by a spectral ringing in the room, the sound echoing metallically. The guards looked up, around, at one another. Evan stared at the rusting old-fashioned safe. Montesco's jaw clenched. He walked over, spun the dial, removed an iPhone in a pink rubber case with Angelina spelled out on the back in gold-studded stickers. The phone rang once more and then made a woeful dying noise as it lost charge. Darling Boy lowered his eyes, hands limp at his sides, humiliated before his beloved overlord and the others. The full manpower of the estate had been drawn inside, all 38 men. A tactical disaster begotten by narcissism. Montesco demanded the attention of everyone around him every waking minute. His mood set the tempo of the entire estate. All eyes had been on him as he'd fumed and bellowed and fired his weapon into the couch cushions. He'd been too coddled too long to learn one of the key lessons imparted to Evan in his training. You can either be the center of attention or pay attention. You can't do both. The mood had shattered, and Evan wasn't about to let someone else set the new tempo. He pressed his advantage, spinning as he addressed Montesco's men. "Why are you all here? Who's watching the front gate, the rear perimeter? Who's guarding your posts around the house? Or did you forget we still have Gulf Cartel assassins out there gunning for Jefe? Go! Go!" They dispersed. Evan looked at Angelina. "Get back in your room. Clean up your boyfriend. Both of you stay there. I'll deal with you both after I finish my job in the morning." As he headed back to his bedroom, he slapped the disposable phone into Darling Boy's hand. "Excellent work," he said. Chapter 53. Filthy Boy. Evan spent the morning pretending to check Montesco's fleet of SUVs for digital transmitters and explosives. Darling Boy sat in a lawn chair beneath the portico with Rodel, sipping lemonade as Evan moved back and forth to the van, hauling undercarriage mirrors and RF wireless signal detector wands. Every time he emerged from the cargo hold with a new piece of gear, Darling Boy made him bring it over to him to inspect. For extra fun, Darling Boy would ask the chauffeur's approval. "That look okay to you, Raudel?" "Yo no sé," Raudel would reply with a smile, biting off a fresh plug of tobacco and spitting a brown stream across the toes of Evan's boots. "Let me see it again." On the 6th round, Darling Boy finally seemed to tire of the power play and waved Evan off. "Hurry up and finish. You haven't even started on the tunnels yet." Evan kept on with his examination, assessing every inch of the SUVs. As he worked the undercarriage mirror on the third and last one, he heard a ragged cough from the chicken coop, repeating like a sickly leitmotif. After a time, he stormed over to the bars. "Shut the hell up!" he shouted. Aurora recoiled from the bars, stumbling back into her cellmates, who caught her, murmuring in Spanish. Passing the wooden pillar with the skeleton key, he hurled the undercarriage mirror against the wall. "How am I supposed to work with you hacking over here?" he shouted, banging the bars. "Knock it off! You have plenty of water!" Back on the porch, He could hear Darling Boy and Radel chuckling.
He's got a bad temper, this Gabacho.
Evan leaned on the bars, lowered his voice. The mirror snaps off. Don't look right now. The arm will reach the key. Wait until later. Aurora eyed the undercarriage mirror with its extendable arm, barely within reach through the slot in the barred cell door.
How will I know when to do it?
You'll know. He made a show of spitting on the ground at her feet and returned to the van as Darling Boy and Radel applauded him. Climbing into the cargo hold, Evan used his heel to crack the dried blob of gum on the floor. It hid a small flush-mount ring pull, which he fished up out of its housing and used to lift a hidden hatch door, revealing the storage cabinets beneath. The small items he needed for this phase were waiting right on top. He pocketed them surreptitiously, eased the hatch closed, and moved a pelican case to cover the eyelet. Back to the SUVs. With his scanners and wands, he had every excuse to climb through the interiors, search the undercarriages, check the steering columns. He finished his work there, returned to the van and loaded the fusion sensors, micro-surveillance tech, and basic tools into a black duffel. Dusting his hands, he approached the portico, already counting his steps from the van. 30. 35. Darling Boy rose.
Put the bag down. There.
Evan obeyed. Crouching, Darling Boy searched every last item, holding each one up to the light, turning them this way and that, examining them for anything untoward. Then he patted Evan down once more. Radel watched with satisfaction, blowing Evan a kiss. But there was nothing hidden on Evan's person, or in the gear. Inside, Darling Boy said, leading the way. Tunnels next, but I will watch your ass like a hawk. Evan followed him into the house, still counting. 45. 50. Montesco was waiting on his feet in the study, arms crossed in front of the aquarium tank, spine straight, as if expecting someone to come in and paint his oil portrait. Before him, the grand desk with its blank blotter, fancy fountain pen, and white residue from 3 snorted lines. In the bluish water behind him, what remained of Venustiano spun listlessly. Nacho sat on the black leather couch, cradling a Glock 19 and trying to fit his lips over his teeth.
Are my vehicles clean?
Montesco's eyes were puffy and dark, the rest of his face pallid with drug toxicity. Yes, Evan said, entering just as his step count neared 300. I scanned them stem to stern. No explosives, no digital transmitters, no listening devices. He chinned at the duffel bag slung over his shoulder. I'm ready to move to the escape routes. Where do I access them?
It,
Montesco said.
There is just one, and it runs straight from here.
He kicked aside the saddle-leather wing chair behind the desk. It slid to the wall, nearly toppling. He snapped his fingers, and Darling Boy peeled up the frosted PVC chair mat to reveal a circular wooden scuttle hole cover in the floor. It had an inset metal ring not unlike the one installed in Evan's van, which lifted to reveal iron rungs descending into the earth below. Evan said, "After you." But Darling Boy just smiled.
I'll wait for you here,
he said.
Have fun.
Montesco rubbed the heel of his hand into his eye and trudged out.
I'll be in my room. Don't wake me till it's done.
Evan took hold of the rungs and lowered himself, the duffel tugging at his shoulder. No more than 3 feet in diameter, the hole bored right through the foundation and into the sweating soil. As he eased down through the floor, Darling Boy's boot slid forward and caught him beneath the chin. A tilt of the toe cranked Evan's head upward.
You come back here every hour, understand? Exactly 60 minutes.
Evan jerked his head away. I understand. If you don't,
I'll come looking for you.
Darling Boy stepped away. The light of the aquarium played over Evan's face as he descended, the corpse's intact foot twisting as if pirouetting. It was the last thing he saw before semi-darkness swallowed him. 20 feet down to the dirt bottom, where he was greeted by a naked light switch mounted on a crooked 2x4. He clicked it, a string of Christmas lights pegged to the walls at intervals illuminating the long, dark way. He peered up to see Darling Boy and Nacho staring down the hatch at him. He couldn't imagine two less palatable faces. Something soft brushed at his ankles, a rat scuttling for cover. A deep inhale brought the scent of mud and musk. The cramped walls forced him to walk in a half-stoop. He started his step count over from 0. The tunnel was long and bare. It seemed a vector beneath the house, an endless trek through patchy darkness. Now and then roots curtained down from the low ceiling, dragging across his shoulders like limp hands. His roam zone showed no signal, as he'd anticipated. He was disconnected from everything down here in the underworld, able to prepare and scheme. 55. 60. It was a good quarter-mile to the first ladder up. A blade of light leaking through the hatch above brought visible a slice of the subterranean tunnel. He dumped the duffel at the base, sending a sheet of rats squealing and scurrying. Then he removed an electric torque screwdriver with flathead and Phillips attachments, and kept going. He resumed his count, his boots mashing through mounds of rat droppings. 175. 180. Another ladder led to a hatch he hadn't noted from above, likely somewhere near the portico. He passed 200, wondering how much his count was thrown off by his stooped gait. Was he overcompensating or undercompensating? When he crossed 300, he started to worry. Had he miscalculated? Or was Montesco lying about there only being one escape tunnel? 325. 330. And there, finally, another set of vertical rungs hammered into a concrete throat ascending to ground level. His heart quickening, he scaled the ladder. The hatch at the top opened with a simple, thick slide bolt. It gave with a rusty thud, the lid lifting up to let in a spill of daylight. The lid rose to a 45-degree angle and stopped, striking the undercarriage of the van, giving him just enough room to access the hinges of the lid. Flathead screws, 3 per hinge. Wedged in the vertical concrete tube, clinging to a rung with one hand, he had barely enough leverage to get the screwdriver into position. A trickle of dirt from the flower bed ran into his eyes. His hand cramped. For a moment it seemed he'd be unable to make the angle work. But finally the first hinge screw extracted, clearing the housing and tumbling past his cheek to the soft ground below. The next came easier. His technique evolved enough to make the second hinge give way quicker, but he had virtually no angle on the third. Goosenecking his hand, he tried to worm the flathead into position, but needed another half-inch clearance. No go. With his right heel dug into a rung and the sole of his left boot braced on the opposing wall, he tried again. It was perspiring, his grip slick. If he slipped, he'd wind up with a twisted ankle or a broken leg, and he could afford neither. He shoved the lid harder up against the undercarriage of the van, but there was no more give. Was it possible he'd come this far to be undone by a half-inch? Removing the flathead insert bit, he set it between his lips, but as he did so, the screwdriver unit slipped through his palm. He lunged for it, missed, his grip faltering, boot fighting for purchase on the far wall. His right heel gave, bumped painfully down another rung, and then skipped into open air. He tumbled 2 feet in near free fall before exploding outward in a show of panicked centrifugal force, jamming himself in place at a painful angle. Metal bar dug into his shoulders, both feet hammered into the wall opposite. Somehow, miraculously, he'd held on to the bit between his lips. He reset himself on the rungs, scrabbled back up to the top. Pinching the bit in his bare fingers, he inserted the flathead into the screw slot. He twisted. Nothing. He tried again, knuckles straining, hand knotting all the way through the palm.
Still no give. A half fucking inch. His forearm was burning now, one thigh getting in on the action, his body tired of spidering him in place while he worked. At last, the screw loosed a quarter turn. Not much, but enough to give a bit of air around the head. He dug his fingernails in place around it and twisted until his skin frayed. At last, the screw popped loose. He paused, panting, sweat dripping down his face. He armed it off, succeeded in smearing mud across his brow. Same process for the second screw, but more painful given the shredding beneath his nails. He got it halfway free, cursed with irritation, then hammered his fist against the wood near the flap of the hinge, knocking the entire lid loose. For several seconds he froze, listening for footsteps on the quartz gravel. Hearing none, he lowered the lid nearly flat to the dirt and slid it aside. Now he had a straight view up to the bottom of the van. And to the trapdoor he'd instructed Tommy to make near the fuel filter between the right frame rail ahead of the rear axle. 4 latches undid the trapdoor. Now he had access to the hidden compartments beneath the cargo hold of the van. It would take a lot of heavy hauling for him to get the gear out and position it where needed. Time was short, and Darling Boy was waiting. Gripping the edges of the trapdoor, Evan hoisted his head up into the hold and took stock. For the first time in a long time, he allowed himself an exhale. 2 hours and 40 minutes later, Evan was on the verge of completing his last underground trek. He was drenched in sweat from running back at intervals to Darling Boy in the study. Every time he emerged, Nacho would shove him over the desk and pat him down from head to toe, while Darling Boy looked on with predatory delight. Then Evan would crawl back into the earth and sprint to make up time for the shadow operation he was running in place of the one he'd disclosed. The terminus of the tunnel was 2.25 miles from the estate. A dead sprint humping gear would give him barely enough time to get there and back in time for his next hourly check-in with Darling Boy. Rats skittered out from beneath Evan's boots as he ran, shouldering the black duffel he'd emptied out to make room for the actual gear he was using. The moist walls muffled their squealing, the sounds absorbed in the belly of the earth. Sporadic lengths of Christmas lights had shorted out, leaving him to run through pitch-black stretches. His boots heavied with mud. His clothes clung to him. The last outlet was a fake storm drain with a wheel on the underside resembling a dog handle on a submarine door. Dumping the duffel at the base of the ladder, Evan retrieved a loaded Ares 1911 and scaled the rungs with it in his teeth. It was a longer climb up, almost double the height of the others. Gauging from the walls, bored through solid stone, Evan assumed he'd made it out past the limestone formations to the carved rock before the highway. In the event of a raid on the estate, this was far enough from the mansion for Montesco to pop free and escape. Reaching the top, Evan spun the wheel to unlock the lugs and then stashed the Ares beneath the curved metal handle for safekeeping. He pushed the cover up, starting to emerge, when a boot set down, filling his visual field. A moment later, a stream of tobacco landed in the dirt right next to his cheek. He looked up into the face of Raudel, his favorite chauffeur. Raudel pulled the fake storm drain cover upright, easing behind it so he faced Evan over the top. If he let it fall, it would strike Evan in the face, sending him tumbling 40 feet to the bottom. Raudel pretended to let his grip slide, grabbing it just before it hit Evan. He laughed as Evan cringed. Whoops! If Raudel leaned forward a few inches, he'd see the pistol wedged on the underside of the lid. In fact, his fingertips were touching the aluminum slide. Setting an arm on the dirt, Evan had to contort his head to see the chauffeur over the top of the raised hatch. His view was limited, but he could see that he'd emerged on a rocky bluff overlooking the dirt road to the estate. And he made out a truck of some kind stashed beneath camo netting in the bushes at the edge of the clearing. Montesco's getaway vehicle, with a driver standing by at all times. "Filthy boy," Raudel said. Evan could feel it. Dirt crammed beneath his nails, in the creases of his eyelids, the cracks of his knuckles. "What are you doing way out here?" Raudel asked. Evan's extracurricular shenanigans had left him with scant time to get back to Darling Boy in the study. 2.25 miles in 19 minutes wasn't undoable, but any further delays and he'd be pushing it. The last thing he needed right now was an altercation. Saving the tunnels. Foolishly, Evan had left all the equipment he was supposed to be installing a mile back where he'd emptied the duffel bag. Fusion sensors with night vision and thermal, microsurveillance pin cameras. Microsurveillance? Raudel spit again. Sounds like some white boy shit. Can I see it? No, Evan said. That's the whole point. A drawn-out pause as Raudel squinted down at him. Beneath the wheel handle, the 1911 slid a bit, threatening to drop. Evan wondered if Raudel had felt it inch away from his fingertips. Raudel finally finished his internal translation and laughed. The motion shook the hatch lid slightly, the pistol barely holding on. If it fell, drawing Raudel's attention, all he'd have to do was let go of the hatch to send Evan plummeting. "We done?" Evan said. "I've got work to do." Raudel spit again, the brown juice splattering Evan's arm. Evan had repressed his OCD as best he could in the tunnel, but the tobacco-laced saliva on his skin brought it to the surface. Raudel blew him another kiss. "Have fun, Gabacho." He lowered the lid quickly enough to force Evan to scramble down out of its way. When it sealed with an airtight thunk, the Ares shot free. Evan caught it before it fell and secured it back in place. Then he wiped his arm off. He'd been planning to hide the duffel on the surface, but there was no time for that now. He'd have to haul it up with him on the exfil and deal with Raudel then. Less than optimal. He checked his watch fob. 17 minutes to get back to the study. He bounced down the rungs as quickly as he could, hitting the earth hard, his boots sinking in rat shit. Readying himself for the run, he spun around. Darling Boy was standing there, MP7 aimed at Evan's chest. He bared those awful yellow teeth, enamel stubs screwed into his suppurating gums. Surprise. Chapter 54. Gun to a Knife Fight. Evan faced Darling Boy in the tunnel. Both of them stooped to accommodate the low roof. The arch of it seemed to crowd down over Evan's shoulders. Darling Boy was 5 feet away, too far for Evan to make a grab for the weapon. "I promised I would catch up to you, Gabacho," Darling Boy said. A few rats darted past him tentatively, scaling the curved wall. "But you made a fatal mistake," Evan said. Darling Boy grinned that terrible grin once more. "I made a mistake. I'm the one with the MP7. Right. You brought a gun to a knife fight. I don't think that's how the saying goes." "Fire that weapon and find out," Evan said. "This tunnel is minimally reinforced. You release a burst of rounds in here, you'll be buried alive." Darling Boy licked his lips, a nervous tell. "Even so. You don't have a knife." "No," Evan said, "but you do." He charged. Darling Boy dropped the MP7 and grabbed for the fixed-blade combat knife sheathed on his belt. But there were 2 problems he hadn't accounted for. The sling on the MP7 and the retaining strap on the leather knife sheath, both designed to secure the weapons on him. But in this case, they secured him to the weapons. The submachine gun tangled at his waist, his hand fumbling at the strap.
Evan hit him in a high tackle, knocking him over, the MP7 flying up between them, smacking Darling Boy's jaw. Rolling through the mud, swinging and clubbing, Evan got in a few blows, grabbing for the knife at Darling Boy's waist, thumb digging at the metal snap. It popped free, Evan raking the blade up at Darling Boy's throat, getting a solid nick before a tumbling kick to the gut sent him flying up the tunnel. Evan landed on all fours, knees sunk in the mud, his fists still gripping the knife. 5 feet away, partly visible in the Christmas lights, Darling Boy clutched at his throat. A trickle of blood dribbled down his Adam's apple. It was bad, but not enough to kill him any time soon. He lowered his hands and tried to say something, but all that came out was a hoarse rush of air. His larynx had been punctured. Darling Boy reached for his boot and came up with a straight razor, which he opened with a practiced flick of his wrist. Evan rose. They faced each other over their respective blades. Darling Boy lunged first. Evan dodged the thrust, bringing the combat knife around to slash at the distal biceps tendon at the elbow. Darling Boy tried to scream, but with his damaged throat it was little more than a rasp. His forearm would be going numb now, his grip useless. He looked down impotently as the weight of the straight razor peeled his fingers apart, and it started to tumble. He caught it with his left hand, wielding it unsurely now, panicked eyes reading Evan in the darkness. Another feint, but Evan rolled beneath the edge, blade angled to slide straight across the back of Darling Boy's ankle just above the throat of the boot, where the Achilles tendon inserted into the calf. An airy moan as Darling Boy stumbled, catching himself against the muddy wall, ripping a string of Christmas lights free. The MP7 bobbled about his waist now, and he nearly tripped as he high-stepped out of it. He staggered upright, and he and Evan faced each other once more, their second do-si-do in the tight dirt walls. A strand of the lights remained stubbornly on, casting low illumination across the muddy ground. Behind Darling Boy, dozens of red dots peered from the darkness. Rat eyes. Sensing their presence, Darling Boy put his shoulders to the wall, trying to keep Evan in sight as he glanced behind him. Another soundless moan of terror. Before he could reorient himself, Evan flashed past him once more, drawing the point of the combat knife across Darling Boy's left forearm, opening up a bone-deep gash. Darling Boy hissed, his breath pungent in the trapped air, the straight razor falling to the mud. He collapsed to grab it, digging frantically, his useless hands flapping at the ends of his arms. As Evan approached, Darling Boy lashed out with his functional leg, a heel kick to Evan's groin. Evan twisted aside and parried with the knife, swiping at Darling Boy's leg, cutting through his pants behind the knee. A wet snap as the lateral hamstring tendon gave way. That left the Sicario with no functional limbs. Darling Boy curled into a loose fetal position, gurgling into the dirt. One of the rats darted forward and nipped at his nose. Limbless, he jerked his face to scare it away, and it retreated. Eyes bulging, Darling Boy looked up at Evan. He tried to speak, but couldn't make words. Around him in the darkness came scurrying noises, barely audible high-pitched chirping, calls and responses. Shadows gathered on the floor just beyond Evan's vision. He took a step back. Darling Boy stared at him with pleading eyes, his jaws sawing on air. Using his chin, he tried to roll himself over. Trapped in this tunnel beneath the earth, stuck in the walls of his own body, voiceless. Much like the women he'd helped lock in the chicken coop. Evan took another step back, letting the Sicario fade into darkness. In the faint glow of the remaining lights, he sensed a flurry of motion and a wheezing that couldn't rise into words. Both sounds quickened to a fevered pitch, the bloodlust excitement of a feeding frenzy. Evan heard it echoing up the tunnel after him as he started the long sprint back. Chapter 55. Down. Nacho was waiting right where Evan expected him at the top of the scuttle hole in the study, peering down over the barrel of his MP7. Evan blinked up at him. "Can I come up?" "Where's darling boy?" "Helping me finish with the pin cameras," Evan said. "We just positioned them around the last hatch, so I have to grab an iPad from the van to test the connection. I think we might need a booster since the signal sucks down there." He grabbed the lower rungs to start up, but Nacho said, "Don't fucking move." Nacho fished out a phone, dialed a number, waited. "Straight to voicemail." "I told you. Shitty signal." "I don't believe you." "You're welcome to come down."
"He didn't say he would help you."
"This part requires 2 men. "Hang on." Nacho placed another call. Evan waited 20 feet down, soaked in sweat and mud, breathing the dampness. A few moments later, he heard a fleet of footsteps above. "Show me your hands," Nacho said. "Okay. Come up slowly." "Slower." "Up. Up." As Evan emerged, Nacho grabbed him by the shirt collar and flung him up against the desk. He hit it hard enough that the blotter skidded beneath the heels of his hands. There were 3 other men in the study, all toting MP7s, all aimed at him. Nacho frisked him toe to head and then head to toe. Found nothing on him.
"Get your iPad. Move it."
He gave Evan a shove toward the door, and Evan hustled out, leaving muddy heel prints. In every hallway and room, the guards watched him pass, raising their phones to their faces, communicating his progress each step of the way. In the corridor before the foyer, he hustled up the winding stairs to the 2nd floor. The guard at the top blocked his path.
"What are you doing?"
"Need to check signal up here, see if it'll reach the 2nd floor. Hefe will need reception in his bedroom." The guard protected his weapons and the grenade pouch as Evan slid past him in the narrow hall, heading for Angelina's room. Through a security door into the final hallway. The Mont Blanc fountain pen Evan had liberated from the desk blotter while being frisked rested comfortingly against the inside of his wrist beneath the cuff. His one-man raid on the Leonis headquarters in San Bernardino had started with a pencil. The exfil from Montesco's estate would begin with a pen. All the complexities Evan had been forging through this mission, fathers and daughters and mothers and babies and birthrights and betrayal. He froze in place, like bugs in amber, stacked them to the side. Now was the time for action, for moving forward, for the 10 Commandments and the clarity they brought. A plug of a guard sat on the chair outside Angelina's closed door, Glock 19 resting on his knee. At the sight of Evan, he found his feet. Without slowing or speeding up, Evan closed on him, letting the pen slide down his sleeve into his palm. A quick twist of thumb and forefinger and the cap came off, bounced at his feet. Confused, the guard stared at the cap pattering on the floor. As he looked up, Evan sank the fountain pen's tip into his left ear canal, punching it with his palm to sink the metal shaft deeper. He stripped the Glock from the guard's hand as he lowered his body silently to the floor. In through the door. Angelina and Raimundo stared at him unblinkingly. He was covered with grime, the floor behind him wet from the guard's emptied bladder. The heavy fabric of Evan's clothes, heavier than usual, was saturated with mud and sweat, tugging at his shoulders. He dropped the blood-tipped pen, the Glock 19 in his left hand, aimed at the floor. The 10th Commandment, never let an innocent die, and its variant, never let an innocent kill, demanded that he keep them both out of the fray. "Follow me," he said in a low voice, snatching a pillow off the bed. "Follow everything I do. We have to be quiet. Until we don't." Angelina stared out the window into the front yard. Already guards were running confusedly back and forth, barking into their phones. A half-sentence reached them, snatched away by the wind. "Y donde está, darling boy?" Evan said, "Now," snapping them from their trance. They stayed at his back, Angelina gasping as they stepped across the puddle around the fallen guard. Evan's boots moving up the corridor were sticky, making a moist sound as the soles peeled up. The security measures of the mansion, narrow halls, small doorways, tight staircases, were designed to deter intrusion. Now Evan could turn every last one of them to his advantage. Through the security door, the next guard moving toward them on alert, phone at his face, gun gripped loosely in his other hand. Evan wrapped his fingers over the slide of the Glock, a set of makeshift polymer knuckles, and struck him in the nose with the magazine baseplate, straddled him on the floor, muzzle to pillow, pillow over face, muffled gunshot to the head. The smell of burned powder mixed with singed down stuffing. Barely breaking stride to the spiral stairs, Raimundo and Angelina breathing heavily at his back. Across the cramped landing, the security door to the facing hall flung open. Montesco reared up behind two guards, desperately trying to halt, his eyes showing white. They locked on Evan. A suspended instant as recognition dawned. El Moreno spotting his son and Angelina at Evan's back, the depth of treachery hitting him. His expression twisted with outrage. Evan brought the Glock up, but by the time he fired, the guards had heaved Montesco back, slamming the door, the rounds ricocheting off metal, making Evan's ears ring. Before they could regroup, he had to get his charges to the ground floor. His shouted command, "Go, go, go!" spurred them to action as he leapt onto the stairs, taking the lead. Skittering down, boots moving almost too fast for purchase, the foyer guard came visible, charging into the fray, MP7 at the ready. Whipping through the last curve of the stairs, Evan shot him twice in the chest, once in the face for good measure. The man jellied as Evan spun down onto the tile, catching the submachine gun and stripping it from the man as he collapsed out of the rifle sling. Evan got off a 3-round burst at the front door to give the outside guards something to think about, then glanced back at the stairs. Angelina and Raimundo cowered several steps up. The security door above, leading to Montesco's wing, was still shut, but not for long. Evan said, "Move." Vectoring toward the kitchen, incoming rounds already clipping the threshold, Evan sliced the pie, leading with the muzzle, ripping bullets through the chests of the two guards in the conversation pit. They jerked back onto the cushions, bodies dancing, weapons dropping. 5 down, 33 to go. And the dark man himself. Evan had taken splinters in the side of his neck from the frayed door jamb. He noted the burn, gauged it non-essential, turned down the volume of the pain. Pounding footsteps, shouts from above, outside. Evan hadn't slowed. He cut straight through the sunken pit, grabbing grenades and spare magazines from the dead men's pouches, another battlefield pickup as he headed to the rear of the mansion. Pulling pins, bouncing the frag grenades ahead of him through the intersecting back hallways. A wall-shuddering explosion, 2 more guards eating shrapnel, the overpressure sending one flying up to strike the low ceiling. Confused sounds upstairs, yelling for El Moreno, shouted orders. Evan glanced back, caught Raimundo staring wide-eyed at the damage. Grabbing the young man by the sleeve, Evan yanked him forward, Angelina tripping to keep up. "Stay on my back." Montesco's men hadn't counted on a raid starting from within. The very architecture of the mansion prevented their mustering a mass response. Every hall was a fatal funnel, every door sized to accommodate one man at a time. Excellent safeguards, if that one man weren't Evan. And for the moment, Evan had a second advantage. They had to wait for target acquisition so they wouldn't fire at their colleagues or the Jefe himself, whereas Evan could kill anyone who crossed his sights. But soon enough, they'd figure out his location and close in with numbers. He had to get below ground as quickly as possible. Angelina stumbled along, eyes glazed with shock. Raimundo was breathing hard enough to hyperventilate. Shouldering to the wall before the next corridor, Evan used one arm to press them flat beside him. Then he came around the next corner, MP7 raised. Down at the end, a trio of frozen men stared at him. Burst, burst, the manpower count dropping to 28. Hot brass bounced off the wall and stuck to his neck. A quick sting, and then the smell of his own skin burning. He swept the scalding metal off, the wounds already cauterized. Barreling toward the study now, MP7 tight against his chest, muzzle pointed 45 degrees off his right foot, the couple at his back. Nacho's voice issued through the doorway, a desperate cell phone query. "Es jefe en camino al túnel?" Evan turned to Raimundo and Angelina, finger across his lips. Easing forward, heel to toe, the noise of his approach covered by sounds of screaming throughout the mansion. Next to the threshold, he raised the MP7 to his shoulder, barrel horizontal, then rolled past the doorway, sending a steady stream of rounds across the rear wall. The aquarium glass gave way with a whoosh, a tonnage of water sheeting through the study, smashing the desk and couches to the walls and knocking the men off their feet. It roiled through the room, sloshing through the doorway, nearly sweeping Angelina and Raimundo down the hall. Once the initial torrent slowed, Evan spun back through the doorway from the far side. One of the guards lay face down in the pooled water, floating beside the wing chair, his skull staved in at the temple from a collision with the overturned desk. Another pulled his head up, gasping and choking. Evan shot him through the neck and then waded in, stock seated at his shoulder, sighting down the top of the MP7. The third man had racked up against the wall, face studded with slivers of glass. Evan hit his torso with a 3-round burst. The tree trimmer's waterlogged corpse bucked and flopped in the far corner. Evan stared at it curiously, until Nacho rolled out from beneath and heaved himself to his feet, sputtering and yelling. He'd lost his weapons in the deluge. Nacho panted, mouth agape, teeth protruding. His eyes were weary, resigned. The desk drifted past, sliding on a skein of water, an MP7 tangled on the corner. Nacho lunged for it, and Evan shot him through the chest. Nacho tumbled back to sit on the ledge of the aquarium, splayed awkwardly as if balanced on a swing, legs dangling. His bottom lip turned down, wet and fat. His foot jiggled twice. His eyes had depth in them. And then they did not. Evan pivoted back to the open door. Angelina and Raimundo stared inside with crazed expressions. "What do we do now?" Angelina cried. "Where do we go?" The scuttle hatch was open, water draining through the hole. Evan pointed. Down. Chapter 56. Front toward enemy. The rungs were slick and moist, and the damp hole stank of decaying flesh from the tank water. Evan sent Angelina and Raimundo first and slid down after them. When he struck dirt, his boots sank to the ankles. He shouldered past them into the lead, sprinting, mud flying up and splattering their clothes. A length of Christmas lights shorted out at his side, a dying fizzle illuminating a fleet of confused rats as they fled or tried to burrow into the walls. Aquarium stench mingled with silt and rat feces, gumming his soles. As Evan and the couple ran through the tunnel, muffled shouts reached them through the earth above. He'd embedded fusion sensors in the muddy walls and pin cameras at intervals along the ground, a mesh Wi-Fi signal that transmitted to his room zone. At a quarter mile, they passed the first ladder, their breath amplified in surround sound off the walls. Another eternity passed before the second hatch flew by overhead. The quality of noise shifted behind them, distorted voices rumbling. Some of the guards had entered the tunnel. Angelina tripped, went down with a yelp, found her footing and kept on. Raimundo lagged back with her as Evan sprinted ahead. They had to reach the terminus before Montesco's men, or they'd be trapped. For a moment, Evan was worried he'd somehow overrun the third escape hatch, but finally spotted a rise of rungs glinting in the semi-darkness. He leapt onto them and scurried up the claustrophobic chute, popping his head out like a groundhog. His position beneath the van's undercarriage gave him a good vantage onto the driveway and portico. A dozen guards stirring around on the quartz rock like penned livestock. Montesco appeared at the door, screaming orders.
"Muevan sus culos! Hay que chingarlos de los dos lados!"
Evan's gaze moved to the chicken coop. Aurora stood in the cell, hands wrapped around the bars, the skeleton key pegged on the pillar just out of reach. To the side, near the slot in the door, the extendable undercarriage mirror waited. Even from this distance, Evan saw her eyes move to it.
"They're coming for us,"
Angelina screamed up from the base of the rungs.
"What's going on?"
"They're trying to beat us to the end of the tunnel," Evan called down.
"It's too far," Raimundo cried. "We can't outrun the SUVs."
In the thin slice Evan's view afforded him, he watched the men pile into the 3 waiting SUVs, 4 to a vehicle. Montesco sprinted for the rear SUV when the first 2 started up, and detonated with a thunderous blast. Flashes of violent orange from the fuel tanks, black billowing smoke rocketing skyward. The blast knocked Montesco back onto his ass on the portico. He held an arm against the heat, screaming at the remaining men. "Stop! Stop!" When Evan had been ostensibly checking the SUVs for bugs earlier, he'd wired encrypted transmitters to the fuse boxes at the side of the steering columns. Each chirper linked to a microchip receiver kicker on the quarter-size patch of C4 he'd adhered to the inside of the gas tank's flap. 8 more pieces off the chessboard brought the manpower count to 20. The 4 survivors spilled out of the intact SUV, regrouping with Montesco at the porch.
"Trae los camiones de combate!"
Montesco screamed.
"Ahora!"
Combat trucks. The words hit Evan's bloodstream like adrenaline. He didn't know about the trucks. If Montesco's crew commanded a second fleet and drove to the extraction point before Evan and the couple reached it, they'd be dead in the ground. Dirt trickled past Evan, the escape hatch starting to crumble from the explosion's aftermath. The rung beneath his left hand gave way, one side rattling free of its concrete base. He swung one-handed, toes digging until they locked on the lower rungs. Then he half slid, half fell the rest of the way, nearly striking Raimundo as he tumbled the last 10 feet. Landing on shins and knees, left hand bent backward beneath the wrist, mouth full of dirt. Silt trickled from the curved ceiling. A sheet of wall dribbled down in front of them, a partial cave-in. Evan spit, rose. "We need to hurry." They scrambled over the loose dirt, the sounds of approaching men growing closer. Behind them, a burst of fire strobed the throat of the tunnel, the starburst muzzle flare a quarter-mile back. The earth creaked and groaned, a supporting 2x4 fraying and then giving way with a wet snap. More shouted voices, the men screaming at one another not to shoot. Evan led the way, swiping sweat and grime from his eyes. He had his phone out, the feed up, counting bodies as they flashed by the surveillance cameras behind them. 5 men in the tunnel. Wait. More forms strobed past the first pin camera. At a dead sprint, Evan counted the additional shadows. 1, 2, 3... before his shoulder nicked the wall and almost sent him tumbling. He shoved the phone into a cargo pocket and picked up the pace. The men seemed to be gaining, but Evan focused only on the run ahead. If he could reach the final escape hatch before Montesco's vehicle convoy, they still had a shot. It seemed an eternity, the tunnel telescoping before them, ever receding as if in a nightmare. But at last he spotted what was left of Darling Boy, rags and gleaming bones. Evan hurdled the body and reached the last set of rungs. The heavy duffel bag waited at the base where he'd left it. When he glanced back over Raimundo and Angelina's shoulders, he could see shadows thrown around the bend just behind them. He reached for the duffel with both hands, grimaced against the pain in his left hand. He'd sprained the wrist badly in the fall. "I can't carry the duffel up," he told Raimundo. "I need you to take it." Raimundo shouldered it, staggering under its weight. "I have to climb with this?" "Yes." Angelina pulled close, and Evan grabbed her with his good hand, yanking her tight to him. "Don't step there." She looked down at the convex green-gray plastic case peeking out from where Evan had embedded it earlier at the base of the muddy dead end. 3 words embossed in all caps: front toward enemy. She eased out a breath, minded where she stood. Evan scaled the rungs, using his good hand and the elbow of his left arm. Angelina climbed at his heels, Raimundo bringing up the rear, grunting with every movement. Halfway up, boring through stone walls, Evan peered down. Flashlight beams played across the hole below, jerking back and forth as the guards neared. He quickened his pace, crabbing his way up with one hand and an elbow, mouth gone dry, bitter taste in his throat, pain screaming in his wrist. Up, up, up the rabbit hole. He reached the base of the hatch, the Ares 1911 wedged beneath the circular handle where he'd left it. His shooting hand was compromised, so he freed the gun with his right hand. Even in the wrong hand, it felt like home. Below, Raimundo was barely holding on, the weight of the duffel pulling on him. The shouted voices from the tunnel grew closer yet, the flashlight glow intensifying. They were down to seconds. Evan leaned past Angelina and whispered hoarsely to Raimundo, "When I knock, shout up. Pretend you're one of the guards." Wedging his left elbow into the top rung, Evan curled his fist around the pistol grip and pounded the bottom of the fake storm drain 3 times. His voice strained beyond recognition from exertion. Raimundo shouted up, "Somos nosotros! Apúrate! Abre la chingada escotilla!" The hatch cracked, the cover peeling up. A clear view of Raudel peering down, backlit by a beautiful blue sky. Evan shot him through the chin. He tumbled back, Evan taking the weight of the hatch lid with his shoulders. He heaved upward, flinging the cover open. Flipping onto his knees, he hoisted Angelina up, ripping her free of the rungs. She kicked in the open air, one shoe spiraling down. He flung her to safety. She rolled a few times on the rocky bluff, stopping herself at the edge of the sheer drop leading to the dirt road below. Raimundo and the overburdened duffel clogged most of the chute, but in the gaps around him Evan saw faces appear way down at the bottom. Guards staring up, trying to determine who and what they were seeing. Raimundo was 3 rungs down, just out of reach. The duffel strained on his shoulder. Evan lowered flat to his stomach, reaching for it. Raimundo's fingers slipped on the rungs. He grimaced and tightened his grip. The bag was straining on Raimundo's shoulder, the strap starting to pull through the buckle. Raimundo's face was red, his neck shot through with veins. Below, the men were shouting, arguing among themselves. One of the guards started up. Evan slid forward on his stomach, the bag still out of reach. "I got you." That deep, feminine voice from behind him, suddenly cool and collected. He felt Angelina grab his belt with both hands, letting him dip his torso farther into the hole. He caught the strap just as it was on the verge of unthreading from the buckle and hurled the weighty bag up onto level ground. Raimundo scrabbled up the last rungs, heaving himself out onto the baking dirt as a volley of bullets erupted in his wake. Sprawled flat on his back, Evan swung around on the pivot of his hip and kicked the hatch shut, thumbed up his roam zone and the grainy surveillance feed from the pin cameras. 7 guards clustered at the base of the chute, 1 on the rungs. Evan switched apps to bring up the red virtual button that would detonate the mine below. The Vietnam-era claymore that Tommy had acquired for him would spray hundreds of steel ball bearings in a 60-degree arc, fanning out to 100 meters and aerating the minimally reinforced walls. Evan pressed his thumbprint to the screen. A deep rumble, and the earth heaved beneath them as if suppressing a cough. The hatch lid blew straight up, flying high and then bouncing off the stone a good 30 feet away. At their side, a trough opened up in the earth, tumbling inward, rock and dirt churning in a straight line as if run through with an invisible plow. The destruction snaked back in the direction of the estate, not a full cave-in, but an implosion of silt and rock disrupting the limestone formations adjacent to the road below. 11 men left, and Montesco. Raimundo coughed out a single note of relief. Angelina tipped her forehead into her hands. A moment of silence. And then the roar of engines in the distance. Zooming into view around the sweeping turn leading to the estate, 5 pickup trucks beelined toward them along the strip of intact dirt road. 3 clicks away, maybe a bit more. Raimundo let out a low groan. Angelina's voice came weak and warbling. "Oh, no." Toyota Hilux 4x4s, fat posts welded to the beds, pintle mounts with general-purpose machine guns, likely Fabrique Nacional M240 Bravos. Montesco stood in the back of the last one, wind riffling his crazy hair. He'd brought the war machines. Chapter 57. The Killing Alley. Evans scrambled to the duffel bag, unzipped it, and took out the big gun. The .50 cal Barrett was a recoil-operated anti-materiel semi-automatic. Tommy had outfitted it with a muzzle brake to redirect propellant gases to counter recoil and unwanted muzzle rise. A few spare magazines for Evan's Aries lay in the duffel, along with a scattering of 10-round box mags, steel-coated with Cerakote. Evan had specified that they be loaded with armor-piercing rounds sufficient to get him through conventional reinforced windshields, and that every 5th round should be a green tracer so he could adjust his aim once vehicles entered the choke point of the rock walls a half-mile away. The 10th and final round was a red tracer that would signal a magazine change. What Evan hadn't accounted for was a fleet of Toyota pickups outfitted like an ISIS brigade. They were closing distance fast, nearing the killing alley. He was out of time. Shoving spare pistol magazines into his cargo pockets and hauling an armload of box mags, he lay on his belly at the edge of the cliff, setting down the black plug of the monopod to stabilize the weapon. The dominoes had ticked over one at a time, charting the course from a fountain pen to the large-caliber rifle before him. For better or worse, he'd reached the end of the run. His sprained left wrist wouldn't be able to take the recoil, so he'd have to shoot right-handed. He made the adjustments, finding his position, the sun-baked earth cooking through his shirt, warming his belly. One motion to flip open the rear and front scope covers, tug the bolt back, and let it fly forward to chamber the first round. Box mags at his side, cheek to the barrel, eye to the loopholed scope. He adjusted the illuminated reticle so that it was faintly visible against the rock walls. Angelina and Raimundo waited behind him. "How can we help?" she asked. "Stay down. Plug your ears," Evans said, "and don't talk." He watched the grill of the lead pickup, magnified to 8x. It weaved to dodge a cracked strip of road from the collapsed tunnel. The other vehicles followed its lead, a sidewinder undulating. The convoy entered the funnel, high rock walls crowding in on either side. Evan had a clear angle down on the first windshield, the trucks driving nearly straight at him. Easing out a breath, attuning to his heartbeat, holding. He wanted all 5 trucks in the constriction before he opened up. Safety off, slack out of the trigger, waiting for the stillness between heartbeats, for all 5 trucks to slot within the walls of stone. And then they were. He opened up, grouping the rounds into the lead windshield, recoil rippling through his bones. The bullet-resistant glass spiderwebbed and then gave way, the driver disappearing in a haze of pink mist. The pickup veered right, clipped the stone wall, then swerved back, somersaulting. The guard manning the machine gun in the bed ragdolled onto the road, crushed beneath the axle of the following truck. The second Toyota impaled itself on a limestone abutment, hurling the driver through the windshield, his body weight ripping the bullet-resistant shield from the frame. A pile-up, trucks skidding and crashing, men scrambling from the wreckage. Angelina cried out. Without moving his head, Evan said, "Don't look." He picked off the men spilling out of the vehicles, a head losing its dome, a chest giving way, an arm severed at the shoulder flying free. He was in the zone, his muscles remembering the rhythm of the semi-automatic Barrett. Press trigger, recoil jabbing back like a sparring partner in the ring. Inhale. Let the muzzle settle. Exhale long and smooth. Press trigger once more. His shots were 4 to 5 seconds apart, each round finding flesh or a vulnerable part of a truck. There was no cover inside the sheer rock walls. The Barrett was getting warm, sending slight heat mirages through his scope. A tracer round came next, Evan pulling his cheek off the stock, watching it fly all the way to target, a brilliant green trail. He made a micro-adjustment, zeroing in on the gas tank of the second truck, the rifle bucking against his shoulder. The round hit, the explosion amplified in the stone chasm. Everyone from the first 2 pickups was wiped out. The third tumbled end over end from the blast, flinging the men free. One wore a suit of flame, running sporadically, fire licking up his torso, rising off his shoulders. Evan tried to put him down, but missed, and then he ran into a rocky ledge and fell still. The fourth pickup was boxed in, smoldering trucks in front of it, Montesco's pickup pinning it in from behind. The men were petrified, looking up the steep walls, trying to source the ambush. The driver hopped out to make a break, and Evan shot him through the kidney and scapula. He landed with a skid, plowing up a wake of dust. Evan hit the passenger through the open side window, then snapped around through the chest of the guard manning the mounted machine gun on the bed. He flew back as if clotheslined, bouncing off the reinforced windshield of Montesco's truck. Through the scope, Evan followed his movement. The reticle landed on Montesco in the bed of the last truck, standing firm behind the mounted Fabrique Nacional M240 Bravo, and aiming directly at Evan. Evan flung himself to the side an instant before the cliff edge exploded. The rocky lip turned to shrapnel. The Barrett flew up, cartwheeling end over end through the air. Tracer rounds worked both ways, in this case giving up Evan's position. At the rear of the convoy, Montesco had been offset enough from the line of fire to backtrack the pyrotechnic flare to Evan's sniper perch. The incoming rounds didn't cease, 650 per minute, chewing the bluff to pieces, sending Evan rolling backward on the ground away from the edge. Blood ran into his eyes. A chip of stone had split his right brow, a stinging surface pain. Angelina and Raimundo cowered behind the storm drain hatch. Raudel's body splayed at their side. "What now?" Angelina shouted. Evan pulled himself toward them with his forearms, chinning at Montesco's getaway vehicle beneath the camo netting. Finally, he was out of the machine gun's sightline. But that didn't stop the 7.62 by 51 NATO rounds from peppering the bluff relentlessly behind him. He found his feet, risked a peek over the edge. Montesco's driver backed up, nosed forward, four-wheeling his way over corpses and wreckage, lurching the pickup through the choke point. The last 2 men alive, coming for them. Evan ripped the camo netting off the vehicle. A Ford F-150, just like Evan's. Big tires, good clearance. Maybe he and Montesco were carnales, after all. Evan slid behind the wheel, the familiar leather seat fitting him like a glove. Angelina dove into the back, Raimundo hopping into the passenger seat. Evan called up Google Earth on his roam zone, brought up the holographic display, and then flipped the phone to stick against the windshield just below his eyes. It projected a 3D rendering of the rocky bluffs, the limestone formations, the dirt road below. Swiping at the blood streaming from his forehead, he punched the gas, rocking them out from the stand of brush, eyeing the virtual map to find a path off the stone rise to the highway below. He heard a ripping of fabric, and then a strip of cloth whipped around his forehead, cinched tight in the back as Angelina knotted it, a makeshift bandana to staunch the bleeding. The truck rocked violently down the treacherous slope, threatening to capsize. A limestone outcropping gouged the passenger side, snapping off the mirror. A dead tree branch screeched along the roof. He fumbled his Aries out and into the cup holder, then grabbed the wheel with both hands, his injured wrist screaming. He fought the Ford down the rocky face, blazing his way to level ground. The treacherous descent reached nearly 30%. Too much for even a truck as fine as the F-150, and they joggled down the uneven slope, banging the earth at the bottom with the bumper. The truck shuddered forward, bulldozing up a spray of dirt, and then the mud-terrain tires found purchase, leveling them out. Too much momentum to stop. Evan could barely steer. On the verge of losing control, he skidded along the edge of a boulder before the truck found its balance. He exhaled through clenched teeth, holding steady as the truck whipped forward, narrowly dodging limestone formations. The dirt road flashed into view ahead between two rocky rises. Wrenching the wheel, Evan aimed for the gap. Raimundo yelled as they skidded sideways onto the dirt road, and slammed into the Toyota pickup careening up to meet them. Side by side, staring at each other, the driver's eyes flared wide, Montesco in the bed, legs spread for balance, knuckles bloodless, gripping the massive machine gun. Clawing the wheel with his injured left hand, Evan grabbed the Ares with his right, whipping it to aim across the cabin. Raimundo jerked back against the headrest. Evan shot out the passenger window, firing into the driver's window of the neighboring truck. 3 rounds. 4. The bullet-resistant glass holding on. Evan was firing Black Hill's honey badgers, machined out of a solid bar of copper, their noses milled to look like the front of a drill bit. It was only a matter of time. Montesco screamed, staggering as the trucks jockeyed. He set his base once more, bringing the muzzle of the massive FN M240 Bravo around. If he fired on them from this proximity, he'd turn them into confetti. Evan shot again and again at the driver's window, aiming for the weakened glass. The last round punched through, the driver's head jerking back, the pickup starting to coast away, just as Montesco brought the mounted machine gun to bear. Evan hit the brakes as Montesco opened up, the round strafing the hood of the Ford and then the road ahead of them. The pickup skidded off, the driver lolling lifelessly behind the wheel. White-knuckling the steering wheel, Evan felt his left hand giving out. He went for a one-handed reload with his right, thumbing the catch, dropping the empty mag. New one from his cargo pocket, end against his thigh, slamming the open mag well of the Ares' grip down on top of it. He dug the rear sight into the steering wheel and pushed forward, cycling the slide and chambering the first round. The Ford was fishtailing on the road now, so he pumped the brakes. The hood was smoking, the front right tire unspooling from the axle, shedding strips of tread and reeking of burned rubber. The left front wheel disintegrated also, the truck bucking forward to skid on the axles, throwing up plumes of sparks. Evan slammed into the dash, the Ares skipping from his grip. The truck slid sideways, and at long last rocked to a stop. Groaning, he tugged at his door and fell out onto the scorching road. Raimundo and Angelina exited more gracefully, running to his side, pulling him to his feet. Her shirt was torn at the hem from where she'd liberated the strip of fabric to stem his bleeding. Montesco's pickup had vanished into a cloud of dirt on the verge. "He crashed," Angelina said. Evan didn't take his eyes from the shifting haze. "My gun," he said. "Where's my gun?" The dust tornado undulated and respired nightmarishly, like something living. Sure enough, the swirling grit took form around the outline of a man. Montesco emerged. A flap of his scalp had lifted, painting one side of his face red. His left shoulder hung low and looked to be dislocated. The machine gun was back with the truck, no doubt demolished, and he appeared to be unarmed. But despite his injuries, he was moving capably, lips snarled with rage. Behind Evan, Angelina said, "No." Her voice was trembling, breaking with emotion. Her beauty receded behind a facade of horror, and for a moment, Evan misunderstood her fear. Then he shifted to see Raimundo holding his Ares, aiming with a shaking hand at his father. Evan angled toward Raimundo while holding the dark man in his peripheral vision. The head wound bled like hell, turning El Moreno's face into a mask of crimson. With dust billowing behind him, he looked like he'd crawled out of hell. Evan's mind raced, the 10th commandment on a manic loop. Evan said, "Angelina, get behind the truck." She said, "Raimundo, please, everyone, just quiet." Raimundo's features had changed, turning flat, almost lifeless, the blank face of trauma. Angelina looked at Evan. He gestured, and she eased back to safety. He held a hand out to Raimundo, showing him an open palm. "If you pull that trigger, you can never take it back." "I don't want to take it back." Raimundo's teeth were clenched, his face quivering. "A lifetime. My lifetime. Hour after hour, being terrorized by him." 30 yards away, the dark man halted in the center of the road, glowering at the trio. His bloody lips moved. "Hour after hour, trying to shape you into a man. And look at you. Look at you now. Still a scared and useless little—" Raimundo's upper lip peeled back, his grip firming. Evan stepped in front of him. "Wait, just—" Raimundo fired into Evan's chest. Chapter 58. All the Troubles and Promise of the World. Evan felt the rib break, a snap he sensed all the way down to his feet. He looked down. The shirt had bunched around the bullet. He was clutching the point of impact, left side 3 inches down from the breast. Fatal placement. He felt his knee buckle, but he firmed it, keeping his feet. From behind the truck, Angelina was screaming. Raimundo stared at him in horror, his mouth agape, the Aries dangling loosely in his hand. "I didn't mean to—" Evan's hand rolled away from his chest. On the flat of his palm, a flattened .45 auto slug still hot, its end mushroomed from impact with the shirt he'd asked Tommy to supply. Its fabric woven from the same carbon nanotubes used to make flexible body armor. He'd known it was lab-tested and highly effective against low-caliber rounds. He'd had no idea it could possibly hurt this much. Thank God he'd reloaded the Ares with conventional hollow points. One of the honey badgers would have bored straight through his torso. He coughed, felt it through his entire skeleton. Pain was good. Pain told him he was still alive. No pain was not good. No pain meant he was dead. The round tumbled from his hand, plinking down into the dirt at his feet. He tried to take a breath, but his intercostals weren't having it. Raimundo was poleaxed, his expression migrating to sheer wonder, as if he'd just witnessed something from the pages of a comic book. Evan managed to lift his right hand and strip the gun away before Raimundo could do any more harm with it. Raimundo's eyes shifted to look over Evan's shoulder, his dark pupils dilating suddenly. Adrenaline dump. Fear. Evan dropped him onto the ground, a heel strike to the sternum, then dove at a 45-degree angle off the mark, somersaulting over his shoulder, pain screaming through his ribcage. He felt the wake of a bullet skim up his spine, sensed the heat and the riffle of the slipstream, heard the second crack as he finished the rotation, second bullet sailing overhead, landing flat on his back, his head to the threat, aiming the Ares behind him. The sight picture was upside down. Montesco holding a Glock 19 in an impressive modified Weaver stance. He'd fired twice for a double tap, and the slide had kicked back, interfering with his target acquisition. He needed a split-second recalibration to reset, to gauge Evan's new position and low profile, to determine whether Evan had been hit as he appeared to be. But Montesco didn't have a split second. As Jack used to say, the gun runs just as well upside down. Evan pressed the trigger, stitching the dark man from crotch to throat, 6 rounds into the torso, the 7th through the bridge of the nose. Montesco remained on his feet for a moment, standing like a zombie. Then he toppled. Evan let his senses flood back in. A sumptuous array of pains, taste of dirt and blood, the padding of Angelina's footfalls somewhere behind him, and then the sound of her sobbing with relief. He rolled himself onto his boots with a groan and looked at them, clutching each other there in the road, dirty faces burnished by the midday sun. Where she'd torn her shirt, her belly protruded. She was holding Raimundo's cheek to her chest and staring up at Evan, and he just looked at them there, a wildly imperfect family of almost 3, with all the troubles and promise of the world before them. She must have sensed something in his expression because she said, "What?" He rolled his bottom lip between his teeth, spit once to clear the taste of dirt. "Nothing." He started the long walk to the meet point. A few seconds later, he heard them rise to follow. Chapter 59. Homecoming. Evan couldn't believe it when he saw the men screech up in the Jeep Wrangler. Special Ed and Kiki spilling out from either door, Kiki tripping and nearly rolling onto his rotund belly. They ran to Angelina and embraced her. They pulled apart, Kiki kissing her hand with avuncular warmth. "You scared the shit out of your father, Nina." "Out of you too," Eduardo said to Kiki. "Look at you, all crying and shit." "I'm not crying. Just got grit in my eye." Evan said, "Aragon promised to send his best men." Kiki threw his arms wide. "Here we are." "I'm gonna have to talk to him about quality control." The men smirked. Raimundo stepped forward, offering his hand. "Not yet, motherfucker," Eduardo said, turning to indicate the jeep. "You ride in the back." Evan hobbled toward the Wrangler, stooped to favor his left side. "Someone needs to go back to the estate to check on the women," Angelina said. "The captives." Special Ed said, "Once we're closer to the border, we'll call in the Federales. Tell them it's safe." "And the lion," Evan said. "They need to take care of him, too." "A lion?" Special Ed shook his head. "Fucking cartel." Eduardo and Kiki rode up front, Evan behind them with Angelina. Raimundo crammed in the far back. They eased off the shoulder of the highway, aiming north for America. "We was talking about gaydar," Eduardo said. "It's like gay crossed with radar." Evan said, "You don't say." "We was playing a driving game, seeing if Special K here has the gaydar, you know, looking at people we pass." "He's fascinated by this," Kiki said. "Perhaps too fascinated." From the rear, Raimundo peered forward, head swiveling side to side. It seemed the kind of conversation he'd not been privy to. His arm was draped over the seat back, he and Angelina holding hands. "And who he thinks is hot, you know," Eduardo said. "Turns out, it's hard to predict." He jerked his head to indicate Evan behind him. "How about Güero Cabron back here? He your type?" Kiki turned around to assess Evan, mustache sagging as he frowned thoughtfully. "Nah," he said. "He's just an ordinary guy. Not too handsome." Once they crossed the border, Angelina asked that they stop at a motel so she could clean up before returning home. They were covered with grime, sweat, and blood. The price of 2 rooms well worth it, even if she weren't pregnant and in need of a rest after the day's ordeals. In the presence of Angelina, Kiki and Special Ed seemed to have evolved from murderous henchmen to nursemaids, running out to bring them clean clothes. Evan emerged from his room wearing stiff blue Wranglers, rattlesnake boots, a hammered gold oval belt buckle, and a fitted black and gold western shirt with caballero cuffs and embroidered leather yokes. The men waited in the parking lot, leaning against the front of the Jeep, stifling laughter.
"Ese looks like one of them village people," Eduardo said.
Evans scowled and banged on the neighboring room's door. "Let's get going." His ribs ached with every inhalation. His forehead still bled sporadically. His wrist was swollen, and he'd be unable to fish the majority of the splinters from the side of his neck until he got home to his surgical tweezers and a magnifying mirror. He knocked again, and Raimundo stuck his head out. He was freshly showered, his dark curls wet, and he looked more handsome than he had any right to be in the same outfit that made Evan look like a gigolo or an extra in a third-rate version of Oklahoma. "She wants to see you." "Me?" "Yes." Raimundo emerged, gave Special Ed and Kiki a wide berth, and climbed into the rear of the Jeep through the trunk. Evan entered the room. Angelina was lying on the bed, soles planted, knees turned inward, arms crossed at her chest in a hug. Constructive rest pose. She was staring at the ceiling. "I'm scared," Evan said. "Okay. How can I face everyone? After what I've done? My papa. A lot of people have done a lot worse. He doesn't feel that way. It never does. I don't know what I'll do, who I'll be." "Figure out the second, and you'll answer the first," Evan said. "Then you'll know what you need to apologize for, what you shouldn't apologize for, what responsibilities you should shoulder, and what freedoms you deserve." "Do you know all that?" she asked. "For yourself?" "No." "I can't live there anymore," she said. "In Eden." Evan said, "Okay." She looked at him, eyes brimming. Then she took note of his outfit and laughed. "What have they done to you?" The more sullen he looked, the more she laughed, and then finally he looked down shyly, shook his head, and gave her the grin she'd been pushing for. She eased out of bed, cradling her stomach with the shelf of her forearm. He held the door for her. They were out in droves. All the people of Eden, lining the street of the brief downtown, waving and showing off flowers and signs welcoming Angelina home. Standing on sidewalks, holding hands and holding babies. The electronic scoreboard at the high school read, "Rattlers celebrate Angelina Urrea's safe return." Evan had no idea what to make of it. Nothing in his personal history came close to a reference point for an impromptu parade like this. Throngs of folks in front of the coffee shop, the taqueria, hoisting mugs and cups of horchata in toasts. There were Hortensia and Arnulfo, his face mottled purple-yellow with fading bruises. The barbers paused mid-haircut along with their clients, who stood in rippling plastic capes, heads half-shorn, smiling with delight and relief. The 2 stoplights, mercifully, were green. Angelina waved and made tiny exclamations beneath her breath. She sobbed quietly all the way to her family compound. Evan remembered arriving at these razor-topped walls for the first time, 7 days and a lifetime ago. Special Ed had called ahead and made arrangements for Evan. Once they dropped Angelina off at her front step, he'd drive Evan immediately to the airstrip, where Aragon's plane would fly him home. The PMCs had laid the gate open and formed a neat welcoming formation, the Jeep rolling through their midst with the mock formality of a honeymoon limousine's departure. The men offered a foil to the townsfolk, courteous, professional, and brisk. The Jeep rumbled across the rough terrain, arrived in front of the suburban house with its white picket fence. Evan felt a pull in his chest, a sense of homecoming, though it was not a homecoming for him.
or even Angelina. Eduardo parked in front of the little gate. They all got out. The front door of the house was open. Through the screen door, Evan could make out Aragon's and Belicia's shadowy outlines, waiting for their daughter across the threshold. Raimundo said, "I'm gonna wait out here." Special Ed said, "I don't fucking blame you." Angelina stood at the edge of the picture-perfect lawn, gathering herself, hands pressed to her stomach for support or comfort. She moved through the prop of a white gate, heading down the walk to her childhood house. Evan sensed the shadows in the foyer shift, Aragon's arm moving across Belicia's shoulders, Belicia curling into his side. Angelina got a few steps further, then hesitated. She looked back. Then she was running toward them. No, toward Evan. She threw her arms around his neck, buried her face in his shoulder, and squeezed him hard. He held her. It felt natural. He sensed a kind of longing he was unfamiliar with, a desire to stay here in this place, to freeze this moment in time before everything blew open once more into countless complications. She was a child and a soon-to-be mother at the same time, and she held him with a kind of familial need and gratitude that he'd never known outside of Joey. The screen door creaked open to receive her. Angelina tore herself away from Evan and walked to her house. This time, she didn't look back. While the pilot ran a few last-minute checks on the Cirrus Vision jet, Evan waited outside and breathed the arid South Texas air, tasting mesquite and sage. He'd cuffed his sleeves and untucked the shirt, and felt slightly less ridiculous in the cowboy wear. The pilot called over to him, and Evan started to board when he heard a horn bleating. Aragon commanding the jeep, flying toward them. He hopped out, meeting Evan at the bottom of the unfolded air stair. He set his hands on Evan's shoulders and regarded him. Evan regarded him right back. Those big, noble features, thick, dark hair threaded with gray, and his eyes, warm and alive and textured with the things he'd seen and done. It was incredibly intimate, the act of looking into another man's eyes. "Senor Nowhere Man," Aragon said, "no one measures up to a myth. But you come close." "Remember," Evan said, "she's not perfect. She's a kid." "None of us are perfect," Aragon said. "You and I, least of all." "Can you make it right?" "I have to." Aragon extended his hand. "Until next time." Evan stared at his proffered hand. "Are we—" He caught himself, unsure of what he wanted to ask. "Yes," Aragon said, "I will be your friend, and you will be mine." He took Evan's hand, pulled him into a one-armed embrace. It made Evan's broken ribs sing with pain, but somehow he didn't mind. They pulled away, Aragon taking him in with a final look. He nodded at the plane. "Keep the window shades open," he said. "Enjoy the view." Then he walked away, back to the truck, his family, the many large and small wrongs he had to set right. Evan boarded the plane alone. Chapter 60. The Smashed White Gumdrop. After setting down at the private airport in Santa Monica, Evan walked 1.5 miles to where he'd left his own Ford F-150 in the last West Side residential neighborhood that didn't require parking permits. Grateful for the spare clothes he kept in the truck vaults, he changed out of his mariachi costume. If he showed up to his next stop in that outfit, he'd never hear the end of it. He did not drive home. Instead, he drove to Westwood, found the apartment building, went straight to the second floor, and knocked. She answered. Same glum expression, flannel shirt over her worn Hello Kitty with an AK-47 t-shirt, a slightly more feminine version of the cargo pants he wore. She scanned him. He felt the trickle down his cheek and realized that the gash in his forehead had opened up again. His neck was glistening, the embedded shrapnel giving off a silvery burn. He was hunched to the side, protecting the broken rib, his left hand pronated to relieve pressure until he could get the wrist wrapped. For once, she had no ready remark. Her expression migrated to concern. He read in her face that she understood that his coming home, his coming here, meant that the mission was over. She stepped back, opening the door. He hobbled in, bone-tired. Climbing the stairs had cost him a bit. It took some effort for him to lower himself to sit against the wall next to the dog bed. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, the dog lifted his head, gave him a nuzzle, and then returned to his croissant-shaped slumber. Joey plopped down in the gamer chair inside her workstation. She felt safe in there, protected. She faced him through the gap in the circular desk. He said, "What do you want me to understand?" She pulled a red vine from the ever-present bucket and chewed off a length, skipping her front teeth and going straight to her molars. Washed it down with Dr. Pepper, flipped her hair over to show off that shaved strip on the right side. The emerald of her eyes, brighter than usual, seemed to be burning. She said, "Really?" "Really." She chewed some more, thought about it, gathering herself. Then, "When I went into the system, I had nothing, right? You know that kind of nothing. Like, not one pair of socks without a hole, nothing. Like, no soap for your shower, nothing. And people, grown-ups mostly, but kids too, just treated you however. Used you. And this one year, a week after Christmas, someone from a church dropped off a gingerbread house. It was all stale, right? And the kids? We got to choose one piece to break off and eat. But it went by age. And I was the youngest, new in the house, the last stained cot in the corner. And so I chose last. And all that was left was the smashed white gumdrop. And it sucked. It fucking sucked. The one thing we had to look forward to in like a year, and I got the worst piece. Didn't even have any flavor. And anything else that came up, like ever, I never picked first. No one ever picked me first. I was never special. I never got to just Fuck. Do what I wanted to do. Getting pulled out for the program. Going to Switzerland. Even coming here. All of it. I never chose any of it. And now all I want to do is go on a road trip with my big, badass lion hunting dog, and I am trained in more martial arts than I can name, and rapists, like, they walk fast and don't turn around when I'm behind them in an alley. And I'm capable, X. I'm capable. And I'm special. I am. And I want to do this so bad. But I can't do it if you'll be mad at me. I'll just feel so awful and guilty. But if I stay, I'll feel so awful and resentful, and I don't know what to do. But I know I can do this, if you'll let me. No, if you happily let me. I can take care of myself. I'm special, X. I'm special. Okay? I am special. And I'm worth it. She finally stopped, rocking forward in her chair,
smearing at her cheeks with the heels of her hands.
"You're right,"
Evan said. She looked up distrustfully, her tiny voice, the one that broke his heart a dozen different ways.
"I am?"
"Yeah," he said.
"Every single way. You're worth it."
She lowered her face into her palms
and wept.
Chapter 61. Fuck It. Evan stopped at the pet store on his way home. It stank of birds and stagnant fish tanks. He found the section in the back where aquarium pebbles hung on metal prongs, arranged by color. He picked a packet of soothing cobalt blue, got halfway to checkout, then went back. With a sigh, he put the packet back and chose rainbow instead. Riding next to Loralee on the elevator, Evan tried to straighten up so as not to draw attention to his broken rib. He stayed in the corner, hiding the slivers studding the side of his neck and pretending to scratch his forehead with his functional hand to hide the gash. Prattling on about a recent failed date, Loralee stopped with a punctuating exhalation. When Evan didn't inquire, she gave another pained moan, this one slightly louder. "What?" he finally asked flatly.
"It's just been so much," she said. "I've been holding a lot of stress in my shoulders."
Evan said, "Me too." The penthouse was suffused with the golden hues of Angelino dusk, which turned every surface gold-plated. The front door sealed behind him with a weighty thump, the silence wrapping itself around him. No smell of migas, no audience with a padrino in the living room, no pregnant young woman requiring care. No Joey. His walls of glass didn't look west, but the sunset colored the visible sky, bruised mauve, the color of the underskirts of a Toulouse-Lautrec whore. Evan walked over to Vera 3, where she rested on the kitchen island, unmoored in her salad bowl, pulled the packet of glass pebbles from his pocket, and spilled them in around her. A rainbow array. All the everything. He set her upright with great care. "You and me," he said. She looked underwhelmed. The living wall had sprouted its first signs of life, seedlings pushing out like fine hairs. That pleased him. No one had answered his knock at 12B. He assumed that Mia had taken Peter out for one of their evening drives along PCH. Imagining her on the surgeon's table left him with a feeling of helplessness, unmatched since childhood. His skills were useless. No amount of planning or sacrifice would make any difference. It would all come down to fate and the scalpel. Evan stared at the freezer room and its rows of vodka bottles. All anyone had talked about this whole damn mission was alcohol, and he was sick of it. He turned away, moving through the great room, padding toward the hall. Paused in a draft of air conditioning, the disco ball hanging overhead. There was a light switch on the wall at his side. He clicked it. The disco ball spun into motion, throwing jewels every which way, bringing the hard surfaces to life with dizzying motion. At his feet lay the Velcro suits that Joey and Peter had sloughed off. He studied them for a moment, then picked up the biggest one, loosened the straps, and donned it. He felt absurd. More absurd than he had wearing the cowboy getup the special boys had foisted on him. But he stood there in the puffy suit, glittering lights playing across him. His rib hurt like hell, and he had a headache. But he decided, fuck it. He took a 2-step running start and flung himself at the wall sideways in a half flip. He smacked the wall and stuck, head lower than his feet, his body like an accent mark. The pain subsided with a few breaths, and he hung there, velcroed onto the wall, staring out at the dying light of day from an entirely different vantage. It was glorious. Chapter 62. Until. The waiting room at the surgical suite was filled with a dozen weary souls, gray faces and bitten nails. Mia was there, wan and exhausted, along with Peter, Uncle Wally, and Aunt Janet, who had inexplicably brought a picnic basket, though it was 6 a.m. Mia looked awful, eyes swollen with sleeplessness, her hair stiff and brittle. In anticipation of the surgery, she'd had to lather her locks with antibacterial shampoo, which had washed the life right out of them. The small crew had commandeered a corner of the waiting room, Evan sitting among them as if he belonged. Mia had retreated within herself. Peter was listless at Evan's side, Wally barely holding himself together. Janet kept up a stream of perky chatter, despite the fact that no one else was participating. A half hour in, Joey showed up with a gas station bouquet of flowers. Only a miracle or a tragedy could drag her out of bed this early, and Evan wasn't sure which this would prove to be. She gave the sunflowers to Mia, wished her the best, said her hellos, then signaled to Evan that she wanted to get going. Joey was jittery. She'd hated hospitals ever since her aunt, who was like a mother to her, her Mant, had died when she was young. "Walk me out?" Evan nodded. Before going, Joey crouched before Peter and placed her hands on his knees. Even now, Peter perked up. Joey was a source of endless fascination to him. "I hate hospitals," he told her. "My dad was in the hospital before." "Hospitals are also where people go to get well," Joey said. Peter appeared unconvinced. Joey looked down, bit her lip, searching for words. "I didn't have much family growing up," she said quietly, "unlike you. But I had a Mant who I loved very much. And you know what she used to tell me?" "What?" "That I was one of the magical people. And she knew, 'cause she always did. And I want to tell you something, Peter. You're one of the magical people, too." He brightened, blinking back his delight, then hugged her around her neck. Joey started out, Evan at her side down the hall. Evan said, "What about me?" "You?" Joey said. "Definitely not one of the magical people." She made a fist, pressed it into his shoulder, and pushed him off balance. Then she grinned. She'd bought a new truck, the Ford P758, which looked like Evan's F-150 if someone had put it through the dryer and shrunk it down. The back was loaded up, passenger window down. Dog the dog's big head stuck out, tongue lolling, big smile. Evan halted. "You're leaving straight from here?" "Yup." "Still don't know where you're going?" "Nope." They stared at each other awkwardly. "Welp," she said. "Bye." "Bye." He started away. "Wait." He turned. "Okay, fine," she said. "I'll let you give me one piece of advice." "I didn't ask." "Yeah, but you know you want to." He considered. "When you come into a situation, don't want anything. Don't want approval. Don't want to scare people. Don't want anyone to like you. Don't need to prove anything to them or make them angry. Then you can see what's really happening." She scooped her hair behind her ears,
nodded nervously, then nodded again. Okay. Right. And if I need you, I can always call 1-855-2-nowhere. Evan said, It's not a helpline. Shut up, she said. It is for me. She was still grinning when she pulled out. At 7 o'clock, a nurse arrived to give Mia a 5-minute warning before taking her back for prep. She received the news stoically, Evan, Janet, and Peter looking on. Wally had already hit his limit. Listen, he said after the nurse withdrew. It's an 8-hour surgery and I don't want to wait here. I mean, tears were running down his face, which he and everyone else pretended to ignore. I'll just be in the cafeteria, reviewing my cases. Peter had stopped talking, smashing his flattened hands together between his knees. I understand, Mia said, planting a kiss on Wally's cheek. I'll stay with Peter, Janet said. Wally lumbered out, head lowered, shoulders shaking. Evan squatted before Mia, rested his hands on her knees. She remained deep inside herself, curled on the seat, breathing. After a few minutes, the nurse came up at their side and waited patiently to take Mia back. Mia looked at Evan. Remember what we talked about? He said, I will. I just have to get on the table. Let them put the needle in my arm. That's it, Evan said. See you on the other side. Janet will call you when it's over. He noted that she didn't say that she herself would call when it was over. The nurse led Mia back. Evan ruffled Peter's hair and started out. Halfway down the hall, he heard the pounding of tiny footsteps. Evan Smoke! He turned around. Peter was standing there, angry little face, fists clenched at his sides. Evan's throat was dry. He swallowed. He said, Do you need my help? Peter's face was fighting with itself. He forced out words. A girl in my class. She had cancer. Her hair fell out, and then she left school and she didn't come back again. Evan just looked at him. I don't want to talk about it, Peter said. Evan said, Okay. I want to see my mom in there, before she goes in. And Uncle Wally's all like too sad and doesn't want to cry in front of me. And Aunt Janet talks too much. So, Evan waited. Will you go in with me? Evan said, Yes. They walked back to the waiting room. Janet had buried herself in the picnic basket. She popped up as if emerging from a burrow. Oh, I was just going to run down and check on Wally. Ask the nice lady at the desk. She said she'd take you both in. Evan went over with Peter and asked the nice lady. She led them in. Mia was in a curtained section in pre-op, already in a gown, her unruly hair pushed back, the surgeon's initials written in magic marker on the left side of her forehead at the hairline. Without hesitating, Peter climbed into the hospital bed and curled into her. Hi, Mama. Hi, little man. She stroked his hair. Look, it's obvious I'm your biggest fan, right? The thing is, it's not because of how you act, or what you do, or what your grades are, okay? His face was below her chin, and she turned away so he wouldn't see the tears dotting her gown. I don't care what you do. It's who you are that I love, that I'm proud of. And no matter what happens, a hitch in her voice, but she caught it. When you grow up, you don't ever have to be sad that I didn't know how spectacular you turned out. I already do. I already know how amazing you were in high school and in college, and how great your girlfriend is, Or boyfriend.
Mom, Peter said.
But he was crying. And your job. And your kids. How wonderful they are, too. I know it all already. Okay? Okay, Mama? I need you to know that I see you fully. And that means everything you will ever be. I see that, too. All of it. She closed her eyes, tears leaking, and kissed the top of his head, breathing in his scent deep. She let go. Peter slid off the bed, walked back out to the waiting area, Evan trailing him. Peter hopped up onto a cushioned chair. Evan sat beside him. They stared at the electronic board showing patient ID numbers and status. "How long can we stay?" Peter asked. "How long do you want to stay?" "Until," Peter said. Evan gave a nod. On the electronic board, Mia's ID number moved from one column to the next. Peter's breathing quickened a bit. Evan reached over, turned his hand palm up, and set it on the armrest between them. Peter took it. Epilogue: The Hunt for X. Victoria Donahue Carr was 2/3 into her morning swim when she sensed the vibration of footsteps along the tile. The indoor pool had been installed in the West Terrace in 1933 by Roosevelt so he could exercise his polio-riddled muscles. With its arched ceiling, decadent rows of elevated half-moon windows, and scenic murals of Caribbean sailboats commissioned by JFK, it had an old-world grandeur that helped motivate her morning workouts. Disused since Tricky Dick had drained it to make room for press briefings, it had languished until she'd restored it to its former glory. One of the many updates to the White House that had required a woman's touch. She finished breast-stroking to the wall, pulled herself up, and snapped off her goggles. She hated to be disturbed here. It always meant bad news. Her dread intensified when she saw the woman waiting patiently at the end, arms crossed. Special Agent in Charge Naomi Templeton, the closest thing to a personal liaison Victoria had in the Secret Service. Templeton wore an ill-fitting suit, her large shoulders barely constrained by the fabric. Her blonde hair was cut bluntly, as always, a strip mall haircut that seemed to complement her tough, handsome features. She was one of those women, Victoria had always thought, who was one makeover away from being a jaw-dropper. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Madam President." "No," Victoria said, "you're not." "I suppose I'm not." "It is about him." "I see. Remember when I briefed you about that massacre at the cartel estate in Guaridon? The one that bore his fingerprints? You mean the one that violated the terms of his pardon?" "The very one. We've turned up our surveillance efforts. I got an alert from NSA 45 minutes ago. Facial recognition was scrambled. He seems to have some kind of sartorial camouflage that disguises the nodal points." "Did you say sartorial camouflage?" "I'm afraid I did. As I said, we don't have a clear facial image, but we hit the cherries on biometric gait recognition for someone entering the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center yesterday." "Medical center? Is he ill?" "We're unsure what he was there for. We are looking into patient records, hitting the obvious complications." Victoria leaned back, let the water ripple around her, hoping she would find it soothing. "How sure are you?" 97.143%. That was a very Naomi Templeton answer. "So it's back on then," Victoria said. "The hunt for X." Naomi gave a curt nod. "Very well then," Victoria said. "Take him down."
She sank back into the water, stayed under until the watery shape of Naomi Templeton receded. The president kicked off the wall and continued her workout. Somehow, it felt less relaxing than before. Please keep listening to hear a bonus audio feature with authors Gregg Hurwitz and Jack Carr.
I'm Jack Carr, New York Times bestselling author of the Terminal List series.
And I'm Gregg Hurwitz, New York Times bestselling author of the Orphan X series. And Jack and I are here to talk a bit about the writing process and what it takes to write thrillers and how we do it. So I'm looking forward to the chat.
Oh, me too. This is so awesome. Thank you so much for inviting me to do this.
So listen, the first thing I wanted to talk to you about is your research. You know, we call it research. You call it, your life, because that's where you came out of, right? It's so compelling. There's so much ground truth. There's so much telling detail. And I was just wondering, what do you do to stay on top of that? And obviously now you're not a active duty practicing SEAL. How do you keep your skills up? How do you keep up with the technology?
Well, a lot of that is getting to the range, going to train with people that I used to train with in the past. But I was lucky for the first book in that it took place in areas where I'd already been. So I'd been to Iraq, I'd been to Afghanistan, all the places in the United States that I write about in the book, I'd already been, because this is the last year of my time on active duty. So I'm in my 20th year. I'm getting ready to get out of the military, move into that next chapter in life. And I couldn't just be zipping around the country or the world doing this research. So
yeah, with your Underwood,
he's couldn't do it. Exactly.
The green zone typing away.
Yeah, none of that. And then so I could look back on those times and write the novel based on past experience. Now with the second one, True Believer, then I had to right away go to Mozambique. So I retired from the military in 2016. I hadn't even submitted the first novel to Simon & Schuster yet, but I always knew, because of that story of John Grisham, writing A Time to Kill first, not being able to give that thing away, and then writing The Firm. And then, of course, that takes off, and it's the movie with Tom Cruise, and then they go back and A Time to Kill, reprint that, and make the movie with Matthew McConaughey. But I always knew that I would write two novels because of that in particular. And so I was already on a plane to Mozambique before I submitted that first novel, and doing research on the ground in Mozambique, taking pictures of rocks and the dirt and trees, and talking to the professional trackers, or the trackers and the professional hunters, and just taking notes and taking that and then applying it to the story. So then for the third one, once again, Savage Son, I have to go downrange again. South Africa helped training up an anti-poaching unit out there. They were switching over to M4s and Glocks, which are two weapon systems that I have some experience with. And so I went down there and I learned so much from these guys. And a lot of them had grown up, of course, tracking animals to feed their families. Then they caught the tail end of the bush wars. These guys were a little older, caught the tail end of the bush wars. So now they took that animal tracking, applied it to humans. And then after that, they came back, and essentially you had all these unemployed war veterans in South Africa. So the South African National Police were formed, and they brought these guys into the fold to then take that tracking expertise and apply it to an urban environment, now getting much more into the psychology of tracking. And then they kind of aged out of that. And so they've been picked up by a lot of these private concessions that are protecting some of the last rhino on Earth. So I learned so much from these guys and got to apply it. I was still editing the second novel at the time, so I got to apply some of it to that one, some of it to the next novel, and then for that third one as well, I went to Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia, because there was so much that happened in that area, and I hadn't been there before, so I had to go put boots on the ground. So the research is so important to my novels, because you get that local flavor that you can't really get unless you go there. And I got very lucky with the last one with The Devil's Hand, because it's mostly continental United States based, and the research was mostly academic into bioweapons and biomedical research and that sort of a thing. So I got very fortunate that I didn't need to go somewhere to do that. And then for this last one, the one I'm in right now, it's really wanted to go to Israel, but then Israel was open, and it was closed, and it was open, and it was closed, and it got a little crazy as far as trying to figure out how to get there. So I didn't make it. So I'll have to revisit Israel in a future novel.
You know, it's funny. One of the things that occurs to me is most writers who I talk to who are successful, and it's true for anything in in any field, it's the focus is on doing the work. And it's like you finish that first book, you hadn't even sold it, and already you're flying to research the next one. It's like when there's the commitment to the craft, to the job itself, everything tends to take care of itself downstream, right? But if you were all like focused on agents and sales and marketing and all that, it's like you do the work, you put in the work, you do the research, you make really smart strategic business choices, and then you move on. It's like you want to always, it just sounds like you're living in the space of the stuff that you love, right? It's the research, it's the plotting, it's the writing. And I think it's one of the reasons why you have had such a meteoric rise. You know, it's cool to hear about that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that part of that, because people get a snapshot oftentimes and they see social media presence, or they see you on Joe Rogan, or they see you on whatever else, and they think that that all of a sudden just happened. So what I try to tell people is, no, you need to do that work. You need to have that product. And it's basically, right. It doesn't matter how many shows you go on or how many followers you have on social media or whatever else. If you don't have that product that is already complete in the case of fiction, in the thriller world, and it is the best product it can possibly be. So I tell people, don't worry about agents, don't worry about publishers, don't worry about your Facebook account, don't worry about any of that. Worry about making the novel the best that it can possibly be. And once you get it as good as you can possibly get it, and there's a line there, because you can spend the next 50 years making it better by 1 degree. But when you get it to that stage where you are like, hey, if I spent the next 50 years on this, it would get better by a degree. That's the time to start thinking about agents and going to Thriller Fest. I've heard a lot of people that have sat down with these agents at Thriller Fest and these different writing conferences and had that 5-minute kind of speed dating with agents and have it work out for them. Then start doing those sorts of things. But first,
yeah, it's not all about sitting around and drinking fancy coffee with honey in it, Jack.
No, it's not. And it remains true to this day, is that you, like right before we jumped on this, what was I doing? I was typing away, looking at research on one computer, typing away on my other computer that's designated only for writing, and doing that work, because the books have to be the best they can possibly be.
That's right. So if you were going to go back and look at the writers who meant a lot to you, who really influenced you, and who are kind of been your North Star through this process, who would you say? Who are 3 people you'd name?
So I'm very fortunate that my mom was a librarian. So I grew up surrounded with books and a love of reading, and was introduced to authors like Tom Clancy, Nelson DeMille, David Morrell, Stephen Hunter, H.G. Pollock, Mark Olden, Louis L'Amour, all these guys, really a lot of them in the 80s and early 90s, who had protagonists with backgrounds I wanted in real life one day. Because back then, a lot of those protagonists, they were Navy SEALs from Vietnam. They were Army Special Forces from Vietnam. They were Marine snipers from Vietnam. They were a CIA operative of some sort in Vietnam. And so I naturally gravitated to those kind of books. And these are the masters whose names we all know today. And some of them continue to hit the New York Times bestseller list every time they have something come out. And so I grew up with these guys really as my mentors and my professors in the art of storytelling. And then I also got very fortunate in that my mom introduced me to Joseph Campbell through a series of interviews he did in 1988 with Bill Moyers called The Power of Myth. And I found out about the hero's journey. I found out about Hero with 1,000 Faces. And really ever since then, I applied what I learned from Hero with 1,000 Faces to the books I read, to the comic books I looked through, to the TV shows I watched, to the movies I watched. And it just became really a part of me at that early age. So he was very influential. All those authors that I talked about, extremely influential, especially David Morrell with Brotherhood of the Rose, Nelson DeMille with the Charm School. These guys were just incredible. And I still have all their books. I'm collecting the hardcover edition signed. I'm cluing around collecting those. That's cool. Because the ones that I was growing up were mostly the paperbacks. And then reading Herman Wouk and Winds of War, War and Remembrance, Caine Mutiny, Ayn Rand's Fountainhead, Atlas Shrugged. And then there's one by Anton Meyer called Once an Eagle, which is historical fiction. And it's really a case study in leadership. But it's those are probably the most influential books and authors that have impacted my life. Excellent.
And so, listen, we're on this talk in part because it's for audiobooks, right? And, it's a different art form. I always say that, I'm a storyteller first and foremost. I don't care if people read ebooks, if they read paper books, if they listen to audiobooks, which have had explosive growth. Like I deal stories. I don't care if you snort them or inject them. I just want to get them into your system. But with audiobooks, there's a different level of creative interface, right, with a narrator who's interpreting it. And I was wondering what you think your audio narrator brings. Like, what sort of embellishment does that creative overlay bring to the stories?
Well, I got a little lucky in this respect because I got Ray Porter to read my books, and your audiobook narrator and mine are two of the top guys in the business. And I didn't know that going in because I'm a physical book reader. I had been my entire life. And so I didn't know that these different narrators bring a fan base with them from project to project. That wasn't even a part of my calculus whatsoever. And I got a call from Simon & Schuster on a Friday afternoon, and they said, "Hey, who do you want to read your audiobook? How's this guy?" And it was someone who I don't remember, but I listened to it and I thought, that doesn't sound quite right. And I wrote back because I'm brand new and I don't have a single book out and not one book sold yet. And I said, well, can we find somebody else? And they said, yeah, just let us know by the end of the day. And I look at my watch. It's like, and as you know, in publishing, they take their weekends very seriously, weekends and holidays very seriously in the New York publishing industry. So I start listening to a bunch of samples and on audiobooks, and I'm like, okay. And I found Ray Porter. And I heard this voice, and I started listening to some other samples from other work that he'd done. And I said, this is the guy. So, and I had no idea who he was, and no idea his fan base, no idea he was one of these top couple guys in the audiobook narration industry. And I sent it to Simon & Schuster and said, hey, is Ray Porter, he sounds good. And they said, well, we can ask. And they asked, and he said yes. And he brought this entire fan base to the books. And now I think of his voice. And when I'm writing, just the other day, I thought, I got to this part and I thought, he's not going to know how to pronounce this. And so I made another note to let him know, because now we're friends. Hey, make sure when you get to this, don't spell it out. You say this. It's like Combat Support Hospital or something, and it's called CASH. And but you wouldn't know that just by looking at it. So I do think of it in those terms as well. And I got to meet your narrator at a conference not too long ago where we met in person. What a fantastic guy. And they do bring so much to it. And they bring readers from other projects to your books. So they have a huge impact. And I think audiobooks are the fastest growing segment of publishing. And
they're huge.
Yeah,
they're huge.
It's amazing.
And so when you work with Ray, so one of your better known fans, Chris Pratt, who's a big fan of your work and maybe embodying some of this soon on Netflix, right?
It's on Amazon Prime. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Amazon Prime, not Netflix. That's right. And so he described Lieutenant Commander James Reese as one rowdy motherfucker.
Yep.
How does that get conveyed by Ray Porter? How does he embody that, like, grit, growl, muscularity, but also well-roundedness, right? How do you feel like he manages to bring that aspect of toughness and rowdiness to life?
Yeah, because he's an actor first and foremost, and him traditionally trained and Shakespearean actor, and he's so fantastic. And I think all these narrators do it a little differently, but he doesn't read the whole book first and then go back and do it as a recording. He experiences it as a reader for the first time as he's narrating it. And he might skim it a tiny bit, but that's how he kicks these things off. So I think for him, the way he does it, like, you're experiencing it, you feel that you're reading it for the first time because he's reading it essentially for the first time as he's acting it out. And really that's what he's doing. He's an actor first and foremost, and he's creating these essentially a lot of the backgrounds, these accents, the intonations, everything else, and make these characters who they are and come alive just through his voice. So it's this art form that's so fascinating to me. And one of the reasons I don't read my own audiobook is because Ray is so good at it.
That's right.
And he's such a professional and such a great guy, such a great human being, so caring. And he can bring all that, bring his humanity to the project and just bring it alive for the listener.
Is there anything from the narration now, listening to the audiobooks, that loops back and you think about when you're writing? Like, does the audiobook have any feedback loop back into how you're envisioning scenes and tackling them?
It does, because I think of how difficult I'm making this on my on my narrator. If I start off a chapter, a paragraph, whatever it might be, and get into some dialogue, and then, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines in, then I mention that the person has a French accent or something like that. So I do think of it in those more technical terms, but more I'm just excited to hear how Ray interprets this. But I do think of it as far as not tripping him up, making his job a little easier as far as describing how people sound, maybe. And I didn't think about that for the first one, and maybe not even for the second, but now I do.
Yeah, it's in your world building brain. So what's something people might not know about Reese that you could share, like an unknown aspect of him?
So this one is, so the book I'm working on right now is called In the Blood. And it'll be the 5th novel in the James Reese Terminalist series. And in that book, that's where people are going to learn some things that they haven't discovered quite yet. And that's where my head is right now, because not 15 minutes ago, I was typing some of them out in the story. So
don't give them away.
Yeah, I don't want to give them away. In the Blood.
Wait, I want to buy it and read it.
Oh, so awesome.
So last question for you is, what do you think Reese would think of Orphan X, of Evan Smoke? What do you think those guys would get along well?
I think they would team up. Absolutely. And I think they would definitely have a lot in common, and could team up for sure and be quite the force.
They'd share a vodka, a high-end,
that's right.
expensive vodka.
That's right. Your guy likes the vodka.
Well, cool, man. Thanks for giving a bit of a tour into the world, and especially how the audiobook threads in. That's interesting stuff.
Absolutely.
One of the things I like, as you and I have talked about, we have some friends in common. I have a good number of friends who are Navy SEALs. And one of the things that I like and admire so much about your crew is that a lot of you are really Renaissance men. Like, that's one of the really cool things where, there's been parties where it's like, foreign languages and cultures and like really sophisticated aspects of different like geopolitical dynamics, right? Geography. Even I had a really funny conversations with one of my friends who's like a fairly esteemed photographer, was talking about like the lenses he uses. And he's talking to one of my buddies who's a demolition breacher, who's talking about all the sniper lenses. Like, there's so much overlap. And so it's very interesting to me seeing how you've written and how you've talked about all these influences that you bring in are from such a full range. People sometimes can have a tendency to view SEALs as being more like unidimensional alpha dogs. And there's so much in it. There's so much grasp of culture and psychology and psyops and toughness and nuance and having to know the etiquette of all these different countries. And I find it's really cool having you work in this field that I've worked in and that I love, because it brings such an amazing sort of Renaissance well-roundedness to the story. So it's a cool part of it, man. I'm glad you're in the game.
Oh, thank you so much, man. Other than being a SEAL is what I wanted to do my entire life. And having been in that realm for so long, doing those 20 years, obviously I know the humanity behind these different people. We are human. And, back in, let's say, the 70s or the 80s, if you had a character that was a SEAL or Army Special Forces or something, maybe you could track somebody down and talk to, or maybe you had a friend who had a friend that jumped on a phone call with you and you did a little research. One out of thousands of people, that's your research for that person then. And you are taking what that person said and you're translating it through whatever filters that you have, whatever biases you have, whatever preconceived notions you have, and then applying it to a fictional narrative. So there was a few things I think lost in translation there. And as people have as we've maybe evolved or maybe regressed through social media and having so many different touch points with people of all these different backgrounds now that are sharing their journeys as they leave military service or leave government service or whatever it may be, you're seeing a little more of that humanity. And so now you have some more touch points and people expect that authenticity. And then they can double check you. They can fact check you. You couldn't have fact checked somebody back in 1982. Yeah. If he had said it, you're like, well, I guess Nelson DeMille did his research and that's all you have. But now you can fact check. And people expect that authenticity, especially coming from someone who lived that life for so long. But it allows me to add some more dimensions to my characters and then to the other characters in the story as well.
Cool.
Yeah, man. All right. I'm going to ask you some questions now for this audiobook for Dark Horse right here. So people are getting this with your latest Orphan X novel. And I'm going to talk to you more about that on the podcast we're going to continue to do after this. So for people that want to hear more about you and your writing journey and everything else you've done, which is absolutely incredible, they can listen to that Danger Close podcast. But for this specifically, what made you want to become a writer? How did you get to this stage?
It's weird. So my parents, did not allow me to watch television growing up. It was that generation of like the plug-in drug, and it was going to rot your brain. And so all day, I was out playing sports. I, played soccer from the time I was in diapers. And I just went to the library. Like I lived in the library, much like you. I went twice a week. I'd, take a stack of books home. I remember having my hands in a basket and my chin on the one on top, and, went through all the Hardy Boys, all the Alfred Hitchcock and the Three Investigators. And by fifth grade was reading, obsessed with Stephen King and Peter Benchley. And it's the only way that my brain ever worked. Like I thought in stories. It's the only thing I ever wanted to do. My mom says like I used to go to bed when I was a kid with like the picture dictionary. I mean, I just loved it. And the other thing I thought was that anyone who loved books, my sister reads even more than I do. She's an incredible reader. And I remember one time when I was in like fourth grade, I was asking him like, well, when are you going to write your first book? Like, I just thought that anybody who likes stories would have to want to write them. It's so weird. Like we're such different creatures, right? There's so many people think in so many different ways for their professions. It's not like you just choose one. I think you got to have some factory issued software in you in some ways, And so it's the only way literally I ever thought. I mean, I was writing illustrated stories, mysteries when I was in elementary school. And there was one distinct moment I still remember reading Stephen King. I was reading Salem's Lot, under the bed with like a flashlight. My parents were out. I was terrified. I was 26 years old. No, I'm just in fifth grade. And I just remember thinking like, how does this guy from across the country and across a decade put together, these familiar words in an unfamiliar way to elicit this much emotion in me? Like what a magic that is. He's like, he's a wizard, and I just thought how much I want to do that and emulate that. The way that I felt when I read was like, in some ways it was my happiest time, and to be able to like live in that the majority of my waking hours is such a delight for me. And so I just love I like wake up in the morning and like roll down the hall to my office on a wave of gratitude. Like I love this job. I can't believe I get paid to do it,
Oh, I do. And it's interesting that you mentioned fifth grade, because that was a turning point for me too, in that I'd always been a reader. But at fifth grade, that's when I transitioned from that young adult type reading into what my parents were reading. And that's the year that Hunt for Red October came out by Tom Clancy. Right. And then I just started discovering all these other authors, some through movies like David Morrell through First Blood, and then finding Brotherhood of the Rose and
sneaking into my parents. My parents had like Clan of the Cave Bear.
Yes, like Clan of the Cave Bear. Exactly. It was the era of
trying to find all the sex scenes in that, to be like, wait a minute, like what's going on? Like, and so that's no good if you're in fifth grade having like, Neanderthal intercourse setting like a part of your worldview. But look, everything's up for grabs. Stephen King was wild. Some of the stuff that he did, he was crazy.
Yeah. But it's interesting also that you mentioned the magic of it, because when I think about what I'm doing now, it is trying to capture some of those memories and that magic that I have. I remember being in a hammock at our cabin, reading a J.C. Pollock book or David Morrell book under those trees. And it was such a magical time in life. And it was so nice not to have an internet, and we didn't have a TV at the cabin. My mom wanted to throw out our TV at home during that same era. And my dad said, absolutely not, because it's sports. You need to watch his football. So that's the only reason.
So same thing. I was allowed to watch the Boston Red Sox. My dad's from Boston. So that's religion. And I was allowed to watch Hitchcock movies. I always say, like, if you add bourbon, that explains like 90% of my personality, like just right there. But I think our moms were talking to each other.
They might have been. It was an interesting era. And the Clan of the Cave Bear, I distinctly remember that, that as well. So we're fortunate to have so many fans that love the characters that we create and really identify with them. And there's so many amazing characters in Orphan X. When you write for them, who do you hear as their voice? Do you hear an audiobook narrator now, or has it morphed over time from the first novels up to now? How does that, who do you hear as you're writing?
It's weird. People ask me this sometimes if I'm casting for a movie, like, did you write it with a movie star in mind? And I never am. I have my own version, and they have their own faces and energy. It's not specific. Like I couldn't sit down and draw them, but there's like an embodied voice and person and tone that I hear in my head. And what's amazing is that Scott Brick, who's my audiobook narrator, we were talking about him earlier, has managed to like embody them just naturally. We did an event together that was really fun. Oh, I saw you.
Yeah, that's where we were. Yeah, you guys were up on stage there. It was great to hear you guys talk about it.
And Scott and I were I was saying like, read this character. Like it's, it's like it's like a magic show. We keep talking about magic, but you put in a quarter and he can do Joey, he can do Tommy, he can do Evan, he can do Mia, he can do Peter. He does all these voices. And he's captured it in a way that is distinctly his, but also the overlay, like our creative instincts are just so lined up that it's not like I hear Scott's voice, but whenever Scott does a character, it's like a creative evolution in his own voice of the character that I'm thinking of. And I think that's why the relationship works so well.
Yeah, it was amazing seeing him do that because he became those characters on stage. And once again, it goes back to them being actors. It's not just them lending their voice. They're lending everything in their experience that has got them to that point to have your book in front of them and recording it right there. So what's it like to have your audiobook narrator, Scott Brick, have his own fandom within your audiobook? And Ray Porter narrates mine. He has his own fandom as well, which is something that I didn't know as I was starting down this path. But what's that like for you guys?
Well, I love it. I mean, I'm part of his fandom, so that helps. And Scott's also a friend, but Scott's got that like, the golden voice, right? He's just so cool. And so it's really funny because he'll come to my launch parties a lot. Sometimes they're on his birthday, like they coincide and he'll show up and he'll be talking just to his, girlfriend or friend, and people start to turn around. Right in the audience, be like, wait, I think that's Scott Brick. So I always give him a hard time that he just shows up and talks and steals all my thunder, and then I go up and I have to like read a segment from the book. And it's always, I always feel like I'm paling in comparison to him. But I love that part of it. And it's really fun for me. We overlap, at events, as you know. I mean, you met him, I think, was that the first time, or you might have met him another time, but it's cool to see people engage with that. And it's, to have this sort of extension of my world and have him bring all that skill and talent to it. It's cool. And then I love like when he talks and just seeing people orient, especially if we're at like, book events or library stuff where people know that. I like watching the kind of heads alert and snap over. So it's cool. He's a hell of a guy.
Yeah, no, he seemed great when I met him. Obviously, he's at the top of his game and is an amazing human. But it is cool to see people identify with the voice when they hear that voice, because like we talked about, audiobooks are that fastest growing segment of publishing. So there's so many people that just experience our work through someone else's voice, which is so fascinating. And it seems that Scott Brick has established an emotional connection to Orphan X world. And has that produced anything unexpected for you guys or made you think differently about your work?
Yeah, there's times we've become, I think the first book of mine he did was The Crime Writer in 2008. So we've been working together a long time, enough that we know some of the cadence of things that are even going on in our own personal lives. And so he'll read, like he just emailed me something I was working on and said, "Oh man, I read this and I remember you going through this thing right at that time." And that's in the writing. Like it's like an interesting thing having a relationship where we're friends enough to know kind of what's going on with each other. Right. And then to see some of that reflected. And what's weird is, there's some people that everyone has this. I mean, I have certain readers who just hit me emotionally when I read them. They have like all the keys to the locks, and that's how we choose our favorite writers quite often. And for some reason, I feel so fortunate that like, I think that my writing does that with Scott. Like he's emotional when we have emails about it. There's a lot of funny stuff about him being like, wait, what's this kid's song they're singing? And I can't sing. How am I supposed to sing it? I had to put my wife on the phone because I can't do it. He'll ask about how to pronounce certain things. And like, a lot of wacky things come up that we're in touch over. But what's really nice is there's these moments where something just hits him and when he has that emotional reaction, I can hear him embody that when he's reading the chapter. And that's really, those are the moments that are the most special to me.
Yep. And I think that goes for readers as well. I mean, that's why they connect with your novels, is because they have that emotional connection with the character. And that's what that's that heart That's that part that you can't really conceptualize. It's that intangible that turns something from a good work into a great work. It's that heart, that one intangible piece. And you've got it in your novels, and Scott does an amazing job bringing that up, because obviously he's feeling that as well. And in Dark Horse, you really up the stakes in terms of visceral action. The scenes will test the narrator, and I do think about that as I'm writing as well every now and again. I don't want to let my narrator off the hook with any of that, but some of those scenes can test the narrator. And are you testing Scott in some way, and are you using the audiobook to push the writing in any way? What's the relationship there?
I basically try to push myself as much as I can in each book. I try and do really different things and raise the bar, and I don't really feel like I'm doing my job in a book unless there's some part, usually the big fat second act of the book in the middle, where I feel like I've screwed it up and I can't do it. And I've set the challenge kind of too high. And so, in this book, there's a couple scenes. There's a lot of battlefield upgrade scenes. There's one where Evan has to start, and the only weapon he has his hands on is a pencil, and he has to upgrade from there. And then there's a later scene that he has to upgrade from a pen, and it goes all the way up the chain of how he takes over. I like to think about the action sequences as almost their own miniature 3-act plays. They all have to have their own emotion and turns, or else we're just reading kind of, nonstop action. There's got to be some element to them that feels different. And so what's interesting is I'm not thinking about pushing Scott or the audiobook when I'm writing. But if I'm pushing myself, and if I'm figuring out different ways to write, I've had some chapters that are just all dialogue, for instance. I don't put anything else, but it's just like a dialogue exchange. Like I'll start to play with stuff. And so I think that naturally, if I'm pushing myself, it should be moving Scott into new places, at least within Orphan X. He's got such a wealth of experience. I'm never worried he's going to be caught flat-footed or anything. But the books have different things and cadences and tones. And as I push into those, it's always interesting for me to see how he interprets them.
Yeah, that's interesting, because as I'm reading your book, Dark Horse in particular, I'm thinking, did he do this intentionally, or is this just something that comes naturally? Because I find that when I do that, when I have a chapter that's mostly dialogue, it just came naturally that way. It wasn't, I didn't plan it that way. And when I have one that's almost no dialogue, I didn't plan it that way either. It just kind of happened. Is that natural for you, or are you going into a chapter thinking, okay, this one's going to be just dialogue?
I think it comes up, and then I realize, won't even say he said, she said sometimes. It's literally just a dialogue, like a play, and if it can be clear, it's amazing. I always want to leave the reader to make as much of the connections themselves. One of the things I think a lot about is, one of my favorite films is The Sixth Sense. And there's this incredible moment in it where my favorite moment in the movie is when Cole's in the car with his mom, and her one holy place in her life is her mom, who passed away, who she was very close to. And he's going through his whole I see dead people thing again, and she's upset. There's the biker with the whole thing. And he looks at her and he says, I saw grandma the other day. And she just breaks down crying. The kid can be psychotic, but don't bring my mom into it. Right. And she says, just don't. And he says, she came up and she says that you go to her grave every day and that you ask a question. And she said the answer to the question is always. And he pauses and he goes, what's the question? And she just breaks down weeping. And she says, I asked her if she's proud of me. And it's this amazing moment for the first time where she knows and believes who he is. And one of the things that's so moving in that is if you reverse the order of it, right? And Cole says, hey, I saw grandma. She says that you go to her grave every day and ask if she's proud of you. And she wants to know the answer is always. There's no emotion. And part of what Knight did so brilliantly is in reversing the question and the answer, right? It actually pushes it internally into the viewer, because they're doing the math on their own. And so it forces it to be an emotional experience, because they're making the connection within themselves. And there's a lot of different devices. Stephen King's an expert at doing stuff where he drops something later that's a remembered horror, that the menacing piece comes at the end. That's the horror thing, right? The couple's making out in the forest, and then they hear a scratching noise, and they hear that a guy's escaped with a hook hand, and they drive away. And at the next stop, the hook hand is dangling from the doorknob, right? Times of menace, remembered from a later time of relative tranquility is horrifying. So the ordering of information and what we leave out has as much effect as what the information is itself. And so a lot of what I'm trying to do in these chapters, and it does come naturally. It's not like this is a math equation that I can sit and plan in advance. But a lot of times I try and think about how do I lead the reader to the edge of an emotional experience and then have them do all the math themselves internally, right? That's part of what I'm striving for. And so sometimes for that, it's like, let them figure out who's talking in the phone conversation. Like, let them construct all this, right? And so it's something that I'm very conscious of, the ways that we have to trust the readers to bring their own, hopes, dreams, shortcomings, fears, anxieties, neuroses to the table. You want to open up and leave room for it. And it's one of the reasons why I think my writing's gotten less graphic in some ways, but at times the suspense is more horrifying because I'll leave it off at a particular moment where it might be a lot more menacing if someone else fills it in with themselves.
Yeah, no, exactly. Letting what you leave out is just as important as what you put in. And oftentimes I find myself having to be cognizant of this in that I'm so emotionally involved in the story because I'm there with it for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months that I know it so well, but I have to take a step back sometimes and take a breath and say, oh, someone else is experiencing this one time for the first time. Am I expecting too much of them? So I do think of that from time to time. But to wrap this up, what is the hardest part of the life of a writer?
Well, somebody once said being a writer means having homework for the rest of your life. And I think the hardest part for me is it's hard to turn, there's no divisions, right? Like, what's the division between your life and your training and your friendships in the military and what happens in your books, right? Like, what's your training with how you like your coffee and what's in your books, right? It's everywhere. It's all the time, right? Mm-hmm. So you're out with people. Somebody has a particular turn of phrase. Somebody has a telling moment or detail about them. You're always observing. And at times, I think it's challenging to not always be able to turn off that sort of observation filing mechanism of the brain. It'd be nice to be able to just check that at the door once in a while. And so sometimes, I'm drawn to stuff that's, more extreme, right? Things that are more visceral. Like for me, it's funny because if I can't sleep at night, I'll watch like Silence of the Lambs and then I'll go to bed. Like I need something like riveting, right? Rather than something that's, and so a lot of times for me, that's like, sports that might be more intense or like other activities that really force me to be all the way present. And so that's a part of it that's challenging, but also it's like, what a great challenge to have that so much of myself is in my work. Right. So everything, it's a blessing and a curse.
Exactly. I'm going to ask you more questions about that on the podcast. So if people want to know more about that, they can tune into our Danger Close podcast. But congratulations on Dark Horse. This is amazing. You crushed it again, raised the bar again. And thank you so much for spending a little time here. Audiobook, you and Scott, what a team. And I know you guys are going to rise right to the top of the list with this one once again.
All right. Thank you.
This is Scott Gregg. We hope you've enjoyed Dark Horse, a Macmillan audio production from Minotaur Books. This title was produced by Guy Oldfield, recorded and engineered by Jeremy Wesley, post-production by Tim Franklin. Text copyright 2022 by Gregg Hurwitz. Production copyright 2022 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.